diamonds on the board, the king 10 and the queen, those being higher diamonds, hands that Keith will probably peel a free bet with. Let's say, for example, king queen suited, king 10 suited. These aren't a thing, and Danny does go for it. He does find the jam here, and Keith sitting here with the second nuts, backdoors into the flush, and Dan Gormley making a big move early on and just applying pressure to Keith. Keith coming in with the chip lead, and he'll be thinking he could be going home in 8th here if Dan has backdoored into the nut flush himself. Dan could still plausibly have turned a flush here. He could be free betting some ace 4, ace 5 of diamonds, these type of holdings. Even ace 6, ace 7, ace 8 of diamonds could probably all be in there as well. So this is a huge move from Dan Gormley early on in this final table. And back over to Keith here. And I think with a jack of diamonds, Tower, it's... It's pretty gross, but
it's a gross spot.
It's horrible because Dan's only ever making this move for value with the ace of diamonds. He's not going to shove like 9s here or ace 9, so if he elected to free bet that and double barrel. He's not going to shove ace 9 with a 9 of diamonds. So Keith's jack of diamonds here, although it is the second nuts, it's pure bluff catcher here. We're either behind to the bare ace or a turn flush of Danny, turn nut flush, or he's just got a bluff in this scenario, and Danny with the bottom of his range just going for it here, and notice rubbing the left arm there, caressing. Usually that signals is something people do to calm himself down, but this is what we wanted to see, Tower. It's what we've been waiting all day. Yeah, exactly. He's just trying to, if not, try and put the heart rate down, perhaps try not to give anything away. And Keith here in a really tough spot because yes, we've backdoored into the second nuts, but the problem we've got, Tower, like I say, it becomes a bluff catcher the way this hand's played. Like Dan could plausibly have turned a flush with ace x of diamonds. He could have plausibly double barreled as a bluff with the bare ace of diamonds. So this is a gross spot for Keith here, and rather him sitting there than me, because this is one that's going to take a while, and rightly so. A tank's going to be needed here, Tower. This is a big pot, and it's going to be for over a third of the chips in play if he can make the call and be correct. And fair credit to Dan, though. Let's go back to Dan. He's capable of running it in these spots. People aren't capable of making moves like this. Free bet, shove as a bluff on final tables. There's only a small percentage of players that have that in them, and it's a gift, if you like. I know this time it may leave Dan short if Keith makes the call, but I think it's you've got to be a certain caliber of player to be able to pull this move, the free bet, the bet shove, without having the goods. Only certain opponents are capable of that, and if Keith's aware Dan is one of those that can have these bluffs, he may veer more towards call. But this is a fascinating hand, guys, and Dan Gormley just running it for chunks of equity here on the mystery bounty final table and putting Keith in the blender. What's he going to do, Tower? What do you think?
He has the second nuts. He can only put him on the ace to fold. He flicks it in. It's the call of the final so far.
And he does make the call, and Dan went for the lots, and he's going to be down to 11 big blinds now. But credit to Keith, coming with a chip lead, extending it to 8.1 million chips. And what a hand that is. That is a highlight of the week for me so far in terms of hands played. Everything that hand had. Really nice line from Dan. Unfortunately, we just run into it. It works if Keith doesn't have the jack of diamonds, if he doesn't have the ace of diamonds. This is probably going to work, but unfortunately for us, we've just run into it. And Keith up to 8.1 million chips, third of the chips in the play going to that man, and Dan now sitting with 11 big blinds.
What a call. So good to see Carl back at the tables, one of the Thanet boys. Ryan Spittle raises to 8. Harry with the pocket 5s. He's going to make the call. Jess could feasibly come in with the old Jack 8. Yes, she does, which will bring in the small big blind.
Simon not folding this one. Suited king getting this price, closing the action in. It goes 4-way to the flop.
Yep.
Ryan with the betting lead.
Oh, we flop a set.
Yeah, and Ryan's flopped the straight flush draw tower, so this is action time. Ryan with the 8-6 of diamonds on an ace high board. Great flop for us once opening in the cut-off. Not only have we flopped the straight flush draw in terms of range, going to be better for us. And Harry here with his set of fives, like it. Just going to flatten position. Don't want to set off any alarm bells. If Ryan's got a hand like ace king, ace queen, we've got that drawing dead to runners.
Quadzillas, baby! Quadzilla, baby! Woo woo! Am I getting the chips off Ryan? Woo woo! Oh, just I look down again. Yep, there are definitely 2 5s here. Now there's 2 5s on the board.
So Ryan firing
That's 4
again.
5s.
Maybe just trying to fold out some weak ace x, some suited ace x that Harry can have here. As well as that 9x is going to have a hard time calling a double barrel, and obviously Harry flattening in position. Going to try and get the max on the river with a shove.
So there's one out.
7 of diamonds is straight flush.
Oh, he thought he got it, done it. No, what's this dealer done?
Where's the bad beat jackpot in the tournament? No way!
£245,000.
That is incredible. I've never seen this tower on stream. Quads over straight flush. This is a setup of all setups.
Oh!
No
Oh,
way.
Harry can't wait to turn him over.
No way. Quads
Oh
V
my
straight
God!
flush.
Look at the table.
Oh wow! Oh wow! Oh wow! That we'll never see that again.
Ludo says I never take pictures at poker table. I'm taking a picture.
We will never see that again on stream. To get that hand here on stream. Look at the cameras; they're all out.
Oh my God.
Quads over straight flush on stream.
Somebody go and get Jim. Ask him if they have a bad beat jackpot for
Imagine, imagine that on the
GUKPT.
imagine that on the cash table.
Oh,
that is gonna be
wow.
Wow.
Right, that's the end of the stream, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
We'll see you again tomorrow. Oh my days.
Wow, wow, wow. Just speechless. How does that even happen?
Hurricane, he says, get me a pint. Oh my days. Wow.
I just can't believe it.
Wowzers.
Oh, stuff we live for on stream. It's something we'll probably never ever see again. Over the years, the chances of that happen are astronomical, and to actually get it on our featured table. How'd you go out? Oh yeah, had quads. No good. And if there's a story to tell, that is a story for the ages.
I don't even mind listening to that one.
Ian can decide to make a decent sized raise here against a pretty tight player in the big blind, or he can decide to call. Either's fine. Just decides to call. Anthony check his option. It's fine. Whoa, this might be bad news for Ian because he's got the nut low, and he's going to decide to barrel this at least one street, and let's see if Anthony just decides to call. Good trap from Anthony here. I half expected him to raise it tower, but he's playing it well. Now this is a spot where if I am Ian, I'm betting pretty big now. About pot 50,000. He goes for 27,000. Again, Anthony, if I'm Anthony, I'm just calling.
Yeah, me too.
Got such a disguised hand tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just calls again.
Yeah,
great play from
any
Anthony.
low sets, but really disguised, aren't they?
Yeah.
And now a queen. Queen of spades on the river. Are we going to rep the king? Or are we going to rep something like ace, king, king, jack, king, queen?
I'm betting massive here, tower. At least pot, maybe pot and a half. We've got the nut low. Anthony can't have many kings in his hand. What can he really have? He can't have ace kings. He just defended pre without squeezing it up. Wow, I like this play. I really like this play. I really like this play. And if Anthony finds the call, good luck to him. But I really like this play. Let's think about it. Ace king, he can't have ace king. He can have king jack, Anthony can, and make a pretty tight check back on the flop before the flop. But what other kings can he have, Tower? He's got to have something to call the flop with. So he's got to have a king to call the flop with. So king 10 he could have. That's reasonable. Turns a pair, calls the bet. Queen king, possibly. But then that's about it, Tower. He can't have ace king. He can't have two kings. And whereas Ian, we could have any king. We could be bluffing and they've got there. We could have. He's decided to call, and that's pretty sick. And I think it's really unlucky for Ian. I think he played the hand really, really, really well, and just got unlucky that Anthony had a set. I mean, how can he have a set? That set of fours is kind of like the only really strong non-king hand he can have, Tower. And obviously he can have a hand like ace six. He's got to call twice and fold. There's just so many hands that he's got to fold. And although Ian did come in, didn't he, Tower? And Ian did come in and try and ask if he could explain his decision, but I thought he played the hand well.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't need to go quite all in. Maybe pot and a half, something would suffice. But I said as soon as I saw the river bet that I'd go over pot.
Yeah. And
I think it's a fine play. He just ran into someone who had a set and wasn't in the mood for folding it, Tower.
Yeah.
But if you think about the actual King X combos, it's not that many, Tower. It's not that many at all. Ian's got way more King X combos. If Anthony just had an ace, for example, he has to call the flop, he has to call the turn, and he has to just immediately fold the river.
Yeah.
Same with his two pair combos, but he had a set and he could have folded the set. He had a long tank about it. I think he played that hand well.
So Carl, Queen 10, 9, 7, pocket 8s with one suit. Gary with double suited kings, although the cards working with it aren't the most attractive, but still going to come along on the button with position on Carl. Mitch is in the big blind, and Mo here with ace king jack 5 3 3 closing the action. Oh no, he's not. He's got nil on the 50 behind him. My mistake. Oh, is Mo just going to put it in here with all this dead money out there? He's just going to flat, and Neil is going to pot it because Neil has got triple suited aces here. Queen 9 6 deuce makes it 1.2, and Carl's going to give him a spin here.
Absolutely, that's a great board. 7 8 8 9 10 queen,
and Gary good enough to fold kings now. Tower. This just becomes an easy fold with pocket kings here for Gary, I think.
Double suited?
Yeah, they're double suited, but the thing is, like against ace X of spades, ace X of diamonds out there, obviously bad reverse implied odds. The deuces, the times that we flop a set of deuces, we're not really going to be in love with our hand, whatever the board. So basically, call in to hope for a king here as Gary, and I think he'll come to the correct decision to let this one go. As well as that, obviously 4 spades in our hand, less likely to make a flush. But maybe the nil factor is what's doing it here for Gary. Maybe thinking nil, not necessarily going to have aces in this spot. However, usually in a
Mitch
scenario,
has put a lot in for 3.4. More snap called.
Wow, Mitch
Neil's never folding. Not ever.
What is going on here? Mitch can't have anything. Kings he can't have. Aces he can't have. Queen, Jack, 10, 9, 8, 7 rundown's unlikely because Carl's blocking that. What on earth has Mitch got, Tower?
Spread your cards, Mitch. Because Neil's never folding, and now Carl is thinking, what's happening here? I've got a call. He calls. Gary, is he a family all-in?
He's asking for a count. This is one
3-3.
Yeah, this is one of the other problems with obviously flatting the kings. We're not closing the action behind, and now we've probably got a call getting this price on a call.
Absolutely. 5 all-ins.
6-1.
We're talking a 15k pot going on.
It's going to be a biggie, Tower. I'll tell you that. And Carl and Gary still going to have betting on the side. Good luck, Sean, sorting this one out. Pray for the dealer, Tower. That's what I'm going to say when this all goes in.
I mean, I'd still like to know what Mitch has got.
Yeah, it just don't make sense to me because obviously he can't have aces, he can't have kings.
He's just took a picture of them for his fans.
I reckon he's going to have Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10. We'll go with that.
Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10.
I'm going on the dead cards, Tower, but the fact that he's taking a picture as well, I'm guessing it's a hand he's not going to have too often. Yeah. So Carl and Gary both just getting the lot in.
Well, he can't have kings. He could have queens.
Yeah, Queen.
You could have jacks.
Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10. Something like that for Mitch.
Spread him, Mitch.
Maybe with the ace of spades in there.
There we go.
He's got the King, Queen, Jack, 10,
Queen,
6, 7.
There we go. 6, 7, 10, Jack, Queen, King.
Having a little gamble. Neither of his suits lives. Heart's not working for him. Diamond's not working for him. So Mitch going to need a miracle here.
Good luck, Sean.
Oh, he's got 3 suits here, Mitch, to be fair to him. He's got the Shablammer.
The Shlabama, I do like that word. So we have a 5-way all-in, 15k pot, and it's 4, 5, 9. There is a side betting, because we've got 2 people still with money. It's checked. 10 on the turn.
Yeah, that's a massive turn card for Mitch now, Tower. He has got the super wrap here. Any 6 through king that doesn't pair the board and isn't the club is going to give him the nuts. 9 on the river. Who's got the 9?
Who's got the 10s?
Does someone have 10s? Carl's got 10-9 for Carl Shaw.
Carl Shaw, baby, the gentleman.
He's going to scoop the lot. 21.5k pot.
Whoa.
Going the way of Carl. Phelps the entire table, but Mark and Carl is just up to 21.9k, just like that. And the 10-9 does it.
Wow.
On the end there.
Well, if nobody pulls up, we've done.
There we go. There we go. That could be it, guys.
He's felted everybody.
Oh.
Wow, Carl Shaw. 10-9. It comes 10-9, turning river. Wow.
If I don't end this with about 600k, I'm going to be shocked.
I'm a bit tender today, mate, so like,
Rough?
don't be like shouting in my ear and that. I'm a bit tender.
You finished last night?
I finished it last night about midnight.
Did you go?
Huh?
Did you go to the room just?
I went to Trilogy nightclub, mate.
Good?
It's alright. I feel dead low down on this job.
Come on, Papa.
Yeah, it's down to go in here, I'm just tiny. What anything?
You look younger.
I think this is punishment. I think punishing me for losing.
You should have got wasted till 6 this morning then, should you?
come to the next one? Sorry? You want to come to the next one?
Yeah, 19 and 100.
Yeah, I know, but it's not giving me enough chips. Not giving me enough chips for this. That's not what it is. This is what I'm doing. It's 150. I'm choosing.
So we have to put the cards in the box.
Yes. Never been on 50. Yeah, it's gonna be. Yeah, I know. Yeah, but that's not excited for that.
There's 120, 141 is
And Mitch, do that. Once again, that's Mitch and Stephen Spencer, do this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Blackpool. The last eliminations of the last level have a little bit of interesting news from the man. We lost Adrian Burns, Eskil Carnavoid, we lost Paul Trotter, Andy Taylor, James Dwan, and Ali Malou. Now, Ali Malou had 260,000 at the start of the hand.
Yeah, I got hand history from one of my pals that was on Ali's table. Ali open cut off with the 7-8 off, as you do. Well, to be honest, that's not too bad. Opens cut off 7-8 off. Little Josh free bets the kings from the small blind. Ali calls 7-8. About 30k in the pot tower. I go into the flop, I make it. Flop 7-4-4 rainbow. Josh puts in a lovely little check with the kings. And Ali shoves 260k into 30. Nearly 9x pot. Josh calls, doesn't find a 7, and we got a big chip leader out in the field. Josh Musson leading the way.
He's got 600,000 chips, Josh Musson.
Yeah, all Ali Malous.
All, every single one.
So that is a little hand history from an outer table. We have got some news coming up very soon. We've got a new featured table. Going to let you know who we have got in 1. We've got Eduardo Sora. In 2, Phil Clark. 3 is Dan Stacey. 4 is Snowy. 5, Mangal. 6 is Tom Laxow. 7 is Matthew Brown, I think that says. Or Brown, maybe. Round. Matthew Round. And in 8 is Ben Dobson. In the same seat he was yesterday. And 9, Jack Hardcastle.
So there we go. Josh Musson, 550,000
Wow.
chips at the break. 400 for LL Cool J. Jack Hardcastle 320, Pete Mason 310. Pick out your favourites from that lot because they are the players that are left in, and there were 79 of them.
Yeah, but big blind, what is it, at 3k now, Tara? You look, there is probably 20 stacks up 20 big, so
Yeah.
obviously we're getting closer and closer to the money, but expecting to see some bust outs in the next level, and then things will probably slow down again. We're going to jump back to the action. First hand starting, and opening hijack with the 6s, raises to 6k, and Dan defending the king 9.
Matt Davenport is out. That's the news. That's the huge news.
So we got an easy call here for Ben. Decides to check the 6s back on 983, and now we got an easy call after picking up a gut shot. A board that Dan might plausibly represent out the big as well. I understand it's a lot better for him than Ben, and Dan is going to love to see that 9 on the river. Not just because we improved the trips, but more likely to get called by Ben now, making it less likely we have a 9. Although Could definitely value bet an 8 on this particular river here after flop goes check check. So is Dan going to go for it all, or is he going to choose a smaller size? And he does just have a pot size bet behind, so could just see a jam here potentially. It looks like he's going to choose smaller size and leave himself 10k back. Rise of 14k. And I think 6s are a pretty good bluff catcher here, obviously blocking 6-7, the only straight on board, so there is the call from Ben, does play it off, and going to get the bad news. But Dan does have the trip 9, so good start for Dan Stacey. Not been the best day for Ben so far, hopefully he can have some heat and C8 like he did yesterday in the final session.
We're on 79. 7 and 9, 79. What's that? 25 off the money?
Yep.
25 off the money.
Man of Straw, Jack is a double GUKPT winner. Won Leeds in 2021 and won the GUKPT main at the Goliath this year, the one that kicked it off the 1k. That was a big one as well.
Yeah. Ben Dobson to his right is a champion.
He also got a 6-figure score at the grand final last year, Jack finishing in 3rd place. Andy Mock eventually winning, and the Mad Turk got the silver medal in that one. That folded to Eduardo here. Suited king off of just sub 14 in the cut-off, effective button as well, so he's just going to move in. This is perfectly fine. Button not been dealt in the hand, or has been dealt in but not on the table, so only 2 players get for us here, as Eduardo does get the shove through. Waiting on the big news. I said 6:15, you got 15 minutes. And Tom comes to the table.
Right, yeah. 150, yeah? Cool, thank you.
Seven 8 suited for Jack in the low jack. Just open and take. Yeah, Kev knows the big news already. Tower is going to pay back every single person that has put on his treble bet today as a goodwill gesture. If only.
Can't believe we got Forest. Well, I can believe it because I tipped them. I tipped them.
You also tipped Preston, and you also tipped Hull as well.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. I fancied Derby.
At one point, it looked really, it looked on. It really did look on. We have 79 players remaining, Sam. 25 spots off the money. Just know he opens the button with an ace, makes it 7k. 9-4 suited for Tom. We are suited, so could plausibly defend this one, and is going to make the call. Heads up situation. To the flop. Oh, what a flop for Snowy.
Ace 7 for Snowy. Can you pick your flops, please? Yeah, that'll do.
They're not going to be getting paid though. Is he just going to come out firing? And he is, and that will be the end of Tom.
I hope that's a working injury. Oh, man. I hope that's a working injury.
Now we have to wait for last 2 years, right? Yeah.
Ollie Garland, Hardcastle's hoodie isn't a complete eyesore today. Is he feeling all right? He had a black one on yesterday, I think. So maybe he's getting more colourful as the days go. Maybe we'll see him in one of them special shirts tomorrow if he makes the final day.
Yeah.
Not even day one.
Here's the three, Will Murray and Rick Rice. We make your way to the dust. You'll see the woman. And Will Murray and
Yeah, whiskeys. Fair enough. I like it, yeah. Good.
Blind and blind here. I think Tom's going to shove. That looks way less than 15 bigs on his direct left, so it's just an easy shove with ace 9 into Matthew's big. Assuming he's got sub 15, it looks like it. Not sure about his stack size, but there is the shove from Tom. And King 10 for Matthew. Bit more than 15, 17 bigs. Let's the King 10 go.
Josh Musson was chip leader at the break. Johnny,
Let's have a look.
there we go. We've already read them out, but another quick look. There, the whole 79 players. Johnny Kelly bang in the middle.
Yeah, played a $500,000 chip plus pot with Ali Malou, did Josh, and was on the right end of it, so propels him to the top.
$500,000 chip pot with 30,000 in the middle.
And look a bit down there, 180k, the Mad Turk there. He was yesterday coming up to me, oh, I'm running so bad,
no,
Jay.
exactly.
I only won Coventry 3 weeks ago, I'm running so bad this event, and Mad Turk's right in the mix. Alan Vinicum there as well, and a lot of you in the chat watching out for him.
Tom Middleton. Andy Hills, 170. Andy back, 155.
Wendy's still in, 45k.
Go on, Wend.
And there's the chip counts for you guys. That opening from +2 to 6.5, and Tom free betting to 19k, and ace jack off here, just gonna get out of the way as Dan. Nice fold by him. Got a bit of a global table here. Frenchman, Spaniard, man from China, and then the rest of the Brits.
Not here. $79 left. Any bust outs, we will let you know exactly what happens.
Hi lads, any idea how come no GUKPT in the Midlands? Well, Bazza, if you wait 6 minutes, you might find out why. If you wait 6 minutes,
So you're giving him some teasers,
yeah,
are
a
you?
little, being a bit cryptic here, but Tracy's not still in, Bernie.
No.
I saw Tracy at the bar earlier.
Here's the three, Will Murray. Make your way to the dust.
So Ben just moving in here with the ace king in the small blind for 12 bigs over the cut-off open from Tom. We've got Jack here with pocket sixes. Like Ben will have obviously deuces through fives in here. He'll probably have some suited wheel aces that we do dominate, ace deuce through ace five. As well as that though, we'll have obviously the overcards and some bigger pairs in there. Aces and kings probably not going to be in there. Probably Jack expects him to flat. Ben Dobson, good player. But Jack
We're in the middle.
does make the call, and Ben is the player at risk.
Former champion. In a race. Who races best? Sixes for Jack. Ace king for Ben. Eight, 4, 5, some more outs.
And now just still fading. Ace or king needs to hit for Ben. Well, that is dead on the turn to a chop. Needs one of the two remaining sixes to survive, and it's a Barry on the river.
Wow.
And Jack Hardcastle up to 370k, flipping against Ben.
Wowzers. Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers. That run like Jack. Indeedy, indeedy. Hitting the straight on the turn and the ace would have pinged the river.
Yeah, like that.
25 off the money at the start of this session. We were just seeing we lost Ben Dobson. We've also lost Howard Plant, local player, Paul Woods and Ben Dobson. So 3 down from the 79, leaving 76.
Yeah, so Jack going to be continuing this hand. Tom's effective cut of all the chips. Could definitely free bet this one's suited ace-x, but just going to be calling here. Very deep, these two, like Tom and Jack. Like Tom's a very good player. We've seen him across the tour the last 12 months. He's had a couple of final tables, had a second this year in Leeds, so I think Jack will be aware of who Tom is. Obviously Jack got the short stack behind as well. He could potentially jam, maybe thinking about that. Check on the flop, 6 of clubs on the turn, so 4 to a flush now, and Tom with the 9 of clubs here.
The 9 of clubs is good. And Jack gets a free card, but I don't think you'll be putting any chips in.
The free card's kind of like irrelevant. We don't really need to protect with anything on this 4 to a flush board unless Jack does have a set in this situation, which would probably only be pocket 7s or pocket 4s. Actually turn 6s as well when flop goes check check. So Tom just checking back so he can call a river lead if that's what Jack goes for.
Second Tom. Is he going to live up to the name? No. That'll do it. There will be a Tower Thinks later, or is it a J Thinks?
I think it's Tower Thinks, isn't it?
Okay. A little bit later on, but after the next hand.
In 1891, when Rotherham were formed, what was the attendance for their first home game?
11,402.
So after this hand, guys, we've got some news for you.
I don't know what it is.
So we're going to follow the action, and it's big.
Big.
It's big.
Is it big?
It is.
Or is it big?
It's huge.
Huge!
Ace, 9 of hearts for Snowy. he makes it 6k.
Are we going abroad for a GUKPT? Is it that huge?
Well, no, we're not. So Eduardo's all in here with the ace queen and Snowy's not going to be able to call this one off. It's a near 15 big blind shove just underneath this ace 9. Once we open from +1, Eduardo like in the small blind. I just don't think he's going to be shoving any worse ace x. So there's the fold.
GUKPT Grey Yarmouth? No?
No GUKPT Great Yarmouth. So guys,
Right.
we're going to throw this schedule up first.
That's not huge. Well, it is, but it's good.
Well, someone said earlier,
The Vic, Bernew Road, Blackpool, Edinburgh. So Blackpool again.
so
You said earlier there was a gap.
there's a gap.
And I'm looking, there's not really not a massive gap, but there is a 6-week gap in February to March. There's also a big gap between
After-
June and August.
Between March.
That's got Goliath.
What about March and May, Tara? Where's April?
Well, April's Irish Open and yeah, we could have. Where is April?
So guys,
Why is it? Where?
there's no Coventry there either.
No.
Coventry was a huge
Yeah, but
success.
Coventry's got the Vic.
Yeah, I know, but we had GUKPT this year. It's a huge success.
but we've got Coventry for Goliath.
We're not having a GUKPT at Coventry.
Yeah, that's all right then, because once is enough.
What we're going to be having is no. The button's not working. It's not working. I'm trying. It's not working.
That's what you get without me knowing what's happening.
Oh my god. Has PK done that on purpose? Is that why he's disappeared? Is he sitting at the bar laughing right now? The button's not working. Give us...
No, can't try.
There we go. There it is. Coventry, 25th of February to the 5th of March. We're having the UK Poker Open. It's a £1,500 buy-in and we are guaranteeing $1 million prize pool next year at the Rico, CBS, whatever you want to call it. The UK Poker Open, presented by Grosvenor. £1,500 buy-in, $1 million guaranteed prize pool.
So
I told you it was huge.
So anyway, what's the huge news? We're going to go to Coventry twice.
Got to go twice. Well, we're going twice anyway.
I like going down them escalators, I must admit.
Obviously, there's no schedule out for that as of yet, guys. But we will have it out probably in the next couple of months.
I've got news.
You've got news?
Scheduled to be announced at the grand final.
Schedule for the UK Poker Open to be announced at the grand final. Towers just let me know. So that is what's going to be happening in Cov between the end of February and the start of March. Hopefully we'll see lots of you there, and there will be countless satellites run for that event as well, guys. So if you're looking at the buy and you think, oh, I'd love to play it, there will be satellites running galore online at the start of 2023, so you can get yourself in for a fraction of buy-in.
Wouldn't it have been great if there were actually no news and the button didn't work?
So that's it. We will keep coming back to that over the weekend, but that's the big news. We've got $1 million guarantee UK Poker Open. I think it's going to be fantastic. I think it's going to attract loads of people, not just from the UK, but obviously from over Europe, maybe
Are we
in the
working
States. Silly question,
No,
Tower. Of course we're working it. And you got us two doing the comms, so that's the only bad news I've got about the old UK
Full
Poker
schedule
Open.
at the grand final in 3 weeks' time.
So we're back to the action, but there we go, everyone. That's what we've been waiting to let you know.
There we go. Amazing. Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. In mill, brilliant. It was an advert. Back in the day. Back in the 70s. In mill, brilliant. There we go. 1,500 buying, $1 million guarantee.
Pocket fives for Tom under the gun. Thinks it's 6.5 and Jack here. Jack will notice Tom's opening a lot of hands, like he'll be aware of that, but he obviously can with his stack size here. Tom, like 5s is fine to open under the gun anyway. It's not like he's getting way out of line here. And Eduardo, pocket 8s here for Jack, who probably going to call this off maybe. 18 bigs it's going to be for Eduardo, assuming he does just move in here. Like a bit more of a dicier situation to flat kings than what we usually talk about. I just prefer this once there's an opening and a call. If we flat, likely the big blind's going to come along getting that price. So we're going to go 4-way, which isn't the best thing with kings. I prefer to be heads up, so I like the decision from Eduardo to just shove here, and we'll definitely see Jack calling here with the 8s tower. Guess we're 7s in there, some 6s, 5s maybe. 5s might fold actually when it's gun versus +2. Obviously then the ace king, the ace queen, some ace jack suited. If he's got any bluffs, does he choose some king queen to rip in here, some suited wheel aces, this kind of stuff. I think 9s here for Jack, he would have already called. I think 8s is a lot closer in this scenario. Jack usually pretty aware of calling ranges for X amount of big blinds, so the fact that he hasn't made a decision yet I think shows that it is a pretty close one, and it does eventually let the 8s go. Very good fold. Was in a dominated situation. As well as that, as I always point out, we don't get to see what's been happening on the outer table before these guys come to the feature. If Eduardo's been snug throughout the day and been V-pipping really low, just not free betting that much, then obviously we can start folding pips higher than what we'd usually call off. That's obviously something to take into account in a live poker setting, being aware of your opponents and whether they're going to be shoving tighter or wider than the correct range, which can obviously change our decision slightly. But twice, Sal, we can go to the Belfry if you want. It's the perfect time of year,
yes.
isn't it? Should we go have a round at the Belfry?
Is it too early for golf?
At the start of March, it'll be alright.
Yeah, clock's don't go forward until the end of March, you see. Season actually doesn't start till 1st of April. Might be a bit early for end of Feb. Might be snowing. To be fair, it might be snowing when we come to Blackpool at the end of March. We could go to Belfry. That's a good shout.
Well, man gets his short stack in. 8 bigs just sub with the queens.
Come on, man.
And
Fades it in a minute.
set for a double.
Yep.
Just needs to fade ace, turn or river. But the amount of aces we've seen on the river this weekend has been crazy. 3 outs to fade, and it is the 9 of diamonds. No Barry that time. And the queens of man will double through Dan Stacey. And since losing Ben Dobson on our feature table, a few more to tell you about. Around the room, we've lost John McCann, Richard Harrison, Warren Aspey, Philip Joyce and Daniel Plum, and that leaves us with 71 players. We're getting closer and closer, 17 off the money. Stay down.
Baby, if you got to go away. I think they should re-release it just for you.
I said 23, Tower said 32, Bradford Day 3.
Yeah.
So you're in the middle of us. And Ace King suited for Snowy in the cutoff. 71 players left, Jazzy. So Matthew can't defend the king four. And we got Jack Oliver come to the table,
Oi, oi.
taking his seat next to Jack Hardcastle.
Don't get much easier this table. I've lost 5 more.
Yeah, I just went through them all.
To Danny, you know, good old Danny Plum,
Dan Plum.
local Blackpool lad, big Blackpool supporter. First time Blackpool and Rotherham were in championship together, he wanted to flutter money away and said that Blackpool would finish above Rotherham. Our quids, they went down. Prawn risotto sounds gross. Hot prawns shouldn't be a thing.
Don't mind a prawn korma from an Indian.
No, it's just wrong.
Why?
Because prawns should be eaten with salt, vinegar and pepper.
There's Tom Aravera still in. I haven't seen him on my bus out lift, so I'm gonna tell you what. I'll quickly do this so I can have a quick scan.
I don't know if Spuddy's playing. I think, yeah, Spuddy was on 45,000 at the last break. So hanging on in there. Chris Flint.
Yep, Tom Aravara, top right of your screen, 85,000 chips,
There
still
you go.
in. That was at the break.
And Spuddy's still in as well. And at the moment, we've not read his name out. So Spuddy is still in.
So Dan shoving over, Eduardo's open and gets it through. Eduardo out the way with the sevens.
54 to get the money. Are you just running through people you know, Gary? Could be a long list. Riggy's still in.
Wow, man, just open ripping 18 with King Queen. This is let's see if the stack's right. In fact, it hasn't changed. It is just sub 18 big blind rip, which I don't know what I'm going to say. It's personally too many to be moving all in with here. Okay. Maybe knows Jack and maybe knows Tom and the two Jacks, very good players, so maybe just wants to shove, increase the variance, to just shove him for a few big blinds more. That could have been the process of man there, but much prefer an open with King Queen, obviously opening to Mr. Hardcastle's big blind, but still think it's going to be better for us in the long run.
In the cup, please make your way to the desk for your seat. Once again, those players with an alternate ticket in the cup to the desk. Thank you.
Ace-8 here for Tom. We'll be opening this one. And Jack with jacks. So incoming 3-bet.
He's got trips already.
Super King 71 remaining.
71.
When we get close to the bubble, we'll get a little ticker top right for you guys.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming Jack has 3-bet here. Yeah, it's back on Tom. I'm just waiting for Dave to catch up. See the size. I'm guessing somewhere around the 27k mark. And Tom is going to pill. Somewhere around the 4x remit. This deep, could even be slightly bigger. Jack's definitely not called here, guys. This is a 3-bet pot. There's
No, definitely not called 3-bet.
There we are, 28.5. And Tom calling with the ace-8 suited.
Queen 7-6, 2 diamonds.
And not much going on here for Tom. So Jack does fire here, only 1 overcard. It will be the end of the hand. 3-bet pot can choose a lot smaller sizings. And Jack goes for 18. So 18 into 63. And just south of 30%. And now Tom with the ace-8 shortly just has to let this one go and does.
Incoming new dealer. He's off. Mark's just gone. just waiting for Dom to wander in. Apparently, you can't call them jammy dodgers.
They're not.
They are.
No, they're not.
The jammy dodgers.
No, they're not.
They are.
They are definitely
What
not.
is that? That's a jammy dodger.
No, it's not. A
What
jammy
is it?
dodger is a different type of biscuit. Jammy dodger has a heart as the jam in the middle. The jam on the heart doesn't have sugar on it.
Jammy
and
dodger.
it's slightly got a bigger circumference as well, jammy dodger.
You measured them?
Yep. There we go.
Jammy dodger
That's
to
not,
me and you.
Not a jammy dodger.
Jammy dodger to me and you.
That is a knockoff jammy dodger.
Well, yeah, obviously. Jammy dodger to me and you. Anyway, going back in the packet.
Why so large from Jack? Asked Jerry. Just always want to be over around 4x, to be fair, out of the position. As I always say, in position around 3x or slightly less, or in out of position around 4x. So if we're in the button and there's a hijack open, we go around 3x. It's obviously different when we're deeper in the comp and there's ICM implications, so then we can choose smaller 3-bet sizes, but general rule of thumb, in position 3x, out of position 4x, and then that differs depending on your opponent's stack size. Say we're 3-betting a 20 big blind stack, we might 3-bet in position 2.6, 2.7x, go slightly smaller just because of the stack size in question.
Tens for Jack Oliver. Raising to 6. Jack calls round a filling seat 2. Makes it up with a 7-5. They are 1 gappers. There is a flop. 6-4-2.
Well, look at this. This is interesting because we've got Jack with only 1 overcard to his 5s and gut shots. We've got Jack Oliver with the overpair, and Phil's got an up and down here on 6-4 deuce. So really interesting board here, 3-way, and Jack Oliver going to choose to check here with the 10s. That cut-off opening range will have a lot of just that linear range of high cards, ace king, king jack, all them broadways type of hold-ins that have just whiffed this board, so could potentially see hard castle fire here, and that looks like what he's going to do.
6.
Yeah, so it goes fairly small here, Jack, just flushing out all these like 10-9 suited, Jack 10 off, Queen Jack off that Jack Oliver can have, and then obviously start ranging Phil in the big blind if he does want to continue here. Jack will be wary though. Phil in the big can obviously still have flop straight, some 2 pairs in there as well. There's the call from Phil, and now back over to Jack Oliver here, who interesting spot with the pocket 10s. Guessing we're never folding, getting just under 6 to 1. I don't think we're. I don't know. We have a raise in here. And it's big blind flats as well. Obviously going to continue, it's just whether it's going to be in the form of a call or in the form of a raise. And Jack announces all in, so he's just going to rip it in here with the 10s. Like, we'll balance this out by having some diamond draws in here that check rip as well on the 6-4 deuce, I'm guessing. Some suited hands that he opens and then check rips, and now both players going to get out the way. Jack gets out the way, and Phil will do the same. He's not going to call it off with an up and down straight draw.
No. Not be.
Jack Oliver, to answer your question, man of straw, I think it's 3.2 million in live earnings. 3.2 million in live earnings for the man in C8. Howdy, Rhythms, good evening to you. Yeah, Jack and Jack know each other really well, man of straw. I think both obviously play a lot of online as well.
Indeed they do. Jack's again.
Part of the Fruit Shoot, what is it, Fruit Shoot 5 they call it, what Paul Maguire calls them, that sort of little group. As Tom makes it 6.5 with the Jacks. Dan with the 6 deuce of spades here, not defending versus Tom Lagzal's open, just chooses to fold that one. Let's see if we've lost anyone else after Mr. Plum. Yes, we have. We've lost Mark Goodwin.
Oh no, I wanted Mark to get a really deep one.
And we have lost John Bousfield, which leaves us with 69 players. I'll see if we can get a ticker for you guys very shortly.
15 off the dosh, eh?
As we are 15 away, as Tower just mentioned.
Off the dosh.
I don't know where he's from, man of straw. Honestly, I would not know.
No, I don't know where Jack's from. Jack Oliver. I do not know myself.
Wendy's still in. Wendy Watson still in the field. And payouts across the bottom for you, Tim. And Scott asks, is Dan a pro? I think Dan Stacey is.
Yeah, I'd say he travels around playing poker.
Well, yeah, he plays a lot of poker, so we see him a lot. Whether he has other ventures that we don't know about, I'm not sure. Like, this is the thing that a lot of people, when they're watching and they say, you say someone's a pro, like most pros, even if poker is their main, say, consumes most of their time. Like, most of them will have other sources of income. They'll have bits and bobs here, bits and bobs here. They won't just have X amount sitting in a bankroll ready to use. I'm sure most of them have got good heads on their shoulders and try and use their money wisely. Yeah, I agree, Brad. I agree with that statement for once. That you are just a wreck.
Absolutely. Yeah. Recreational cook, recreational referee, recreational poker player. A wreck.
Cheers, Tim. Tim Buckley says, thanks, by the way. Don't have too big a breakfast tomorrow morning. Plenty of cream buns to eat, as promised.
Cheers, Tim.
Don't eat breakfast anyway, so tomorrow it looks like I will be.
Buns,
yeah.
Sat at the bar, 12 o'clock, with his coffee, ready to start the shift.
Jack opening pocket fours from low jack raises to 6k. And man here defending in the big. Queen 8-5, 2 spade board. So fours of jacks still out in front, and it is going to fire here, and that will be the end of the hand. Just going to be losing man here now with a king 9. Jack going for 5.5, so exactly third.
Guess who had Oh, sorry, buddy. Guess who had huge news? You got a message. That is the huge news, and that is why there was no commentary to GUKPT.
He just wanted to pop that back up because I was in the middle of a huge yawn, and he thought, you know what, I'm going to get him here. Boom.
No, I weren't looking. I weren't looking. I'll be honest with you. That is the huge news.
It is big news.
Full schedule will be out in 3 weeks' time when we get to the first week of the grand final. So the 1st till the 5th of December, we're on site. We're going to be doing the 12:50 first weekend of December. The 3rd weekend of December, we'll be there again for the grand final, the 2K buy-in. And we'll give you news on what is happening at that there. 1 million guaranteed poker tournament in Coventry.
Be there.
Absolutely, I'll be square. Tell you what. Fabulous. All good stuff.
The blind's going up in just under 15 minutes. That'll take us into 2K, 4K.
Evening, Laura. Watching on Facebook. Evening, guys. Great comms as ever. Paulsford Lane. Now safely back in the Somerset fold after a shocker of a time in Blackpool. So now watching the comfort of your own sofa. Enjoy the evening. Open up a nice Rioja and enjoy the rest of the comms.
Yes, you are allowed to use your phones at the table. You're just not allowed to watch the live stream, although we are on a delay.
Most poker players know not to use it while they're in a hand as well. They will get told if they're in a hand and they're on the phone. That's what the only time you're not normally allowed to use your phone.
I just don't, Tim. I just
No.
I'll have a coffee, I'll have a water throughout the day, and then I'll usually have something to eat about probably half 5. Usually 5-6 hours after I've been up. I know it's probably not the best thing to do. I know they say you should never.
Yeah, but to be fair, if you're playing a cash game and you And you've had a really late night. You're not up for breakfast anyway, to be fair.
Well, it's breakfast when I wake up, technically.
Well, yeah, and is the first meal, no matter what time of the day, breakfast?
Yeah, it should be, right? Tom check call in, and looks like Snowy going to fire another street here. And Tom not going to be folding. We're going to have to check call once more, and then decision will occur on the river if we are met by the third barrel from Snowy here. Obviously Snowy on the button can be very wide. This is a board that may choose to over-represent as well, just because it's ace high versus big blind. I can still obviously have all these random king queens, jack 10s, 10-9 suited, this type of stuff, so have to call once more here as Tom, and there is the call.
King of spades on the river.
Yeah, now we are met by a third barrel. This is where our decisions are going to get fairly tricky, Tower. And depending on size, I think if Snowy does go for the third street here, I think could be letting this one go, the A6, although I guess we've got the 6 of hearts, so removal to some of the heart draws he could have. Still this queen jack, jack 10, queen 10 type stuff possible, not blocking any of those at 24k into 49. So Snowy goes for half pot here. We don't know what he's got, but we do know that in terms of range this is supposed to be a lot better for him as the opener than Tom as the defender in the big blind, and difficult spot for Tom, and he has paid it off.
Snowy taps the table, so maybe just a king on the river.
Three barrel, no, it can't be a king. King's a clear check on the river, Tower. Cannot be a king. It has to just be like a queen jack, queen 10. Like, I don't mind the three barrel of these hands at all here. I just think we need to go bigger than 24 on the river if that's what we're running it with there, these type of hands. But Tom with the A6 there does come to the correct conclusion, flicks in the call. It was just a complete airball, 9-6 of diamonds.
How long of a break in the seniors after 4 levels? It'll be 15 minutes. It's not a 2-hour nap time, just because it's a seniors event.
Two-hour nap time. Imagine that nap time in the seniors. I think they should get 20 minutes, the old seniors.
Yeah, it might be 20 minutes, but I would say 15.
We've got plenty coming up online as well, guys. I keep mentioning the 50,000 guarantee bigger weekly, €30 entry for that one. Day one flights are all day every day until Sunday afternoon, and then day 2 for that every week is on the Sunday at 8:30. €50,000 guarantee for €30 entry. That's going on the Grosvenor client every day, and we're going to be giving away a ticket for that in probably about an hour, 2 hours time. Cut-off open from Snowy, raises to 6k, and man here's has to jam, Tower, especially once Snowy's just shown down the 9-6 off of the 3-barrel light. This is a clear as day shove here for man. We've got 15 big blinds, there's a cut-off open, we've got a pair that isn't aces or kings, it's going in, or at least it should be. Like, spoke about these sort of situations when people have been flattening these hands off of 15 bigs over the weekend. The problem is, the times that we don't make a set, like, we just have to fold almost all flops, and then we just get bluffed off of our hand way too often. Here's a great example, as 4.5k continued from Snowy, and man just folding with the 4s, and the worst hand taking it down.
Yep.
But just rule of thumb, guys, I'm not saying shove every single time you've got a pair and 15 bigs, because there's different situations, but when there's a late position open and you are behind that late position opener and you have 15 big blinds, you can never make a mistake by just sticking it in with a pocket pair. well, the smaller ones at least. Obviously, we talk about flatting some aces and stuff, and kings out the big, or even in the small blind sometimes. But 15 big blinds, pocket pair. There's an open in front of us from LP, and it goes like it's a bit different in a scenario where there's like a gun open and we're in the small blind and we got deuces, for example. Like we can just fold that because obviously we're shoving into the strongest range at the table. But LP, open, pair, put it in. I'm going to move in for his 14 now, just sub 15 with the ace-10 suited. And this is fine, just open ripping this one for 14 big blinds, perfectly fine from man. And Jack Oliver in the big. Asking for a count here. Jack could definitely call worse here. Could call some king queen, could call some ace 9, stuff like that. Like man should be shoving like all his suited ace x off of this stack size, all his deuces, like some Broadway, some king jack, queen jack suited, stuff like this. The only thing is for Jack, he has a stack that can probably veer onto the right side of the money tower, and if he does call this and he loses, he's then brought into that sub 20 bigs, well around 17, 16 bigs remit, and may not be a lock for the min cash. Must be a close one.
You might have the same hand.
Nah, Jack calls ace 10 for
Really?
sure. Yeah, can't have the same hand. I reckon maybe. Ace 7 suited, I'm going to go with. I don't know. We'll never know. We will never know.
Fortunately not.
Or maybe like 4s, 3s, something like that.
Right down the middle, so that could be pretty good. Nice. So the back of the room is warm, I think.
Seven, 8 off for Tom, makes it 6.5.
And we're calling with 9-6.
No, we are not. We're just tanking probably for a few seconds.
Yeah.
15 off the money.
Correct. Spot on, young man. Again.
Jack just folding his big blind there. And another one has
No
gone.
way. Oh, we lost now.
Well, another 2 have gone. We lost James Shervington and Chris Wood,
Woody from Newcastle.
which leaves us with 67.
6 and 7. 67. 67. 67.
So Joey, what happens is we get these pictures fed through to Tower and I on a 30-minute delay. So what you're seeing in front of you right now actually happened 30 minutes ago. Me and Tower then commentate on these pictures live, so we can interact with you guys in the chat boxes at the same time. So we're watching it exact same time as you guys, and it makes it a lot more fun.
Yep.
rather than
It'd be really hard to have three
Yeah.
chat boxes chatting
Rather-
and 30 minutes in front.
rather than me and Tower commentating on the live and then putting it out 30 minutes later,
Yeah.
when we wouldn't be able to interact. So that's all it is. 30-minute delay. We get the pictures through. We commentate over them. So you guys can interact with us at the same time.
So everything you're watching in real time happened 30 minutes ago. So
Except this is real. This is right now. This is live.
we're real.
Here all the way from sunny Blackpool, and I'm not being sarcastic either. It's actually sunny Blackpool today. So Tom, 7-4 of spades, really amping up the aggression, approaching the money bubble. And Matthew, Queen Jack suited, off of 10, could have definitely shoved that one. He hasn't got a stack which can creep into the right side of the money without winning a pot. Yeah, I've been waiting for this to come. Tom's been opening a lot of hands, and I think this is more likely to be a bluff than value from Jack, just because Tom's been opening a lot, and there it is. There is the 3-bet bluff, King Queen in there for Jack. He just finds a nice combo. I think he was just waiting for a combo that he could incorporate a 3-bet bluff with, and King Queen a delicious one to do it with. And knowing how much Tom's opening, knows that Tom knows we're approaching the money, so widening up, opening a lot more hands, and Jack just putting the hammer down now. If it happens again and Jack does 3-bet again, Tom will need to start adjusting, because Jack does have him covered. Tom will then need to start opening slightly lighter, or once in a while maybe putting a light 4-bet. But they are the two big stacks at the table. I know both of them won't be afraid, even near the money, to play a big pot. Pity you can't do Towers treble on a 90-minute delay.
Can you not delete messages? According to the weather report, 17 degrees in Blackpool tomorrow. It was warmer than that today. Monsoon raining all day and floods happening in northern Cyprus. I shan't be going there in November. Stay safe, Mehmet. Stay safe while you're watching the live stream. Hope things get better quick. Can't imagine Cyprus having bad weather. Can't imagine. Can't imagine Cyprus having bad weather.
Blind on blind, Eduardo completing in the small with a 5-3, and Phil checking his option with the Queen 7. Flop is out there, just not there yet. King 10-7 rainbow board, so Eduardo leading for a big blind, perfectly fine with the 5-3 in this blind on blind situation. But once Phil calls here, we're just going to be done now with the 5 high, or at least we should be. I know we can see a double barrel probably work versus 7x, but well, not on this card, it wouldn't. There's the slow down from Eduardo. And Phil, I'd say likely to check this one here and just trying to get to showdown with our 7. Eduardo still might be tricky and have some traps in here with some King X. And Ace of Spades on the river. So just the board here for Eduardo. Well, he might be thinking about firing here, trying to blast off some 10x, some 7x, stuff like that. Even hands like 8-9, 8-6, Jack-8, stuff like that that would beat us at showdown. So goes for a 6k bet here, 40%. Or 10k, it's 2 yellows out there. Looks like a yellow and white, so 2/3 on the end here from Eduardo. And the thing is, from Phil's perspective now, like, Eduardo's never going to do this with a 10, he's never going to do this with a 7, so basically repping an ace or better here. Ace X, there are some ace X hands that might lead flop, some ace jack, ace queen that elected to complete raising the small, and does get Phil off of a 7, so fair play to him. I guess it's just going after that part of Phil's range. 7x, 10x, hands like 8, 9, and Jack 8. All the gut shots.
Oh no, we're missing Strictly Come Dancing tomorrow, next week in Blackpool. Damn, I think they should have another leg. Damn, what terrible timing from GUKPT not to have it on the same week.
What, they don't have Strictly at the same place every week?
No, they have 1 week in Blackpool because of the Tower Ballroom is world famous.
Oh.
And they have a proper, they have a week there every single year.
Oh, never knew that.
Yeah. Sat down playing blackjack with Joe Calzaghe when he was here. And Strictly Come Dancing. Yeah. And that Frankie one from the Saturday, she was here. Amazing how much paparazzi actually follows them to the hotels to get when they get changed after the show and go out on a night out. How much paparazzi is interested in these kind of people is so sad. So sad. You've got all the newspapers running up and down just to see what they're wearing on the night out. It's quite pathetic. But yeah, they're in Blackpool next week.
Yeah, easy shove for man here off of, well no, 12 big blinds. Going to choose to open 7s off of 12 bigs here. Interesting. Closer to 13, but still would be 12 big blinds. Just a little bit less than 13. And like if we shove here, Tower, Tom folds the Jack 10 of clubs. Of course he does with all these players behind. Like we flush out hands that might call, that are going to have decent equity against us, and this may look super strong to the rest of the table once man does open off of 12. It may look really strong to the rest of the table, but Jack here now with ace queen, so would have got called anyway as man here, so kind of irrelevant on this occasion because the money's going to be getting in, I expect. I think with an open and a call, I think Jack's probably happy to free bet get this in versus the stack size of man. But however, Jack may look into this as being very suspicious because you just don't expect to see someone open off a 12 bigs getting this close to the money, and Jack does make it 28k. Then we'll get out of the way and now back on man. And is he going to fold his 7s, leave himself with 10 bigs, or is he happy to go with it? And he is happy to go with it. So it would have been the same result if he did choose to open shove here for his 12 big blinds. I know closer to 13, just sub.
Jack's going to flick it in. Ace queen against 7s, yet another race. Jack Hardcastle, one of the chip leaders in the room. Man needs to fade to survive. He's got the 7s, the best of it. And 60% of the time he's going to double. That's not bad at all for the 7s, 4-5-5.
Yeah, nice and clean.
No, 2 or 3 from another sweat. That's a 9, so it needs to fade an ace or a queen, and we double.
And it's a 10 of hearts,
There
so
we go.
double up for man. Would have been the same scenario whether he played that hand in a more standard fashion or not. If he just open rip the 7s, Jack would have called anyway. He actually earned an extra 2 big blinds there from opening because Tom Lagzau had the call in between. Is Bradders still in? Bradders?
I don't think he played, did he?
Andy Bradshaw?
Did he play? He's
Yeah,
still in.
still in.
I don't think I've not seen him at the tables. Ah, he played the turbo last night. There you go.
1-0 to Newcastle.
Yeah, Joe Willock, apparently Razor Kev has backed him to score anytime. Happy days. The championship is ridiculous. Second bottom is 22 points, and 10th is 30. It's so tight.
Massive win for your boys though today, wasn't it?
We didn't win.
Oh yeah, Luton scored last minute. I remember
That's what
now.
Gaz Howard said. Luton will equalise
Yeah.
in the last minute. That's exactly what he said. We got a point away at Luton, which wasn't too bad.
That's still a good result.
Yeah,
obviously.
they're in 10th. Sheffield United back at the top of the league. Won 4 in 5. And the only defeat against Rotherham United.
Is Jack going to jam here? Could just jam this one if everyone's got sub 20, which I think they do. And there is the all in from Jack. I like it. Performed so well with shoves for this effective stack behind us. Suited wheel aces are just really nice jams, and Eduardo has made the call because he's woke up with the goods. Yeah, so biggest stack behind us there was 70k, so Jack just aware that 18 bigs effective, shoving into 3 players behind us.
Yeah.
Ace 4 suited. The times that we do get called, like without deck cards accounting for, we're usually going to have at least 30% equity unless we're up against aces, which we block. So with everything in account, these suited wheel aces perform very well as jams in these situations.
3, 6, 8. Pretty clean for the ace king.
Yeah, no help there for Mr. Hardcastle, and going to need to fade a 4 and only a 4 for Eduardo to double up.
And then he loses 2 on the trot. Jack does. Back in the pack. Jack Hardcastle. Now, 90th minute equaliser for Luton Town today against Rotherham. Boo! So 67 left out of 543. 54 get the money. So we are 13 off the money. Heading towards the end of this level in about 50 minutes time. Usually the end of level 16 we get into the money, but not today. It's been a crazy day. 280 players. Starting day 2 with 29 buy-ins, and it wasn't one of the manic starts to a session that you normally find. It was pretty steady.
So Eduardo back to back ace king and opens to 12k. A lot more wiggle room now, starting the hand with 35 bigs. And Dan here, king queen of diamonds. In they go for just sub 13 over the open. Snowy's got an easy fold. Man's out of the way. Snap from Eduardo. Back to back ace king for him.
Then Stacey, as just said, I'd get the ace king back to back. Not even possible.
Is it the same one as well? Was it the same combo? That's why everyone's looking so bewildered.
Dan Stacey needs to find diamonds.
You have less than 1 minute on your rifle, players, to retake your seat.
9, king, 10. Ace,
Just
king,
a jack, and it can't be the jack of hearts to survive for Dan Stacey.
3 jacks.
And it's a
not.
king boat for the ace king of Eduardo. Back to back ace king, doubles
Lucky
through
Dan.
Hardcastle, bus Dan Stacey. And just before Dan Stacey, we lost a few more.
Did we?
We lost Andrew Sullivan, Wendy Watson, Ryan Meikle and Ji Swang Wang, which means we're on 62 players, 8 off the money.
6 and 2, 62. Lee Ayadan, Lee Tatters, I think he's still in. I'm not actually 100% sure. Did I read Lee Tatters early doors? Let's have a quick scan. In fact, what we'll do is quickly show you the chip counts from the break. Was he still in? Lee Tatters.
I'm looking. Yes,
yes, 100k.
Word search.
So
champion,
yes.
2008.
Well done, sir. So yes, he's still in because we've not read his name out since.
Tim's reckons 36 for day 3. I said 23. Tower said 32. I think Chef Brad went with 29. I think we all think somewhere between 24 and
I said
36.
I said 4 tables.
Oh, 23 I said.
I said 4 tables would be. It's just been busy.
Yep.
Extra busy.
How we doing? Nick Peters, all in Vinicum is still in.
Yeah, he is one of the chip leaders.
Yeah, he had plenty at the break, but all in Vin still in the mix. Getting close to the money as well. Very close, just 62 remain now. 8 more bust outs and everyone will lock up £2,500. So Jack was up to 400, taking a few hits in standard spots though. Lost the flip, ace queen versus sevens. Had a pretty standard shove with the ace 4 suited. Yeah, Rhythms. I think they're asking about just someone who's supporting him on YouTube, family or friends, something like that. Just asking how he's getting on about the all-in Vin. Nixon still in, yes. Trigg still in, yes. Andy Hill still in, yes. All 3 pros that played today are still in, so we could have 3 cashes out of 3 for day 2. Drove the pros.
Yep.
I think Katie's going along well in the side event.
Fabulous stuff.
Pocket 5s for Phil. Will be raising. Oh, maybe not. Well, he's just going to jam here. 8 off the money. Open ripping 5s here for 17 big blinds. I'm not sure about this one, Tower. Could be fine, but I think when we're this close to the money, we had old Dave Doherty in last leg gave us a great breakdown of why it's so important to min cash when you have these sort of stack sizes. You see the payouts coming across the bottom now. And min cash is 2.5k.
Yeah.
So the way to look at it, these were Dave's words, is you look at the payout structure and you look at what places you next get the 2.5k pay jump. And if we look at the bottom, we can see that Tom has called, so Phil's praying he's in a flip situation now. But you literally need to get, I think it's 9th tower before you get a 2.5k pay jump, and it is 9th. So you have to wait to get to 9th place before you get another 2.5k pay jump. The bubble is effectively, when you get the right side of the money, 2.5k in your pocket. So it's the same effective as laddering from 10th to 9th. So it's so important off these stack sizes to get into the right side of the money. And I think this is a bit optimistic from Phil personally. He'll have his reasons for doing it, but it's so important when you've got these sort of stack sizes and when this close to just tank a little bit, fold a little bit, and hopefully get our min cash. But there's the call from Tom, and does find the boots, and Phil gonna need to find a 5 to survive. Can he find it? Phil Clark needs some help.
That sounds like a 2, 3, 4 flop. Oh, maybe not. Sorry about the
Ace 2, 3 or something. Oh,
wow.
You're close, Tower. Hey,
oh
there's
my
the 5,
days.
and there's no club in the aces, so just fade in an ace.
No 3, honest.
That still survives if it's a 3. And it's the queen
sit right
of
down.
diamonds. So Phil Clark open ripping and the 5s for 17 big blinds, and
Wow.
it gets rewarded up to 37 now. Sit back down, sir.
Absolutely. Sit down. Brilliant. So Phil doubles in seat number 2. Apologies about that.
Man just choosing to limp in here with the pocket 3s. Working with 27, 28 big blinds. And Jack Oliver here, Jack 5 in the small 2k to win 14. Could just see a complete hit. It's going to let it go. I think maybe if Jack had someone else in the big blind that he thought wasn't going to be raising too often, I think he may have just completed that. Obviously getting such an attractive price, only 2k, half a big blind, to potentially see a flop, but with Jack on his left, who has actually woke up with a hand, King Queen here. And it's 27 bigs. Can Jack ever just shove this one? Or is he going to just raise it up? It just depends what he thinks man's limping in here, and I guess if man snap folding 3's there, just fine to raise it up, made it a nice big 4.5x. Just approaching the money, like these big stacks can definitely chip up. This is a time where they can make a lot of chips, apply some pressure, put some shoves on players that have to call off for their tournament life, knowing that if they last probably another hour, hour and a half or so, they're going to have an extra 2.5k in their pocket.
So 62, 8 off the money. Where's Snowy gone? Probably outside for a fag. I'll be amazed if it's not.
So blind on blind here, ace 8 here, jack. Gonna raise it up into Eduardo's big. Makes it 16, 4x. Jack 7 off here, jack having us covered. This is fairly close. Let's just get out of the way. So, Jack Hardcast will take it with that one, blind on blind.
You came back, like it's gonna cost us all. Yeah. Progress. One more.
Have we hit 200 yet in the GUKPT Cup? I've been very surprised if it's not 200.
GUKPT Cup. Nowhere near Tower.
No?
192.
192.
192.
Wow. That could be a 4-day event.
Yeah.
$192 in the GUKPT Cup. Now I know they wanted a 2-day event and they wanted a cracker. That's it on both scales. But I tell you what, 192. I don't know how many's left in. 143. They're playing 14 levels. And they're on level 7. So if they get down to 70, you can buy into day 2, which 15 people will do. It could be still going on by the time the main event finishes. And don't forget, we've got the seniors and the turbo tomorrow. Tomorrow's card room is going to be absolutely packed solid yet again. It certainly is. You just
I was
thought,
getting a couple of teas.
as you're getting the teas, yeah?
You've done one tea run this weekend yet?
I have no idea, I can't remember. I can't remember. I don't remember things all like that. Tea runs.
Oh, you answered Jim's question. Taylor has a no. Oh. Yeah, all details for the UK Poker Open. So when the main event is, all sides and everything, schedule for that will be at the grand final. That is when it will be released, Jim.
Indeed it, indeed it.
We play 10 levels today, Michael, so won't be playing down to any specific number.
Yeah.
We'll literally play 10 1-hour levels, finished up about 1 in the morning on the stream.
Was it that UK Poker
That
Open?
UK Poker Open. If you have just tuned in, guys, and you missed the big news we released as we come back from the break, next year, CBS Arena, 25th to the 5th of March, 1350 plus 150. 1,500 buy-in and $1 million guaranteed prize pool.
There's a million reasons to be there. There's a million reasons to be there.
The UK Poker Open. That
As he
is
just
going to
said,
be a
the
stormer.
schedule will be first week in December when we hit London for the final 2 events of the GUKPT 2022. First week, third week, Christmas Jumper Day, 16th of December. Get in the shops.
It was so funny last year when we all obviously went Primark next to down that road and we all rocked up in the same Christmas jumper.
There were only 3 to choose from and 2 of them didn't fit. I'll be looking as soon as I get home, let me tell you, this week.
Do you know what the bounties will be on the Mystery Bounty Grand Final? Well, it's a £900 buy-in, so I'm guessing there could potentially be, if we get the right numbers for that,
20k.
Nah, I reckon there could be a 50 tower. I reckon there could be. Well, we had a 20k at the Goliath, didn't we? And that was a 440 buy-in. So
right, okay.
if it's a 900, that's all I'm thinking. We had the 20k at the Goliath, and that was a smaller buy-in. Maybe we won't get the same volume of people through the door, but I don't know. At least 20k. I'd love to see a 50, but it will be at least 20k. It might be like 2 25ks or something, but we will see.
And just a bit of news regarding the £1 million guarantee in Coventry. You'll be able to buy in from any Grosvenor from the 1st of December. So reserve your seat. Yeah, it all depends on the number of runners, obviously, doesn't it? But like you say, what is it, 400, 400 and the juice?
Yeah, 400 into the prize pool, 400 into the bounty pot.
So if you get 400 runs.
Well, yeah, if you get 100 runners, that's 40k. If you get 400 runners, that's 160k. Biggest bounty is usually about a quarter of the prize pool. So what's that, 40k? Like,
yeah, so they might round it up to 50 and just have a beauty. Nice. Nice. So I'm thinking of playing the Mystery Bounty in London.
If anyone wants to put tower in, get your.
Oh my days! Imagine.
Get yourself in the chat. Make yourself known that you want to put tower in.
Imagine that. My days. Wow. Imagine a 50k bonus for Christmas.
So easy check call here for Tom. There you are, you got someone. Robert Smith says, I'll put the tower in.
What a bonus that'd be for somebody. What was a proper wreck?
Yeah, what, just pulling out. Well, I remember the Goliath, Natalie, when she pulled the 20k, didn't she? She ended up pulling the 20k. Personally, man of straw, I wouldn't really do too many master classes. Like, I think just people I've been surrounding myself with this year, having chats, having conversations with them, how to get better, and a lot of people, like the ones that are getting results, are just saying just play the same spot over and over again, countless spots, just keep working, rather than buying these master classes. I was told so much better, like the DTO app's a great app, good passer timer when I'm in an Uber, just running hands, playing against a robot, get a breakdown of the hand as well.
So just under half an hour to go of this session. Fantastic session yet again. Where were we up to with the eliminations? Because there has been some. We saw Dan Stacey, didn't we? We saw Dan Stacey. Oh, did we say Wendy Watson had been eliminated? I think we did, didn't we?
Yes, yeah, Dan Stacey was on the table. He was on our 50 table.
Oh, Lee Tatters. Somebody asked how Lee Tatters is doing.
Oh, Brett's gone as well.
He's on his way home. Brett Angel gone.
Mission Impossible. Was
Mission Impossible, chip leader overnight. Chip leader on day 2, gone. Rob Boone, he's been eliminated, and that means we are down to, whoa,
58.
58. Change that number, son.
I will get it
Change
done.
that number. We're on 58, ladies and gentlemen. We're 4 off the money. Man of straw, Lee is in tatters. He is. And the news about Lee Tatters was set under set against Riggy.
He's lucky, that Riggy, ain't
He
he?
is absolutely dipped.
Horseshoe under that flat cap.
Lee's set was in tatters.
Yeah, and Eduardo, this is a horrible spot because we're getting 3-1 with ace queen suited. Calls it off. The app, Rob Smith, it's just, you can get it on the App Store. It's called DTO. For the best out of it, I recommend getting one of the subscriptions. Obviously the high roller one's the best one as it's the most expensive, but just like we'll cover this, I'll come back to that in a second, because Eduardo going to need to find one of the 2 remaining queens, because we saw Jack fold the same hand, and now just draw into running clubs, Broadway or ladies.
So he's going to double.
And that is dead on the turn, yeah, but just when like you're travelling, like if you don't, in an Uber, on transport, just sitting there bored, nothing to do, half hour, just play a couple of spots and just keep doing that over and over again until you start realising some patterns. Yeah, because I've just been told to stay away from all the master classes and stuff. Obviously, different people can have different opinions, but when you like highly respect the level of play and how well someone's been doing, and then they obviously give you some advice, like you're always going to take that on board. Yeah, Dave says master classes are for people who want to feel like they're getting good without putting the work in, getting a solver sub so you can do the work for yourself, or getting yourself a good coach who can interpret the information for you or answer your questions is a better investment. And I agree, Dave. Well, I agree now. That's the thing about this game, just talking with people, it can obviously change your opinion. You're not just going to have the same set opinion over 10 years of playing poker. Throughout, it's going to change. Like, there's a paradigm shift in the game all the time, and the game changes. like maybe a completely different game in 2028 in 6 years' time. Just one of the best tools is having a really good circle of people behind you that you can discuss ideas with and obviously get better. Would you recommend a coach, says Rob? Well, if you feel like you're ready to put in the work and you're going to be dedicated and actually really want to get better, then yeah, why not? Obviously, I wouldn't say just get anyone, because don't get your next door neighbour if they know, go and play their nightly £5 at the pub. But obviously someone that's proven, succeeded, and still in the game and doing well. The app is just DTO, Appman. I've just been using it a lot more recently. I had it on my phone, it was sort of sitting there collecting dust, but as of late, just been involved with it a lot more. Get a lot of Ubers, do a lot of travelling to games here and there, and just killing an hour, just constantly drilling spots is just going to make you a better player.
Yeah, well.
Chef Brad does good coaching for chefs. What would you charge, Brad, out of interest? Say if I wanted a 2-hour lesson with you.
£100 an hour.
How to cook. And by the way, I don't cook, so you'd have a problem. It would be a hard task. So approaching the money, guys. 58 remaining, and we are down to. Oh no!
What's happened?
We lost Wendy.
I just said that.
Is that when I went for the tees?
I just said that. Did we lose?
Oh, I had to change the player card. I didn't even realise. No. I was hoping Wendy would cash. 58 players remain, and we're going to be on break in 20 minutes. At least £100 per hour and easily teach you, mate. But to be fair, I'd do it for free for you, Jay. Look at that. The missus sitting at home rubbing her hands together.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm the cat. Would it not just be cheaper to Google what you needed to do and where the recipes and do it and try it?
I think I'm so much more of a practical learner, if you like if I'm actually there doing something. I think that. But
okay.
I was one of those at school that never used to like revising or anything like that, reading stuff like.
Yeah, we have got a bit of photographic memory, so it makes a little bit of a difference. When somebody tells you something once, that's about it for you, isn't it?
It helps, it does help. Jack defending the big pocket fours here, and 5-6 deuce, 2 spade board, 4 of spades in there for Jack as well, and a board against big blind. Don't know what Eduardo's got, but expect him to check this one fairly often here. Gun versus big blind, especially versus Jack, who can just bing you a lot of the time on boards like this when he knows he's going to have the 4-3, the 2 pairs, the sets, all these type of hands, and Eduardo is still reaching for chips, and opts for just north of third, 8 into 22. I'm not sure, bro. I'm assuming it is. I've got one above that, but I'm assuming it's just as good. Obviously a little bit cheaper. It depends, obviously, what you're wanting to get out of it. I think when you buy them as well, if I remember correctly, here we go straight away. Jack just straight away with a raise on this board, with the pocket fours, just goes for it right off the bat. Even if Eduardo's got an overpair there, he's going to be in a tough spot by the river. He's going to be in a horrible spot. So surprised that Eduardo didn't find the check back there. like, this is the other thing, just understanding these boards versus the very good players that will, as I just said, put you in the bin on boards that they know you just can't have as strong as range as we can. Like Jack can have the nuts there, we can't. Jack can have all the 2 pairs, we can't. And Jack can have all the sets, we can't. Like that, we're opening deuces from under the gun. And Dave says, I did some training sub pre-solvers but never had a coach. Like Jay says, surrounding yourself with smart people who play well is the best way to improve for free.
And it's also listening as well.
Yeah.
It's easy just standing there and not taking any
nodding your
notice,
head, yeah.
and not being able to take it all in. You've then got to put it into practice, and you do need to have that mindset where you have to listen and put it into practice rather than just go yeah. It's not easy.
Brad, the money you've got, you won't miss it, trust me.
Absolutely not.
It's like a tin of baked beans for a year's subscription for you.
Are they Heinz or Branston?
So Tom suited king and the hijack, opening to 8.5, and Jack Oliver off of 18, just going to rip this one in tower. Nothing else doing here for Jack, approaching the money. Just going to be moving all his chips into the middle. Knew already what he was doing, but
I'm all in, he says.
Just using up the full 30 seconds as we're getting closer to the money. Do they even sell beans in Harrods, Brad? Harrods baked beans.
I don't know if they do a food aisle, do they? I know they do posh cheeses and stuff like that. You need to be 50 to play the seniors, Joe. Watch it on YouTube. You need to be 50. Have we seen the price of baked beans recently? Yes, everything's tripled in price. Everything. There's nothing cheaper than there was in 2016. Anywhere.
I bet there is.
No, there's not.
I bet you there is.
Okay.
I bet you FIFA 16 costs less now than it did in 2016. I bet your Football Manager 2016 costs less now than it did in 2016.
Okay. Okay.
We'll pop it up for you quick, David. Here we are in Blackpool, right at the bottom there. Seniors, 1 PM start tomorrow. 2 hours of late reg plus the break. 20k starting stack for that one. Also got a turbo tomorrow, starting at 4 PM. So going to be a busy day here in Blackpool to close off the festival. We're going to have a lot coming back because usually at this point we still...
We're in the money.
Yeah.
Normally this time we're in the money and we're...
I mean, usually on 40 odd players, so could be a long day tomorrow, we will see. Ace King for Eduardo in the small blind, and could potentially just move in here with the ace.
That's nice, but they don't know anything about anything. Yeah. Yeah, no, that too, yeah. No, but the thing is, introducing fees trading, and so that's most of, like, half of them.
Yeah, sorry guys, forgot Phil doubled up here, so
He did?
Phil's actually got a lot more than I thought he did.
He hit the 5.
Eduardo's actually the effective stack here, so just raising out with the ace king. Could definitely complete though, complete jam off of this stack size. So Eduardo flopping top pair, top kick up, great flop for him. Still expect Phil to be calling once though, with ace high in a blind on blind situation, really dry board and getting 4-1 on a call now. I know we can see he's drawing to 1% equity, but I think with position we can still definitely call once here with the a7, but does make a very good lay down. Was drawing very, very thin. Minutes to go, and then we're going to head out on a 20-minute break, 25-minute break.
I don't actually know. Oh no, it's 25. I do believe. I think it's 25, which means we're back at 20 past, or just after. We'll set 20 past, and then we'll be in situation. We'll be in situ, ready for it.
And what I was saying is like you can play like FBL World Cup version 3. You win prizes. Yeah, of course there was 0. You know.
So a little bit of tanking for Jack Oliver. Tanking at this stage makes us EV. EV is good in poker. And it's just part of the game now. Once we get to this point near the bubble, anyone that's good knows that just taking 10-15 seconds every decision pre can be the difference between us going home with nothing or going home with 2.5k. And King 9 for Eduardo on the button.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. Didn't want to make it too obvious, but I was encouraged with that.
Makes it 8k to go, and Snowy out the way in the big blind.
Yeah, at this point, I don't even care anymore. Just in case it was like 55. Decent news, but yeah.
And will be a rotation of featured table.
There will.
When we return, so going to be some fresh faces on here.
Yep.
Don't know which feature we are going to have yet, but there's plenty of decent tables out there in the room, so we will see in about half hour's time. Frankie just letting them know now.
Yes. Yeah, yeah. I got 0 again. It's really nice. As you could see on stream, I didn't play one hand. Didn't do it. I played the aces, so it's like I'm kind of an idiot. It's good. That's all I did, yeah. Yes, that's important. And for my friend as well, to just feel this. Same as water? Yeah, just water. Thank you. Are you getting it? Yeah, just ask. Yeah.
Jack with the ace king. Jack with the ace king.
I don't think Phil knows this on him, Tower.
I don't know. I don't know.
I know he
Oh,
does. He weren't even looking. He was looking like away from the table.
He did say sorry as well. Yeah, he did say sorry, and then looked down the clock, realised there were only 2 seconds left.
Imagine that burning for all your time.
And the dealer not saying anything. You know, it's on you, mate. Oh, sorry, that's 6 time bags. And then as soon as the bubble bursts, as we're down to 58, we'll do a Tower or Jay Thinks, your choice. We'll give you the choice of who you want to pick for Tower Thinks.
I had the last question. I had the last question.
Yeah, but it's a different day.
Ah, is that how it works? It's a different day?
That's how it works.
Okay.
It's a different day.
I'll remember that one in future. I will be using that at some point at the grand final.
I'm sure you will.
King 7 for Jack, getting out of the way. King deuce for Phil, can't do much but fold here.
Seed open 13-9. That is Mitch Johnson.
Ooh, right before the money.
Right before the money. That took half an hour from the last elimination. But Mitch Johnson is out, meaning there's 57 left.
Just the walk for Tom. And I think Matthew here, Matthew Rowan, is very short. There we go, two big blinds, so going to be forced all in.
Two bigs. That's not shots, is it?
Pints of water.
Oh, water. When a poker player brings a tray of drinks, it's normally shots. It was 9 waters.
So just a 20-minute break in 5 minutes time, guys. Going to be back at 8:15. New featured table. I can give you a couple of names. We've got Team Pro Trig going for his 4th GUKPT title and to stand alone as most GUKPT main events ever won. He's got heaps, 450k. Guy Taylor, Taylor Made Poker, going to be joining us as well. And Wadey is back to entertain.
Oi, oi.
So probably going to be an all-in this hand because going to have to put it in as Matthew when it gets round to him. I think he's got 1k behind after putting in his ante and his big. There was a spot earlier where I mentioned where Matthew had Queen Jack suited on the button and Tom Lagzow opened cut off and he should have shoved for like 13, 12 big blinds, but he didn't take the spot and did mention at the time, if we are just going to be folding, it's very unlikely we're going to get in the right side of the money. We haven't got enough chips to outlast the bubble. But he could still spin here, and he actually finds a legitimate holding with the pocket sixes. We're going to be heading out the door unless he can find a 6. Snowy with top pair, Jack with top pair. Not much going on for Tom, and Jack is going to fire here, and Snowy will be calling once in position. Probably more than once, even if with Jack barrels the turn. But have to call this spot. And there is the call. And Matthew's praying to see a 6.
It's the ace.
This is interesting because, like in these situations when there's a player all in, especially this close to the bubble, like I think bluff frequency is just reduced so much. I don't think players bluff as much when there's a side pot and there's a player all in, and I think that will be in both players' heads here. Just an easy call for Snowy with trips here, but Jack's now got to think about Snowy's range of hands. I guess he could have some 8x that call twice, but
and the 9 of diamonds on the river.
Yeah, so it's going to play the 10 for Snowy here. 8x of diamonds a thing though, so hands like 8-10 of diamonds, 7-8 of diamonds, Snowy can definitely have here, and shows the ace-10, which is good. And Jack, next pip down is a7, pipped.
Snowy gets a check and moves up to 180,000.
Looks like it's going to be 56.
Yeah, unlucky to Matthew.
I missed that. Tried to check back flop out of float. Yeah, so it just makes you think he's never got an ace-X. I understand that assumption. Probably think the same thing in that situation. Makes sense. Right, if you go on Twitter, you might be able to find one on there. If you have a little look on Twitter, either go on the actual DTO Poker Trainer page or maybe Dom's page, Dom Michka, sometimes post codes on there. So that's where I'd suggest to have a look. I don't have one personally. Should get some commission on this. So last hand of the session, guys, and then it is going to be a 20-minute break back at 8:15, where we will hit the money. 56 remaining. We do not want to lose one this hand, otherwise there will not be a break for us.
We'll stay forever.
Unless we lose two. We can lose two, just not one.
Don't lose one, don't lose one, don't lose one, don't lose one. We need 20 minutes. We need to go and see 20 minutes, see what's happening in the outside world. We don't need to lose one. Imagine one of the outer tables with a 10-minute clock. Last hand of the session. We will be back. And there is a giveaway coming up after the break when we get in the money.
Yeah, and Phil, lucky to be here, found the 5 against the aces, but now got chips to work with and finds Cowboys from +1. Folds all the way round to the blinds. Jack with the 7 deuce, no need to tank now because we're already on break. And Jack Hardcastle here with the King 9 going to be defending. Getting 4.5 to 1 in the call. Can see he is in the worst spot possible, less than 10% equity pre. But Jack, not to know that. This is one we want to be defending. First is the min click.
Everybody else has gone. Jack Hardcastle and Phil Clark.
To the flop.
Ace 7 8.
Tower's favourite saying.
Absolutely. At all times.
Always an ace.
He always wins.
C-bet from Phil. Takes
There
it
we
down.
go.
We're back at 8:15, guys. We will see you in 20 minutes.
See you then.
Ian can decide to make a decent sized raise here against a pretty tight player in the big blind, or he can decide to call. Either's fine. Just decides to call. Anthony, check his option. It's fine. Whoa. This might be bad news for Ian because he's got the nut low and he's going to decide to barrel this at least one street, and let's see if Anthony just decides to call. Good trap from Anthony here. I half expected him to raise it tower, but he's playing it well. Now this is a spot where if I am Ian, I'm betting pretty big now. About pot 50,000. He goes for 27,000. Again, Anthony, if I'm Anthony, I'm just calling.
Yeah, me too.
Got such a disguised hand tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just calls again.
Yeah,
Great play from
any
Anthony.
low sets really disguised, aren't they?
Yeah.
And now a queen. Queen of spades on the river. Are we going to rep the king? Or are we going to rep something like ace, king, king, jack, king, queen?
I'm betting massive here, tower. At least pot, maybe pot and a half. We've got the nut low. Anthony can't have many kings in his hand. What can he really have? He can't have ace king because he just defended pre without squeezing it up. Wow, I like this play. I really like this play. I really like this play. And if Anthony finds the call, good luck to him. But I really like this play. There's not. Let's think about it. Ace King. He can't have Ace King. He can have King Jack. Anthony can and make a pretty tight check back on the flop before the flop. But what other kings can he have, Tower? He's got to have something to call the flop with. So he's got to have a king to call the flop with. So King 10 he could have. That's reasonable. Turns a pair, calls the bet. Queen King, possibly. But then that's about it, Tower. He can't have Ace King. He can't have two kings. And whereas Ian, we could have any king. We could be bluffing in the pot there. We could have. He's decided to call, and that's pretty sick. And I think it's really unlucky for Ian. I think he played the hand really, really, really well, and just got unlucky that Anthony had a set. I mean, how can he have a set? That set of fours is kind of like the only really strong non-king hand he can have, Tower. And obviously he can have a hand like Ace 6. He's got to call twice and fold. There's just so many hands that he's got to fold. And although Ian did come in, didn't he, Tower? And Ian did come in and try and ask if he could explain his decision, but I thought he played the hand well.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't need to go quite all in. Maybe pot and a half, something would suffice. But I said as soon as I saw the river bet that I'd go over pot.
Yeah. And
I think it's a fine play. He just ran into someone who had a set and wasn't in the mood for folding it, Tower.
Yeah.
But if you think about the actual King X combos, it's not that many, Tower. It's not that many at all. Ian's got way more King X combos. If Anthony just had an ace, for example, he has to call the flop, he has to call the turn, and he has to just immediately fold the river.
Yeah.
Same with his two pair combos, but he had a set and he could have folded the set. He had a long tank about it. I think he played that hand well.
So Carl, Queen 10, 9, 7, pocket 8s with one suit. Gary with double suited kings, although the cards working with it aren't the most attractive, but still going to come along on the button with position on Carl. Mitch is in the big blind, and Mo here with ace king jack 5 3 3 closing the action. Oh no, he's not, he's got nil on the 50 behind him, my mistake. Oh, is Mo just going to put it in here with all this dead money out there? He's just going to flat, and Neil is going to pot it because Neil has got triple suited aces here. Queen 9 6 deuce makes it 1.2, and Carl's going to give him a spin here.
Absolutely, that's a great board. 7 8 8 9 10 queen,
and Gary good enough to fold kings now, Tower. This just becomes an easy fold with pocket kings here for Gary, I think.
Double suited?
Yeah, they're double suited, but the thing is, like against ace 6 of spades, ace 6 of diamonds out there, obviously bad reverse implied odds. The deuces, the times that we flop a set of deuces, we're not really going to be in love with our hand, whatever the board. So basically call in to hope for a king here as Gary, and I think he'll come to the correct decision to let this one go. As well as that, obviously 4 spades in our hand, less likely to make a flush, but maybe the nil factor is what's doing it here for Gary. Maybe thinking nil, not necessarily going to have aces in this spot. However, usually in a
Mitch
scenario,
has put a lot in for 3.4. More snap called.
Wow, Mitch
Neil's never folding. Not ever.
What is going on here? Mitch can't have anything. Kings he can't have. Aces he can't have. Queen Jack 10 9 8 7 rundowns unlikely because Carl's blocking that. What on earth has Mitch got, Tower?
Spread your cards, Mitch. because Neil's never folding, and now Carl is thinking, what's happening here? I've got a call. He calls. Gary, is he a family all-in?
Oh, he's asking for a count. This is one
3-3.
Yeah, this is one of the other problems with obviously flattening the kings. We're not closing the action
Yeah.
behind, and now we've probably got a call getting this price on a call here.
Absolutely. 5 all-ins.
6-1.
We're talking a 15k pot going on.
It's going to be a biggie, Tower. I'll tell you that. And Carl and Gary still going to have betting on the side. Good luck, Sean, sorting this one out. pray for the dealer, Tower. That's what I'm going to say when this all goes in.
I mean, it's still like to know what Mitch has got.
Yeah, it just don't make sense to me, because obviously he can't have aces, he can't have kings.
He's just took a picture of them for his fans.
I reckon he's going to have queen, queen, jack, jack, 10, 10. We'll go with that.
Queen, queen, jack, jack, 10, 10.
I'm going on the dead cards, Tower, but the fact that he's taking a picture as well, I'm guessing it's a hand he's not going to have too often.
Yeah.
So Carl and Gary both just getting the
I
lot
think
in.
he's got. Well, he can't have kings. He could have queens.
Yeah, queen,
He could have jacks.
queen,
Like you
jack,
said.
jack, 10, 10, something like that for Mitch.
Spreader, Mitch.
Maybe with the ace of spades in there.
There we go.
He's got the king, queen,
10,
jack,
jack,
10,
queen, king.
6, 7.
There we go. 6, 7, 10, jack, queen, king.
Having a little gamble. Neither his suits lives. Heart's
Yeah.
not working for him. Diamond's not working for him. So Mitch going to need a miracle here.
Good luck, Sean.
Oh, he's got 3 suits here, Mitch, to be fair to him. He's got the shablammer.
The Schlabammer, I do like that word. So we have a 5-way all-in, 15k pot, and it's 4-5-9. There is side betting, because we've got 2 people still with money. It's checked. 10 on the turn.
Yeah, that's a massive turn card for Mitch now, Tower. He has got the super wrap here. Any 6 through king that doesn't pair the board and isn't the club is going to give him the nuts. And the 9 on the
tens?
river. Who's got the 9?
Who's got the 10s?
Did someone have 10s? Carl's got
10,
10-9 for Carl Shaw.
Oh, sure, babies and gentlemen.
He's going to scoop the lot. 21.5k pot.
Whoa.
Going the way of Carl. Phelps the entire table, but Mark and Carl is just up to 21.9k, just like that. And the 10-9 does it.
Wow.
On the end there.
Well, if nobody pulls up, we've done.
There we go. There we go. That could be it, guys.
He's felted everybody.
Oh.
Wow, Carl Shaw. 10-9. It comes 10-9, turning river. Wow. What a game. Well done to the dealer. Big round of applause, please.
It's just
for Sean.
Kelly and Mark weren't in that one. Well, it shouldn't be too hard, Tao, because I think Carl's got everyone covered. So
Yeah.
it's not. It's just everyone give Carl their chips, I think. I think that's how this is going to go. I think everyone's just going to be giving Carl Shaw money. And we got day 1G tomorrow, which is now an ordinary flight, and then the turbo kicks off at 6 p.m.
And then Saturday for day 2, get down to about 60 players, and then the final on the Sunday.
You're spot on, Donna. You are spot on. Too many. That's how many days. I'll make you right.
Ace 5 for Danny in the big after an initial raise from Keith in seat number 1.
A nice 3-bet spot, I think, Tower here. We got Keith covered. Keith's third in chips. He's not really going to want to get involved too much. Definitely one we could be mixing in a 3-bet here as Dan Gormley. And on FTs, we don't have to go as big as usual, the normal 4x size, because of ICM. We can choose like 3x, 3.5x here as Dan, so make it somewhere around 700-800k. That's what I'd like to see, and he is going to take the spot, Tower. Very nice from Dan. Just recognising the situation and recognising where Keith is in chips and how he has to play tighter here because we have him covered. So this should do the trick a lot of the time. Back over to Keith here, and personally could go either way. I think Keith is probably more tight to let this one go. Oh, he's just going to quickly call Tower here. So Keith happy to go post flop here with the King Jack.
Off to the flop. Another pot brewing. Queen 2-3.
Yeah, so this is a big pot tower already, 1.6 milli in the middle here. And Danny does flop a wheel draw here with the ace-5, so probably one we're probably going to continue small, 400k, 500k, something like that, somewhere between the quarter pot and third remit is the size I'd like to see here from Dan. As always in these 3-bet situations, can go a lot smaller. So it does choose the 350 sizing, goes even smaller than the 400. So south of quarter, between fifth and quarter pot from Dan Gormley and Keith here with the King Jacks, Jack of Diamonds working, getting this price. Is he thinking about pulling out the float with this candidate? It's probably, if we are going to float the King Jack, it's probably one of the better combinations we can have. King of Spades, Jack of Diamonds. Let's see what Keith does. Like folding would be fine here as well. Just because tangling with Danny, who's got us covered, could put us in a world of hurt. It would be a disaster for us to come 8th from this FT when we go in with the chip lead. But big pot brewing here on the FT, guys. Oh, and there's the call from Keith. He does pull out the float, and pot has got 2.3 million here, working with 1.25 SPR behind. Effective stack of Keith.
Whoa, King of Diamonds brings in the flush draw top pair.
Yeah, so Keith loves to see this tower. And now Dan, what's the play on the turn here? Obviously, this king's supposed to be a lot better for our range here. Does Danny ever expect Keith to be floating? That's the question. Does he expect Keith to have some floats with some King Jack here, some Jack 10 suited with backdoor spades, hands like that? That's the question Danny's got to ask himself. Because from a range perspective here, this King of Diamonds rolling off, he shouldn't really have any kings here, Keith, other than King Queen specifically. Ace King's going to 3-bet pre, King Queen's going to call flop and then turn 2 pair. So it should only really be from our perspective as Danny, King Queen, the hand that Keith has here, and Danny goes for the second barrel here. So maybe going after some 4s through jacks, these type of holdings, although jacks or 10s might choose to 4-bet pre, but also perhaps going after some Queen Jack, Ace Queen that didn't 4-bet, as well as some Queen 10 suited that could be in there, Queen Jack, Queen 10 suited. So it's a really nice bet that targets that proportion of Keith's range. The pocket pairs, the Queen X, these type of hands are going to be in a really tough spot now faced with this double barrel. However, Keith has the one hand that he has pulled the float out with and does contain a king. So Keith's going to have to call once more with the second nut flush draw as backup. So it should just be an easy call here from Keith, and we're going to take a river tower.
Off to the river. Fourth diamond.
So over to Danny here. We'll know that he's never going to be good here with the ace-5, but has he got the shove in the locker here? We're probably going to have more bare ace of diamonds than Keith in this spot. Like, Keith shouldn't really have too many flushes once the king and 10 of diamonds run out. I guess he's can have like some 7-8 of diamonds, 8-9 of diamonds, ace jack of diamonds, jack 9 of diamonds. But with these particular diamonds on the board, the king 10 and the queen, those being higher diamonds, hands that Keith will probably peel a 3-bet with, let's say for example King Queen suited, King 10 suited, these aren't a thing, and Danny does go for it. He does find the jam here, and Keith sitting here with the second nuts, backdoors into the flush, and Dan Gormley making a big move early on and just applying pressure to Keith. Keith coming in with the chip lead, and he'll be thinking he could be going home in 8th here if Dan has backdoored into the nut flush himself. Dan could still plausibly have turned a flush here. He could be 3-betting some ace-4, ace-5 of diamonds, these type of holdings. Even ace-6, ace-7, ace-8 of diamonds could probably all be in there as well. So this is a huge move from Dan Gormley early on in this final table. And back over to Keith here. And I think with the jack of diamonds tower, it's pretty gross, but
it's a gross spot.
It's horrible because Dan's only ever making this move for value with the ace of diamonds. He's not going to shove like 9s here or ace 9, say if he elected to 3-bet that and double barrel. He's not going to shove ace 9 with a 9 of diamonds. So Keith's jack of diamonds here, although it is the second nuts, it's pure bluff catcher here. We're either behind to the bare ace or a turn flush of Danny, turn nut flush, or he's just got a bluff in this scenario, and Danny with the bottom of his range just going for it here, and notice rubbing the left arm there, caressing. Usually that signals is something people do to calm themselves down, but this is what we wanted to see, Tao. It's what we've been waiting all day. Yeah, exactly. He's just trying to if not try and put the heart rate down, perhaps try not to give anything away. And Keith here in a really tough spot because, yes, we've backdoored into the second nuts, but the problem we've got, Tower, like I say, it becomes a bluff catcher the way this hand's played. Like, Dan could plausibly have turned a flush with ace-x of diamonds. He could have plausibly double-barreled as a bluff with the bare ace of diamonds. So this is a gross spot for Keith here, and rather him sitting there than me, because this is one that's going to take a while, and rightly so. A tank's going to be needed here, Tower. This is a big pot, and it's going to be for over a third of the chips in play if he can make the call and be correct. And fair credit to Dan, though. Let's go back to Dan. He's capable of running it in these spots. People aren't capable of making moves like this. Free bet, shove as a bluff on final tables. There's only a small percentage of players that have that in them, and it's a gift, if you like. I know this time it may leave Dan short if Keith makes the call, but I think it's you've got to be a certain calibre of player to be able to pull this move, the free bet, the bet shove, without having the goods. Only certain opponents are capable of that, and if Keith's aware Dan is one of those that can have these bluffs, he may veer more towards call. But this is a fascinating hand, guys, and Dan Gormley just running it for chunks of equity here on the mystery bounty final table and putting Keith in the blender. What's he going to do, Tower? What do you think?
He has the second nuts. He can only put him on the ace to fold. He flicks it in. It's the call of the final so far.
And he does make the call, and Dan went for the lots, and he's going to be down to 11 big blinds now. But credit to Keith, coming with a chip lead, extending it to 8.1 million chips.
Wow.
And what a hand that is. That is a highlight of the week for me so far in terms of hands played. Everything that hand had. Really nice line from Dan. Unfortunately, we just run into it. It works if Keith doesn't have the jack of diamonds, if he doesn't have the ace of diamonds. This is probably going to work, but unfortunately for us, we've just run into it. And Keith up to 8.1 million chips, third of the chips in the play going to that man, and Dan now sitting with 11 big blinds.
What a call.
Right on time. We're back, guys.
Time.
56 remain.
Yep.
We are approaching the bubble. One more, and then it will be hand for hand.
Yusuf Erdem still in. Three.
Well, he's short, Tower. He's got 12.5k, so less than starting stack. 2.5 big, so probably going to see Yusuf get them in at some point. He's only got two hands till he's in the big blind. But Stuart is going to shove himself here.
Yeah. PK apologises for not getting the full chip counts up because he's busy in the main room. We only been 2 off the money. He said chip leader is seat 9.
Seat 9?
Yeah.
Keith, 745k.
Yeah. Josh Mushin's got 500. Riggy's got 3.5, 375. But the chip leader is seat number 9. That's what Tom.
And Stuart getting his shove through. Seat 1 is Rick Trigg, Grosvenor Pro. Seat 2, Guy Taylor. Yusuf Erdem, Tower just mentioned in 3. Stuart's in 4. We got Jordan Allen in 6. Wadey in 7. Michael Kane is in 8. And Keith is in seat 9.
Very nice indeed. Good to have Wadey back. Good to have the man to go the Wadey back. Guy Taylor.
Littlewood in 9.
I think he's from Sheffield, Keith. Might be wrong. I don't remember the name. There you go, Baz has just confirmed. Keith Littlewood and Trigg, 2 of the finest from Sheffield. Another win for the Owls today. Well done to the Owls. Sheffield Wednesday winning again. That's all they do is win.
Yeah, nice table for us that we're going to have on the bubble. Wadey has kept his chips today.
Yep. Mike in C8. Up in Scotland.
Funny old way, he comes up to me earlier outside, he's like, you like that 9-8 the other day, you like that 9-8, I know you like that 9-8 the other day. Class act. And he's like,
You like the Queen on the Spades even more.
Yesterday. Talked John Mooney out of a call. John Mooney had the chips in his hand and ready to go over the line, and Wadey gave the old speech and got the fold, showed him the 9-8 bluff. It was a really fun hand to watch as a guy here in the big blind ace-4 off, facing the Wadey Open, just going to decide to let this one go. So Yusuf, this is it, sir. Can we find a hand in the big blind? We're going to be forced all in. We've got 2.5k left after our big blind and ante is put in, so we have to go with any two here as Yusuf.
Standing up. Don't fold your hand by being stood away from the table.
How are you doing, Johnny Scott? Hi guys, back from Edinburgh. How did your treble go? Saw Forest one but couldn't remember your other two. No good, unfortunately, Jonathan.
Yeah, the other two didn't. Hull City lost to a 97th minute winner, and Preston got battered.
I think it's a mixture of both, Jerry, when you're talking about the players that are crushing the tour. It's a lot of hard work that have gone in, maybe not right now, but over the years. Players like Trigg, obviously, been grinding for years and years. And obviously, playing thousands and thousands of hand live, you sometimes get that sense in parts where you are gut feelings, just playing tens of thousands of hands at a live poker table, things going into your subconscious you don't realise, and then that trying to come through to you in spots down the line that you don't realise have occurred before, but you're picking up on something that you're not sure what it is, but you just get that feeling. And I think a lot of the best players have that, the old white magic, as Phil Hellmuth calls it, as Yusuf does get it in here with the 8-9, Trigg with the 5-4 of diamonds. Going to make the call. Guy with the Queen 6 of diamonds is going to call as well. So Yusuf still got 34% here to survive.
Yep.
Then would give him another orbit to get his 5-6 big blinds in if he can find some help here. There's none of it there. King, Jack, Deuce, Rainbow. So no need for nor Guy or Trigg to be firing here. Should just be check check from both players.
That's exactly what it should be. That's exactly what it should be. Ace of hearts on the turn.
And once more just going to be check check. Like, I know Trigg took 5 higher bottom of range as the button. Might usually bet this card, but this is a completely different scenario. We get on the pure bubble if Urson does bust out, and a 10 on the river, so Guy, Rivering, Broadway and Yusuf.
That is it.
Erdem will be out.
Which means we'll be on.
Guy with the nuts. Now we will be betting. Trigg will fold and we are going to be on the money bubble.
Yeah, so one chip. As you're an 8, as you're a 9, he needs a queen, and he just flicks it over, and it's not. Oh, he got rivered, as he's telling everybody.
Got rivered?
Yeah, that's what we were trying to work out. We were trying to work out when he was beat.
Pre-flop, flop, turn, and river. Every street.
We were saying, no, you can't say that. I'd have said last Thursday. But, no, Yusuf Erdem, unlucky young man. So if we've lost one, now we're on 55.
Yeah, we are.
That means a bubble.
Yeah, that's why we're waiting.
Ah. So there we go. Finish the hand in progress and please pause the deal, says Frankie. I think he needs a bit of help because there's that many tables now. Here they come. Here come the floor.
Any females left in the main event? Asked Gary Gamble. Yes, I see Bixie there in the background. I believe Rennie Z's still in. I will have a full look at everyone left in. Good to hear, Brad. A bit of discounts, always nice, wherever it may be on.
Oh, we're discounted.
He found a discount code for the app I suggested. Yeah, so Bixie, Renee.
No, he was forced in, wasn't he, Yusuf? Was it not enforced all in?
Yeah, well,
Because
he had 2.5k back, so he would have been forced all in the small blind, and we're not going to fold and be forced all in the small blind because then we can only make 7.5k.
Yeah.
Obviously, we want to put it in the big blind because then we can make 25k.
Would have been left with 2.5k, and yet some people will say, well, if you just fold, you've got a full orbit to lose.
No, he wouldn't have even had a full
Because
orbit.
it was in the small.
Would have been in the small blind.
It would have been all in the small blind anyway. So. Trig, Jacquard, Castle and Wadey, 30 bigs each, 3 left. That's late in the evening. We're 90 bigs.
Who's your money in?
They chop it evenly and flick a coin.
Yeah, Wade, he does what he always does.
Absolutely.
It goes, do you want to chop it? Do you want to chop it?
Yeah. Yeah. Talking of the UK Open, there it is. The UK Poker Open, 25th of Feb till the 5th of March, 1,500 buying, 1 million gold coins guaranteed. Amazing. £1 million guarantee for the UK Poker Open, 25th of Feb, 5th of March. Full schedule at the first week of the Grand Final, the first week of December, and then we carry on. Mike's just said first card in the hand will kill your hand. Well, now we're on the bubble and we're going to deal. It's at the CBS Arena in Coventry. As you can see, that's the picture of the escalators going down.
And I just spoke to Jim Secondhand Man about it, and he was telling me we're going to have 32 tables per day for the tournament, so it's going to be at least 320 a day, and there's going to be 5 flights, I believe, as well. My little teaser for you guys. I think 5 day 1 flights.
Online satellites?
Yep, going to be online satellites, and for you guys in the Midlands, got something else coming. There's going to be perhaps a little leaderboard going on in the Midlands over the next few months where you can win yourself a buy-in into the UK Poker Open. So
I might be moving.
So there we go. I've just been having a little chat, but they said they're going to try and do something because it's in Midlands where it's being held, like the New Street in Birmingham, the Coventry, the Ricoh Arena, Walsall, stuff like that. Try and do like a little league or something over the coming months, and say top 5 or whatever it will be, however many seats are created, will get themselves a seat.
It'll be 60-minute levels, I'm guessing. I'll be amazed if it's 90. But we will find out in due course. So waiting until the hand for hand starts. We're waiting for Frankie. All tables, 7 tables out for a bubble. That's big. That's why Joe's there. That's why Mike's there. That's why Frankie's there. 215 in the GUKPT Cup. It will be a full schedule with sides. First week in December, when we're at the grand finals, first live stream, that's when we'll have the full schedule.
Going to be long waits in between hands, as Tal just said. It's not usually
one more end, please.
This many tables when we're on the bubble.
No, not at all.
Need to wait for everyone to finish.
7 tables on the bubble. Looks sharp, old Trig, doesn't he? I mean, he's no trim and he's had a shave and a clean shave.
He
and
weren't looking like that last night. He must have.
It looked like he walked up sideways from Sheffield on nearest train line.
Must have thought he was going to be on stream today. Thought I better go have a little brush up. So Lady Ace 3 off here from gun. Brave open, but we are on the bubble. Guy going to make the call with the king at 10 suited. Jordan in the big blind here, king 7 off versus gun and cut off. Probably just want to let this one go, likely to be in a dominated spot and sitting there with a stack which we could just scrape to the right side of the money.
Scrolling across the bottom, Aces candidate, full prize list. Queen high flop, Queen Jack 7. Open down a straight draw for Guy Taylor.
Wadey continuing for 12k here, so a little bit less than 40%. And Guy with the king 10 here, just going to be calling with position.
Eight of spades on the turn.
So this is a card we'd usually check, I think, with this particular hand if we happen to have ace 3 off that we've opened on the gun, but Wadey, a different kind of customer, just happy to fire away 30 into 57, a little bit more than half, and gets Guy off of his up and down draw. Can you get a full prize list anywhere? Yes, Aces, look at the bottom of the screen.
It's scrolling across the bottom.
We are on the bubble. This is what's coming up tomorrow. While we wait, we'll show you
what's coming up tomorrow then, Jay.
Main event, day 3, Tower and I coverage throughout until we crown a champion. We've got the GUKPT Cup day 2. That's going to be a busy one with the 50k starting and the structure in play on that one and 40-minute clocks. That's going to be a busy day.
Do you think that will be on later than the main event?
Yes. Most certainly, Tower. I think that's a given. And then we got the £200 turbo at 4 and the singers at 1 o'clock as well. And next hand. This is just Trig having everyone behind him covered. Opening the 6-4. And Guy free betting to 35k. And Trig going to get out of the way. So Guy here in that spot there, Tower, like we could definitely shove off of 21 bigs. Like in a normal situation, we're going to just shove off 21 versus Trig's open if we were in the money. But because we're on the bubble, Guy just choosing to free bet that one And I'm guessing he was probably planning on 3-bet folding and just losing a third of his stack, knowing that he could still get his 2.5k mean cash. And like we say, it's so important to make sure you are on the right side of the money. You have to wait until 9th place before you ladder 2.5k. Like, it's a long time that you're going to have to wait until you reach that part of the tournament. So it's so important to get on the right side of the money here. Don't need to be taking any wild lines, any silly shoves. It's all about folding, just being patient, hoping that someone else makes a mistake and busts out on another table.
Well, that was sharpish and all all 8 tables. That was sharpish. Nobody wants out. It's a big bubble. 2.5 grand, 0 to the next person out.
King Jack for Wadey here. Like, personally, with Wadey's, oh okay, I thought Michael was a lot shorter. Now I see his stack size, I thought there was only one column of the yellows there. It's working with 30 big, so Wadey just choosing to complete in the small, and Michael Kane checking his option. Oh, that's a naughty turn card. Both players turning top pair here, blind on blind. And Wadey firing for 5k. And there's the call from Michael. And Michael gets there on the river. 7 of clubs. And Wadey with the snap check. And now Michael going to be going for value here. May have thought he had the best hand more often than not on the turn, but there's the bet on the river. And we're going to show the King 6 and Wadey. There's the smile.
You got river, he says. You got lucky. We are on the bubble for the money. 55 players left. 54 get the money. Look at the London schedule. Oh, the butchers, see what we got there. Thursday the 1st is day 1A of the main. That's what we're going to be concentrating on for the main. But the night before, Wednesday the 30th of November, we will be there for the cash.
Oh, yeah,
what are we doing? What would you like first? PLO or no limit?
I think it would be fitting to do the PLO first, simply because we've got the high roller PLO the second week, so we can have the Hold'em cash game on the Wednesday and then do the high roller PLO the next day. Don't want to make everyone's head go like that with lots of 6 card over 2 days of coverage. I think it would be nice to split it up. I just realised 30th we start tower, so literally we finish this event, come home, I got 2 weeks off and I'm back.
2 weeks? You can go to Bahamas for 4 nights.
2 weeks?
10 days in Bahamas. Alice, pack your bags! What happened to the cat?
She'd
chew through everything.
the cat would be on the plane and I'd be in the hold. That's what would happen.
Oh dear. What time did you finish drinking last night, Seeger? He says he's feeling ill today. Finished well after me, I was off. Here's Queen 8. 2 pair, Guy Taylor.
Yeah, things you
Gutter ball for Mike Kane.
Things you'll love to see. Opening the ace-8 suited and flopping top and bottom here. And Guy going for half here on the ace-queen 8 board. 10 into 20. And Michael gonna call once here with his gut shot and backdoor diamond possibilities.
No, they don't. Not ever. The casinos agree to pay the bubble. The players might. Hardly the casino. GM walks in, right, we're paying the bubble. Some players would do that. And I don't think it's ever happened on a GUKPT. I don't think I can remember once.
So Guy going half pot again here on the turn. And Now Michael Caine lets it go.
Seeger's feeling that bad. He can only ask a question in 3 stages. Did Midi make it today? I think Midi's still in, isn't he?
Yeah, Midi's still in.
Midi is still in. Just trying to rack my brains. I don't think there's ever been a bubble saver in a GUKP. In fact, the only time I can remember there was a bubble saver at a GUKPT was done by Neil Channing about 2008, 2009.
Okay.
It was while we were walking around doing the videos for AWOP for a World of Poker. And I'm pretty sure he wandered round doing the insurance thing. I'll give you X if I'll take whatever you win, kind of thing, something like that. Like I'll offer you X amount now, and then whatever you win, I will take a certain percentage off. And even that didn't get taken, so that didn't happen. But I don't think I don't think there's ever been a bubble deal in a GUKPT. And as you can see, we are waiting. So while we're waiting, we'll show you the second week in London. Jay's going to be playing the Monday and the Tuesday, and the week before as well, because we finish on the 5th, so he's got a full week of playing as Jay. He's going to be down there for most of it. And then Wednesday, we're going to probably be doing the No Limit Cash table on the Wednesday, because on the Thursday, the 15th of December, we are going to have the High Roller PLO 456 Day 2.
That's going to be interesting, because obviously love the 6-card PLO, obviously play a lot of cash, but not hardly any tournaments that are 6-card, but be some very interesting spots, I think, Tal, when we get to the final of that, if it is a big prize pool, because I think like the ICM implications in PLO, I think in the 6-card that you just have to fold pretty much with certain stack sizes around the table. I think you're supposed to just fold every hand and wait for the 4-card. But it's just an assumption we see when we get there. But that's going to be fun to do an MTT.
And I know it's only nitpicking, and I know it's pretty, but I don't think we're starting at 1 AM. Just saying.
Oh, 1 PM probably.
Just saying. All them AMs are obviously PMs.
Yep.
That obviously change. So just saying. It's, all events will start at 12 and 1 o'clock and 2. We'll give you plenty of notice on social media. But yes, it's going to be 2 more weeks of live streaming after Blackpool to end another successful season of the GUKPT. Afternoon, Morris. Coming down to play the seniors tomorrow is Ron Wilkinson. I don't know if Ron's... I've seen Ron. I've seen Ron this week, but I don't know if he's still in.
Want me to check, Tal?
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Oh, Ronnie Wilkinson.
No, we got Robert, Rick, Trigg, Ryan Liach. They're all the R's left in and ready.
Okay. No Ron Wilkinson on the list. Another hand goes by on the tables, waiting for the outer tables to start and finish. Then we can start again. No action on ours. We're on the bubble, ladies and gentlemen. 55 players left in. 54 get the money.
Yes, Jerry, of course I can. 456 PLO, all it is a level of each, so it will start level 1 as 4-card. When we go into level 2, it will be 5-card. When we go into level 3, it will be 6-card, then level 4 back to 1, level 5 back to 5, and so on all the way throughout the tournament. Mr. Hardcastle still got the lot. Asked Gary, yes, he had about 300k when he left the featured. And John Kite Poker, good evening to you. Let's go, Taylor, supporting guy in seat 2. money bubble. Everyone is 1 player away from a 2.5k min cash. Pocket fives from Wadey makes it 10.5 in the hijack. And to be honest with you, we haven't seen anything from Keith yet. Like, Keith's the chip leader in the room, not sure how he got these chips, but when we've got this stack on the bubble, 150 bigs, like, we can go to town and just open really wide, start free betting these stack sizes between 20 and 40 bigs, lighter, and just apply immense pressure. Like, we've got no risk because we're never going to bust before the money, and we have the chance to sort of propel ourselves to close to 1 million chips if things go right. And Keith has just been taking the tighter approach, sitting back and letting Wadey and Trick just do the opening.
John Kai Poker doesn't know where Blackpool is.
You don't know where Blackpool is?
He's got to go. So just I don't know where you live, John, but just go to a train station and say, "Can I go to Blackpool, please?" and get on it. Northwest, on the coast, by the sea, about 40 miles from Manchester, about 50 miles from Liverpool, bang in the northwest.
That's when you know you're at a good table, Tony. When people say "pot, pot, pot," that is when you know at a table. That's always the key in PLO.
Just gamblers, pure gamblers.
It's not even that. A good player will have other sizings other than pot, especially on flop. Like, a lot of turn sizings and river sizings will have pot, but most flop sizings aren't going to be pot in PLO. And you know straight away, like, when someone actually says the word pot, that they're kind of maybe an average player or below average player at PLO, because a good player will always be aware of what the pot is. They will know exactly how much is in the pot, and they won't even need to say the word. They can just count the chips out and put them in the middle. And I think that's always a very good indication when you're playing a PLO tournament of who the good players are at the table and who are the bad. The ones that are verbal and saying pot are usually the ones that are just there for a bit of a punt and a gamble, and the ones that are quiet and just put chips out and are using correct sizings and actually having different sizes other than pot, you can usually assume they know what they're up to. Davenport and Hardcastle might as well be father and son. They both have the same genes when it comes to GUKPT. Jordan finds a hand to get in his last 9 big blinds with. So shoving into Stuart's big, and Stuart can't call this off. What's an estimate of what Keith's VPIP should be with 752k on the bubble? It's a hard question to answer, Jerry, because although I'm saying yes, we should play wider, I'm not saying we're going to open 9-3 off, 8-3 off, 10-7 off from EP, all this stuff here. What I'm saying is when we have decent hands to open, like offsuit ace-x from any position, stuff like that with good blockers in, just be opening these hands, clicking all our ace-x from any position, even some king-x in there as well. And then when one of these 20 to 40 big blind stacks are opening, start doing the same, mixing in some free bets with the ace-x, the king-x, some suited connectors in there as well perhaps. I'm not saying just go hell for leather and start opening any two. It's important to understand like the good hands to do this with, rather than just trying to win every pot, if that makes sense.
Going back to John. John lives in Norway, which is probably why he doesn't know where Blackpool is. I'd like to visit Norway. I've never done Scandinavia, and I really should.
Yeah, and if you could, guys, social media for us, Grosvenor Poker on Facebook and Twitter. And if you are watching our live stream, /GUKPT on YouTube and Twitch, if you do hit the subscribe or follow button, would be great for us. Set your notifications on and you will get notified every time Tower and I are live streaming.
Yes.
Like Trick here knows, like late position, just a suited hand, opening into 2 stacks that Trick clearly knows that are trying to get on the right side of the money, and unfortunately for him, he's got a competent Guy Taylor on his direct left, and Guy with the King Queen suited here, just flatting on this occasion. Obviously prefer to flat the suited and maybe 3-bet the offsuit some of the time, but 7-4 deuce rainbow board nonetheless, so Trick flopping best here. And Guy here, in a usual situation, we're always going to be floating this one. King, Queen, backdoor clubs, 2 overcards with position as well. But we are on, obviously, the bubble, and Trick does have us covered, so it's a lot more dicey situation. It does look like he is going to fold, but I think if this was post-bubble, Guy would most certainly float this candidate with position, getting 4-1, but just for the reasons I just mentioned, just letting it go on this occasion.
We are still bubbling. Can we please get a shout out to Lim O'Donnell from Pater? Where's Pater?
Pater?
And the boys. Lim and the boys. Oi, oi. Lim and the boys.
I want to know where.
Living the dream.
Where is Pater?
Where's Pater? Carolina?
How are we doing?
Where are you?
Lim O'Donnell.
Come on, tell us, where are you? We're on the bubble. The next person out, unfortunately, gets nothing. I'm feeling Norway. What I would like to see, obviously the Northern Lights is like some kind of myth that you can see every now and again, and you have to do it. You're supposed to do it all the time. It doesn't happen every night.
I'm gonna go.
I'd like to see a lot of snow.
I'm gonna go with Lithuania.
Lithuania.
I'm gonna go for
With
Lithuania.
Carolina being the name. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, that's all I'm gonna go for, just with the Carolina name.
Yeah. Josh has done $500,000. Yes. Chip leader is Keith Littlewood in seat number 9, 750,000. But yeah, I'd like to see a lot of snow. I really, really would. I only like snow when I'm not stuck in it, in a car. I'm trying to get home on the M8 or the M6 or whatever it is. But other than that, I like snow. I'd like to sit in one of them, you know, one of them hot springs.
Hot tub.
No, hot springs.
Oh yeah.
Where they have the hot water
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
freezing cold snow.
Yeah,
I'd like to do that. I would. I think that's going to have to be on my next 12 months bucket list. I think it is.
Next hand, still one more.
One more end. One more hand. How many more levels today?
3.5. We've got about 3.5 hours plus a break.
Live stream finishes around about 1 AM. Monty says the best place to see snow is on Christmas cards. You're not wrong. Just seen the tweet about the UK Poker Open. This is it. This has just been announced by this man here.
I put it all on Tower. Sat down at home. Thought, what can we do next year?
He's guaranteed the mill ball is.
No, I haven't.
He thought, here's an event. If I guarantee a mill ball, they'll all turn up.
But yes, that's just the date so far, guys. What we can tell you, obviously, there will be side events throughout. but there's going to be 5 flights for day 1. There's also going to be satellites starting very soon across the Midlands and maybe nationally as well. We're not sure. They'll probably run some online as well. But
full schedule will be released the first week we're in London for the grand final.
Yeah,
that's when the schedule will be released. And also, from the beginning of December, you can buy in from any Grosvenor casino in the country to it. Iceland is the place to be for snow and hot springs. Don't know, Ash. Full schedule to be released. There will be heaps of online satellites for it.
cheers, Tim. Thanks for watching, mate. Won't see you out tonight, guys. Early start at Blackpool tomorrow. Need my beauty sleep. Bring it on. Good luck in the singers, Tim.
Absolutely, Tim. You'll be all right, Tim. When you play 4 levels in the seniors, you have a 4-hour nap break. You'll be fine. Snowy is still in, and Pater is in Croatia.
There we go.
Which apparently Croatia is supposed to be stunning.
Never been.
Me neither, but I have heard it's supposed to be absolutely stunning, Croatia. There'll be a lot of visits next year to different countries around the world.
GUKPT Croatia?
Oh, yes, please. We'll have a GUKPT Finland so we can all go into a hot spring. And GUKPT Croatia because it's supposed to be absolutely stunning. So everybody in the chat's been googling Pater to find out where it is. We found out it's in Croatia, and it was a typo, and it should have said Peter. Carolina, you're the best.
Right, I'll read that out again if you can. Hi Tower, please can I get a shout out to Liv O'Donnell from Peter, not from Pater, from Peter and the boys. Cheers. There you go.
I bet they're all chuckling away saying, who's Pater?
Yeah. Cheers, Peter, and shout out to Liv O'Donnell. Hope you're enjoying the coverage.
And you're correct, Carolina is from Lithuania. There were the chip counts. Obviously PK is still busy, but he's just rushed in to stick them on. We're on the bubble still, but they're all the chip counts. We know we lost Yusuf on our feature table, so there are 2 or 3 still. LL Cool J is second in chips.
Who?
LL Cool J. What do you mean who?
I don't know who LL Cool J is.
What? You're a 90s kid.
Can you help me out? I'm a bit lost here.
LL Cool J.
No,
Just stick it in YouTube.
yeah, I will.
All the ladies love Cool James.
LL Cool J.
So they were all the chip counts for all the people that were still in. We know a little bit Nate and a little bit. Ladies love Cool James. That's what it stands for. LL Cool J. Ladies love Cool James.
What is it?
Sing it. It's a rapper. Sing it.
Ain't Nobody, is that? Ain't Nobody. That one?
No, well, that was a cover off.
Oh, okay. Oh, I know that one. That I'm sprung.
Yeah.
Ticket. Yeah, I know that one. I know who he is. I don't know who he is, but I know a song of his.
Yeah.
There we go.
Is Thanet ever used anymore for a poker room? It used to be a lovely little card room. We did a GUKPT there 2 years running. Albert Sapiano won one actually. Albert Sapiano won one of them.
How we doing, Stephen? No good in Towers treble today. How we doing, Sam? Yeah, it's exciting stuff. I'm really looking forward to that one. It's going to be great. Someone asking whether it's going to be in the Goliath Hall. I can confirm it's not. However, I have had it confirmed that we will have 32 tables available per day, per flight. So that's always good to know, and that's obviously for the tournament area as well. Cash will be separate. So essentially could get a full 288 in per day 5 flights. Could easily smash the millie.
Okay.
Ah, great. That's all we need to hear. All the Arsenal fans coming in the chat. They've been quiet for 80 minutes, Tower, and suddenly they get a goal. And
sorry, Sam. We were all right at half time. We weren't losing at half time at all.
Anthony, we're on the bubble. This is bubble time. Live.
This is the bubble. $55. Anthony. Snowy's still in. What do I think of Newcastle? I can't believe it. They're amazing. They've absolutely. I'm not being funny. I was saying they were never going to get into the top 4. I think they might have struggled to get into the top 6, and yet they're 3rd in the league, beating Chelsea today. I did tip them today. If they'd have played at 3 o'clock, they would have been in Towers treble. But then they'd have lost. So you just be thankful they played at 5:30. Stu's all in. Ace 3. Stu is all in. I'm guessing we've had a call from Keith with King 10. So yeah, we have an all in and a call situation on our feature.
He's got minimum queens and above. Minimum.
Queens and above. Me! I'll take the bet. Where he says he's got queens and above. Well, ace king's not above queens, is he? I'll still take the bet though, Wadey. Here we go. First all in and a call on the bubble, and it's Stuart in seat number 4 with ace 3. Wadey's lost his bet against Keith's king 10 because Keith has got all the chips. Flop time. Boom. Ace 9 6 is as clean as you can get when you're up against king 10. That's it. Very nicely indeed. We are going to double up. Nice hand. First double on the bubble of the GUKPT. A huge sigh of relief from Stuart Science Seat 4. And now Jordan is short stacked on our table.
I'm sure you told me about 10 years ago. It's not grey hair, they're really dark. That was 10 years ago. Now all of them 20-year-olds have got grey hair. I'm only joking, mate. Hello? I'm only joking.
Next down, please. Now we have a double. Yep, just in time for the bubble. We'll just have one double up. Stuart in seat number 4 has just doubled. Ace 3 against King 10. Wadey lost £100 because he said it was Queen's minimum. I don't know if Trig took the bet. I'm not too sure. He'd be the kind of person to take the bet, I'll tell you.
So funny when we were talking about that at Virtual Grand National last night, Trig on one of the bets, and I was cracking up. That was so funny. The old Virtual Grand National. That happened during lockdown.
Yeah. So hand over on our table. Waiting for the outer tables to finish. No action at the minute. So waiting for all the tables to finish.
And don't forget, guys, make sure you stay tuned, because as soon as this bubble bursts,
oh yes,
we got our final tickets to give away for this weekend.
Yeah, indeed.
I won a ticket online and couldn't make the event. Could I transfer it to someone who is self-excluded online but can still play in live events? That's a new question, Gary. I'm not sure. I know you can obviously transfer the ticket, but if the person's excluded from online, then obviously it wouldn't go into their account because they wouldn't be able to access it. So I think the best thing to do, Gary, is be with the person at the casino if they're allowed in the casino live, and when you're at the desk, ask there with them with you if you can transfer it, and I think that's probably the way around that.
Yeah. That is a tricky one for us to answer regarding self-exclusions and everything like that. Still on the bubble, still waiting.
Yeah, in a whole hour on the bubble nearly, tower blinds are going to be going up in 8 minutes time.
Yeah.
We lost obviously Yusuf, third hand of the session, so approaching an hour on the bubble.
Yep, that was it. Lost one. And they only had 2 bigs. Our short stack is Jordan, and there they are, they're in the middle. Jordan says, have some of that.
9 big blinds, ace jack. Obviously, usually a standard shove. This close to the money though. So much better to be shoving it. We feel when we can just get it through, we'd never be calling it off. And does pick up some blinds and ante. Back to 11 big blinds. We'll need to get his flag changed though. He's still, because he's sat in Tom Lagzal's seat from last session. I've just realised.
Oh right.
We got a French Jordan.
Yeah.
If Jordan's got any family or friends watching,
Yeah, he's not changed.
Try and get that change. Yeah, he's not changed nationality.
Yeah.
Jordan Allen doesn't sound very French, does he, Tower?
He doesn't. Le Jordan Allen. Yeah, we need to prompt Dave. It's happened all week, but we do need to prompt him, and we will. We'll give him a shout when we get a chance. Because what should happen is if the player gets eliminated, the flag should disappear. That's what should happen.
Yeah.
Obviously, it doesn't.
Yeah.
So he needs to know to delete the player and then delete the flag. So that's what we'll do.
It's just more work though, isn't it?
Well, what? Clicking a button? Clicking an extra button? Yeah, yeah, it's an extra work, to be fair. It is. (2023) dates are set. Make them odd, has stuck them in. We are waiting. While we're waiting, we'll just have a quick scan of 2023. They're the dates that we will be hitting. The Vic, Berry New Road in Manchester, Blackpool, Edinburgh, Luton, Vic, Luton, Leeds, Blackpool, Vic. So there we go.
I've heard some cheers. I hope that's a Wolves goal. I really hope that's a Wolves goal. I've heard some cheers coming from the card room.
Hey, is it a Wolves goal? There were O's and R's and O's and R's, so I'm not sure. Yeah. But they are, that's what they are. 2 in Blackpool, Edinburgh, 2 in Luton, 3 in the Vic, Berry New Road in Manchester, plus this one in Coventry in March. 25th of Feb till the 5th of March. I even think it's a bit too early for the golf clubs, to be fair. Unless it's like the weather in Blackpool today, because that was cold. Nice today in Blackpool, but a bit early, might be a bit early for golf anywhere around the country. But the UK Poker Open 1 million guarantee. It is going to be an absolute corker. More information regarding the schedule from the 1st of December. That's when we'll be down in the Vic for the next leg. And 2 more live streams of 2022 to go. 1 in the Vic and another in the Vic to finish off.
Oh yeah, Jelly, pretty sure that Jordan was on the live stream in Cyprus with Ferraldo and a couple of other Scottish lads, and a new dealer sits down and tries to tell them English only at the table. One of them goes, "This is English."
Brilliant. You get a lot of that from the Geordies in Vegas. They always get told to English only at the tables when they're over in Las Vegas.
No, Mehmet, we only hold tournaments in Grosvenor casinos across the country.
Yep.
As we see the King 9-3 board. Gut shot for the Queen 10. No set for Guy, so this is just a lot of the time going to be going Trick's way if he does elect to c-bet. Thinking about this one. This one that obviously Guy's going to have a lot of King X himself. Oh, Trick has already checked. There we go, check, check. Is one that Guy can plausibly have a fair amount of King X himself, so understand the check from Trick here, but just turns the stones on the Jack of Hearts, and Guy now letting it go.
I think that's called looking at the calendar and doing your job right, Logs. I'm pretty sure the guys in the back knows what's happening all around the world, and you don't really want to be clashing with the PCA in the Bahamas or even the Irish Open at Easter. The World Series takes quite a few players away. Yeah, I think it was all. I think they do check the calendar. They don't just blindly put them in. Makes a lot of sense. Wade's got a pass to the PCA.
Yeah, yes.
A 30,000 package. Wade's got one. Adam Neal's got one.
Yeah, we know Adam actually won the
Free
massive
roll.
free roll, yeah.
A free roll. Off we go.
His English is terrible at that French guy.
Trig will be opening this one with all the chippies. Nice that we got Keith on our right as well. Really nice situation being for us, especially how much he's folding as well, just leaving room for us to open a lot of hands on the bubble. And into Wadey's big blind hit. 7-3 off for Wadey, and this is probably just going to be raise and take. Wadey gives it to Trig.
We old 7-3. One more hand, thank you.
Hocus Pocus, unfortunately not. Wendy busted about an hour ago. And blinds are up as well, so 3K, 6K. One more hour, one more break, one more session, and done for day 2. But we do have a giveaway coming up whenever we lose one.
Nicola Race is still in, yes. On the outer tables. Just after the break, when we were walking in, Nicola had a delivery of 4 Porn Star Martinis to the table.
She's still in the main?
Yep. Still in the main.
Oh, we got it all in here from Jordan.
The hooks.
Shoving for 46k.
Oh, really? Thinking about it.
This is an easy fold. We got Keith who've opened under the gun here. And this is interesting actually, Tao, because Keith has invested 12k here. He's now getting way over 2-1 on the call, or just over. So getting a decent price, but Jordan's going to be really strong here. He has called it off, but Jordan...
His stack side just as it is on automatic call, isn't it? Keith, chip leader in the room, 740,000.
The thing is, when you've got this many chips, Tower, I know Keith's not playing as aggressive as most would with his stack on the bubble, but
Yeah.
like sometimes it's good to not burst the bubble and keep it going and keep chipping up with everyone folding to try and get on the right
I
side.
don't think
of the
he's
money.
played like that, to be fair.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think he's played aggressive on the bubble to do that. So he'll be just looking down. He'll be looking down at 750,000. They've already raised with an ace.
Well, we know Wadey folded an ace, so Jordan in really good spot
Yep.
to get a double. Yes, there will be a sports book for tomorrow, Gary.
Could be a big one. It could have 30 names on it.
Oh, we've got some notables still in. Ewan, I can see out there. Hardcastle, Jack Oliver, Span still in. Riggy. Loads of notable names across the GUKPT team. Even on this table, Wadey, Michael Kane, Trigg, Guy, all sat down there. Waiting for all other hands to finish. Jack Oliver comes over for the sweat. Focus Spoke says, I won a sat to the main, played Thursday, got knocked out level 7, played a cash out sat and won a seat, but unfortunately started feeling bad, so transferred my ticket. We'll see you guys next year.
So this is it. The second time we have an all-in and a call on the feature. Stuart won it. Can Jordan do the same?
Yeah, well, he's in great shape to double here, knowing that an ace has gone into the muck of Wadey. So just needs to find the hold.
Oh, no way, man. No way. There's an ace in the muck, dealer.
So gonna need a jack or running queen 10. Deuce changes nothing. Black jack needed. Otherwise we are in the money. And it's a deuce of clubs. So great effort from Jordan. So close. But unfortunately going home with nothing, and everyone with 2.5k locked up. And that means we're in the money, guys.
And the last thing you want to hear is everybody walks past is right.
You're walking out.
You're
like
still
that.
walking out.
Head down. So that took a while, over an hour bubble for us there. We haven't had one of those in a while, but now back to the action. I think we're going to see a lot of bust outs.
You think?
In the next hour. We will see.
Everybody's in the money. We're in the money.
Yeah, Tal just mentioned that, Jerry, about Keith obviously not wanting to burst the bubble, but the way he's been playing, he's been fairly snug. He hasn't really used his big stack to his advantage. He's pipped pretty low percentage. He's only been involved in a couple of hands I can remember. I think that ace-8 off was the first time that I actually saw him have a bit of a loose open, which is fine with his stack on the bubble. Not saying that he shouldn't have opened the ace-8 there. I'm happy that he did, but it just didn't seem to be amping up the aggression as much as I liked to see. But so maybe we weren't even thinking about that. Just happy to try and bust the bubble for everyone. And now we're down to 54.
We're on 54. We're in the money. We're in the money. Well done, everybody. 2-0 to Arsenal. 2-0 to the Arsenal. 2-0 to the Arsenal. 2-0. Who scored the second?
Sylvain Wiltord.
Sylvain Wiltord. Thierry Henry. Robbie Pires.
Manuel Petit.
Oh, he was good. He was good. Liam Brady. Russo Placido, where have you been this year? Where's the ski goggles? You need to see them back at the poker table.
King Queen for Keith, raise and take. Odegaard double, says me. He's good little player, Odegaard. To be fair, like, obviously I'm joking and being biased because of his Spurs, but they look good this season.
It's weird, isn't it?
I can't take it away from him.
How close was he to the sack when they were second bottom
Yeah.
last year and no winning 7 or whatever it was, and everybody saying, "Oh, you got to sack him, you got to sack him."
They got a good little team. Wouldn't take that away from him. Obviously, I'd prefer them not to be doing this well, but. The Romford Pele, says Anthony Melton. Ray Parlour.
Do you guys listen to Football Cliches podcast by any chance? I don't listen to many podcasts, I must admit.
Neither do I.
If you want to send us a link in there, Chase, I don't mind listening, or trying to listen, or stick it on.
Is Nicola the last woman standing? No. We've got Nicola racing, we've got Bixie Yao, and we've got Renee Z. So 3 ladies standing out of the final 54. As Eduardo comes to the table, the man from Spain.
Or whatever the flag will say.
No, he's actually from Spain, Eduardo, so...
He could still be French.
He could still be French. The ladies open the 5s under the gun here, and Michael with the King Queen just moves in, and snap call from Keith. Wow, didn't even think about it, obviously, with Ace King. Them chips were in before Michael's, and Michael Caine not going to like this. Going after a Wadey open. King Queen ripping it in for 22 big blinds, and running into the Ace King behind. I guess Michael shoving this one versus Wadey specifically, knowing that he's probably going to have the widest gun opening range. So King Queen, very nice blocker effect, just trying to take this away from him, but woke up with Ace King. Did Keith behind him?
I'll have to give the Football Cliches a listen. I like a bit of fun. So back to the tables with hit the King, but that's no good. The spades are even worse.
It's a great flop, but it means nothing. Just still got to find a queen here for Michael Caine to survive.
Well, he's out the door. We need a queen. And it's not, it's the flush. Flush over flush. Got royal everywhere.
Add your bust. Second nuts into nuts.
Yeah.
There you go. Michael Caine out in 52nd because Brandon Shields busted before in 53rd, and first player out after the bubble was PR, GDPR. So down to 51 players. Yeah, I'm guessing Trigg was aware of Keith being pretty tight on the bubble, so he was just happy. He's got a really good seat to the right of Keith, so when Keith folded and Trigg had a hand that was good enough to open on the bubble to apply pressure, he just opened, and that was it. I think Trigg would have been aware that Keith wasn't playing the big stack, how others might play it. Answer your question, Jerry. And James Rand makes a good point as well. Obviously Keith does have Trigg and Guy on his direct left. Guy was fairly short coming into this session though. I think he had like 80, 90k, maybe a bit more. But Trigg's obviously the worry when he's sitting there 450k deep, 90 big blinds, a bit less now, the blinds have gone up 80 odd, but yeah, make a good point. James does as well. Extra time banks for everyone. Frankie dishing them out.
I don't understand that. But it's obviously a thing.
Maybe when we get in the money,
Yeah,
they're saying...
That's exactly what they did when they got in the money in the mystery bounty. In the high roller that we did.
Yeah, what's gone on here? Eduardo's just ripped the King Jack of Diamonds.
Okay.
I don't actually know what happened here pre. I know that Wadey's obviously called it off. Oh, look at this. Fading Kings, Diamonds, Tens and Queens.
10 of diamonds!
Oh, and it's the King of Clubs. Wadey's not going to like and see that.
Look at his face.
And he's down to 50k. Wadey with 8 big blinds now. Eduardo doubling up the Spanish man in seat 6. That's like a solver jam, that. I think Tower. 6-handed King Jack of Diamonds versus Gun, just ripping like 23, 24 big blinds. I think they will say it's fine. I think personally versus Wadey I might just flat, but Eduardo choosing to rip that one, working out very nice for him on that occasion. Like the suited Broadways are really nice shots for that amount of bigs, just because of the equity they have still versus the calling range. And obviously still blocking the calling range there, blocking ace, king, kings, jacks. But still had to get lucky, and very unfortunate for Wadey. Leaves him fairly short if he wins that one.
Yep.
He's got a huge stack.
Incoming dealer. New level. We're in the money. How many we lost in the money? 1, 2.
Keep going.
3.
Keep going.
Oh my days. 5.
Yeah, 5's good.
5.
We said PR, we said Brandon Shields, we said Michael Kane. Since Michael, we lost Rene Z, and we lost Ian Gascoigne.
Oh, Rene's out.
And we've lost David Vinaya Gumorphy as well. So we're actually down to 48 Tower.
Oh,
so very shortly, those seats will be filled, and we'll be down to 6 tables of 8.
All right, okay. Matt Davenport was out before he went to the match.
McDonald, no. Michael Kane did not win with the King Queen. Yeah, Matt Davenport is in the side event.
Yeah.
He's playing the £500 GUKPT Cup. He busted earlier on. Yeah, it just come King High, all spades. Michael Kane had the Queen of Spades, but Keith had the Ace of Spades, so it was just drawn to a Queen. Both players rivered a flush, but obviously wasn't what he was looking for. And Guy's going to be all in here, Tower. This is as standard as it comes. Hijack versus cut-off. We've got pocket 10s here. Guy already knows that he's going to be shoving this one in his head for 14. Assuming he's got 14, that looks like
14?
Yeah, 14 bigs.
All right. Yes, all right. Pretty close, if not.
And after this hand, yeah, we will do the giveaway.
Are we? I ain't got a question. You can't do that to me.
We don't even know what we're doing yet. You said it's a different day, so it's not Tower Thinks.
All right.
What do you mean you haven't got a question? It's not me thinks.
Is it not?
I've done the last one. We had this conversation.
All right. Is it me?
Well, it's supposed to be you.
Did you do the last one?
Yeah, the Spurs, White Hart Lane.
Oh, yeah. Great question, that.
So, Guy, effective all in. Putting in over 2/3 of his stack, makes it 55. And back to Trig,
Turk's here.
who just gets
Stu
out the
Rutter's
way.
in the building. Stu Rutter, former champion, GUKPT in Coventry. And the Mad Turk, if you want to watch 20 minutes how to make £110,000, watch the final of the grand final last year.
Matt Davenport is not in the main. I've literally got the list in front of me here, Brad. He is definitely not in the main event. I can go to the Cup. And he is in the GUKPT Cup, Matt Davenport. So he's probably posting about that event, the 500, not the main event.
Yeah.
He busted a while back.
He busted a long time. He busted the main before you went to the match. Ludo did not play the event. You can dance, you can dance. And then the week after, you can dance, you can jive. And I'm like, whoa!
I actually, when I went and got the Woolworths Tower and I come back, I saw Turk as he was moving to the featured table and I saw him racking all the chips over 200k. I go, running bad, are we? Running bad? And he just started laughing. He goes, I had 4 big blinds, I had 4 big blinds.
So running good then. Running very good. Wade is in. Turk calls with Queen Jack.
Yeah, he's got a tower. This is
38,000.
Snap call with Queen Jack. Blind on blind.
Looking down that Wade is stacked last. Not the best thing to do.
Yeah, if Wadey loses this one, I pray for the rig tower.
Head in his hands already. Ace in the window, but there's a jack and running hearts. 10 of hearts on it. Oh no, we got the king. We got the king blocker. Oh my days. Dealer, don't do it. You might end up having an early finish.
Oh, I was sure that was a red 4.
Oh.
But the 4 of diamonds. Oh.
So, we've got the Scottish Turk now. I wonder why it's called Turk.
With a Scottish flag.
Hey dear. So he's already back in it.
Yes, actually, it is always random when we lose a player off the feature. The table that has too many players on it, the big blind, whoever that is, will come over. It is random when the seats are filled. Stu Rutter joining the table.
Indeed it, champion in Coventry. Follow the Turk over. So we're on 6 tables. 48. Is the field just full of big names? It sure is. You know you played a comp when you played this one, I'll tell you. Are we doing a question tonight? We're doing a question in the next 5 minutes.
Yep. What do you want, guys? As Tower says, it's a new day. Fastest finger first. The first one to get 3. Do you want a J Finks or do you want a Tower Finks? First one to get 3.
Go, go, go now! Go, 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 go!
1 for Tower. 2 for Tower.
Okay.
Tower's going to take it. 3 for Tower. There we go.
First 3.
3 for Tower. So it's a Tower Finks. I'm going to quickly rack my brains and come up with a question in the next 5 minutes.
Okay, great. I'm going to eat a hobnob just to make sure my brain's working.
Done alright yesterday. I was only 4,000 off. I weren't too bad for a trick question.
What
What was that? Got a Scottish Tower now.
Rocking my brain. Keeping the brain active, you have to eat hobnobs. I did say it would be probably your best chance of ever getting a question correctly because you know everything about Spurs.
I didn't know that. didn't know the attendance for the 1953 North
But,
London derby.
but in history, if you're a Spurs guru, you would know the highest attendance ever at Whitehall Inn.
75,000. Sunderland FA Cup 6th round.
No.
Back in the
actual highest attendance for a North London derby.
yeah, that wasn't at White Hart Lane.
Oh,
though.
right.
That was at the old Highbury, right?
No.
Emirates.
No.
Oh, Wembley. If you asked me the exact attendance of the old White Hart Lane Stadium when, for the seasons we were playing in there, I would have been able to tell you that. I would have got that within
Was
one.
it less than 40?
Less than 40? Yeah, less than 40. 36.
Well,
36, just under 36,300, I think. I think it's like 36,280 something. Hi folks, hope you're both well. Double leg Blackpool next year, amazing. Hopefully someday I will be back. Say hi to Tom. He is in a mood because of Everton. How are we doing, Tom?
oh. Hello, Tom. Hi, Christy. Hope to see you soon.
And we're
Miss you.
pick up the action here because got an open from Stu. Ace King suited, 8 deuce board, and Trig flopping top pair here with the 8-6 of diamonds, and fairly dry board texture, 2 hearts on it, but can't instantly give Trig credit for a flush draw, so Stu happy to continue here, and Oxford just more than 40%, 15 into 35, and Trig here with the 8-6 of diamonds, got a pretty easy check call. Like I think versus LP we can mix some raises in with this one for protection, but versus +1 we're just happy to flat here as Trig and take a turn.
Oh, Stewart's on the turn. Delicious for Stu Rutter.
Aaron, I think either or here could definitely see the second street. There's 2 flush draws on the board. We can credibly rep bluffs as well after backdoor clubs come in as 2. Still might be able to get some value from some 8x here and maybe some ace-x of hearts in there, 3-4, 4-5 of hearts, stuff like this. Definitely get a bet out of, or a call out of the Trig with the 8-6 of diamonds. Really tough spot now because against ace-x, Trig will know we're only drawing to 2 outs, so our equity is going to be really low. And even against like some of the bluffs, hands like king, queen, queen, jack of hearts or clubs, something like that, only going to have around 60%. I guess against the king, queen, the queen, jack that don't have a flush draw or stuff like this, still honestly going to be ahead. 5 of clubs on the river. Now this is an interesting one for Stu, being that 8x of clubs is a thing after backdoor hearts come in, so it's an interesting spot because Trig's never got an ace, so we're not trying to get value from a worse ace here. We can definitely be up against a deuce in the big blind, so if Stu's firing here, Tao, he's probably going to go small, going after exactly an 8.
That's half bottom balance.
65, yeah it is. So just targeting specifically an 8 here when we fire this river. Fires for 65k. And Trig with the 8-6 of diamonds. Like sometimes we can get put in a gross spot here, Stu, if like Trig jams on this board. He's going to use a time bank. But the way Trig's posturing, he's not thinking about bluff raising this river, he's just thinking about finding the call here. Maybe what's going through Trig's head is Stu going to be going bet with his ace-x here after this backdoor flush comes in, being 8x of clubs out there. Does he think we're going to be heroing in with an 8? All these things going through Trig's head right now, and he does pay it off, and Stu going to show him the ace-king, which is good. So I'm guessing Trig's thought process there is Stu might be checking back his ace-x on the river once the backdoor clubs come in, thinking that he's not getting paid by an 8.
Stu up to 400. Second in chips, Keith, shy of $1 million. Da-da-da. Yeah, Liverpool won them 3-1 today. 3-1 at half time. Hello to Mark watching in Southport. Evening, Mark. You're not wrong about the question. He's googling everything in a minute.
I was willing you to put it in.
Go on in. He's googling LL Cool J. That's who he's calling.
Uncle, that's there from earlier when I was googling who he was. Turk in the cut-off, raising the Queen Jack makes it 13, and Keith suited King. Definitely one could have mixed into a 3-bet bluff range, but just happy to call here on this occasion. Trig not in the small blind, guys. That's an error with the action, and Guy defending in the big.
Yeah, Trig's definitely not in.
So we are going to do the giveaway, guys, at 10-2. We'll do it in 3 minutes.
Is Tom Ferrari Gill still in? No, Tom went out before the money, unfortunately. Johnny? Scottish Turk's still in. the Scottish Turk. Oh my days.
He's going to start singing "When I Wake Up" instead of ABBA. He's going to start doing the proclaimers. He's just going to go say hello when I wake up.
Imagine
when
that.
I wake up. Just keep doing that.
I don't know the old words. Imagine if he does.
Treble. I would crack up if he does that. That would be content. So guys, after this hand, we are going to do a giveaway for you guys. £110 at closer seat and a €30 seat as well into our new bigger weekly. Just going to cover this all in. We've got a flip. We've got Wadey with the ace king and Keith with the pocket jacks. Can Wadey find the double and get himself back in it? Going to need to hit.
Yes, another giveaway. Wadey ace king. Does he hit? Wadey normally does.
There we go. Ace on the flop. So just fading jacks now. No other way not to lose this other than running deuces for a chop, obviously, but that's never going to happen. So jack to fade, and Wadey will double. 9 of hearts on the turn. One more card to avoid. And it does. 8 of clubs. So Wadey, who was down to 9 bigs, has gone double and puts himself right back in it.
Absolutely.
So guys, we're ready for the giveaway. We've got a 110 closer seat and a €30 bigger weekly seat. First will get themselves the closer. Second will get themselves the bigger weekly seat. And rules are as simple as this. It's Tower thinks. I'm going to ask Tower a question. He's going to write down his answer on a piece of paper. Closest to Tower's answer is going to win themselves the token. No double guesses, multiple guesses. People
is it easy?
Get disqualified. It's pretty easy. I'd say you'd get it within 10, 20. It's not even a hard one. Yeah, it's a pretty easy one. I thought I'd do for the last one.
10 and 20?
Yeah, I thought for the last one I would do a pretty easy one for you, Tower. So, the question I've got for you.
I know he's already lying.
No.
I just know. Be ready and don't forget to think like this one here. Right. I actually think I will never get one of these questions right at all.
This is the most random question ever. I don't even know how it come to me. But
I can guarantee I will never ever get one of these questions right.
Today could be the day.
Okay,
Tower.
right. Ready?
Be the day.
Go.
Right, question.
Right,
I'm going to give you 15 seconds.
Yes.
How many bones in a python? How many bones are in a python?
Oh, I think I know this.
Oh, you think you know this suddenly? No answers yet, guys. We've got to wait for Tower
I think I know
to put his answer down on a piece
heard
of
this before.
paper. How many bones
is it one?
in a python?
I think I know this. I actually think I know this. Can I cover my answer from you? I think I know this.
He's covering his answer.
I think I know this.
He thinks he knows it.
I think I've heard this before. How long have I got?
I'll give you 5 more seconds.
Right. I think.
Right, his answer's in. Go, guys. Good luck. We are going to reveal the winner.
I'm going to reveal it. I think I know this answer.
We are going to reveal the winner at 10 o'clock. In 5 minutes' time, I will give you the real answer. Get your answers in, guys. Go, go, go.
Answers written down. Can't change it. I'm sure I heard this when I used to watch Magpie. That's not mine. How many bones does Tower thinks are in a python? And he's not giving me any inclinations if you think if I'm right or not, so I'm guessing I'm not. You know when you used to watch that what's his face on what was that ITV programme with what was it called? With Terry Nutkins? Terry Nutkin. That was it.
So Keith here, opening to 15k. And Triggs hand can't be right here, Tower. Must be one of them situations where the
could be eights.
Card's been pitched over the box. Got loads of guesses coming in, guys. Good to see.
Yeah. Don't forget, it's how I think and what's not the real answer. Like at all, ever.
So don't really know what Triggs got here, guys, but 3-bet is going to work.
Joel K says it's probably about he'd probably put naught. Oh dear.
So I'll just check.
The Really Wild Show, Alan Piers, that's the one. The Really Wild Show with Terry Nutkins. That was the one I was thinking of. Love it.
How many bones does Tower think are in a python? Still got time to get your answers in, guys.
And
while you're getting your answers in, we're going to head over to an outer table because we've got an all-in and a call. Phil Clark is the player at risk.
A7 he's got.
Gonna need some help here. Well, there's a 7.
He's in a 7 backdoor hearts.
5 changing nothing. And a 3 on the river. So we do lose Phil Clark from the tournament. Phil actually finished in 43rd place because before that we lost Stato, Tom Middleton, Jack Hardcastle. What are 3 names in a row?
Yeah.
NL and Nicola Race we lost just before Phil Clark. So that means, guys, we are down to 42 players. Keep getting your answers in. How many bones do you think Tower thinks a python has?
Terry Nutkins on Animal Magic. He's for a closer ticket.
So 42 remain. And after this hand, guys, I will reveal the correct answer. So we've got Trig opening here, and Guy just going to be an easy shove for him, but does what he does before, just putting in half his stack. 42 remain, guys. Trig's going to get out of the way. So, a lot of you have obviously Googled it, or a lot of you know it. You may not have Googled it. But the correct answer is 1800. That means nothing, though. You've got to get inside this man's head. 1800 is the correct answer. Tower's answer's going to be coming up in 3 minutes' time, just after this hand.
Hope I didn't give it away. Hope I didn't give it away. See, Terry Nutkins learnt me all sorts as a kid. But the biggest question is it a big python or a small one?
Trig going to be opening again here with the ace queen.
Payouts coming straight across the bottom. Oh, Johnny Morris on Angel. And Johnny Morris, he's the man. Johnny Morris. Oh, remember Johnny Morris on Animal Magic. That's magic. He never said that, to be fair.
And Wadey just going to flatten the tens here. Don't mind this versus gun. Just happy to flatten. That's going to bring Keith in with the a6 off. It's a queen high board. Wadey with the 10 of hearts though, but Trig flopping top pair, top kicker here, and going to be c-betting. 15k into 45, opts for third, and Wadey calling with just the 1 overcard and the 10 of hearts working for him too. And a queen on the turn. What a card for Trig, meaning that he's definitely going to get another street now once his queen rolls off. I think Wadey may have called again with just 1 overcard anyway with the 10 of hearts as backup, but definitely not folding now. So although we were ahead anyway, it's actually a great card for us because now less likely from Wadey's perspective that we're going to have a queen, and there is the quick call from Wadey.
Absolutely. Big pots. The 9 of spades on the river.
And this is
not
where
too bad a card for Wadey either.
He's going to have a decision tower because Trig's going to be going for value here.
75k.
Opts for half pot. It's a big chunk of Wadey stack. Like Trig here now, basically repping a queen or better tower, simply because like aces or kings here are probably going to start checking at some point because Wadey on the button is going to be queen x heavy himself. So from Wadey's perspective here, Trig's usually going to rock up with a queen, a flush or a bluff. What are the bluffs here for Trig? I'm guessing some decent queen blockers in there, hands like king jack with a heart, ace king with a heart, just blocking some of the stronger queen x of Wadey with some equity as well. And there is the call from Wadey, does pay it off, and the ace queen for Trig is good.
So Wadey pays him and he's down at 40,000.
And it's that time, guys.
Is it?
We're about to reveal the winner of the giveaway.
So you've got 20 seconds to get your guesses in, and me and Terry Nutkins and Johnny Morris, we used to text each other back in the day, and I'm pretty sure I've gone prob. I'm pretty sure I was wrong.
So
So
the question was, how
Yes.
many bones
Yeah.
in a python?
yeah,
And you wanted Tower's answer, not a correct answer.
yeah.
What'd you go for, Tower?
Well,
Well,
well. I used to watch Animal Magic back in the day.
I don't know what that
You've
is.
never heard of it. And I used to watch Terry Nutkins on his television programme, and I was pretty sure that a python had, I remember, I don't know why, you know when it's in the back of your head, somebody once said, I don't know why, somebody once said a python's got 580 ribs and about 1,000 more bones. That's what I don't know why it's stuck in my head.
Why'd you put 7,000 then?
So I put 17,000. So I actually put, thinking I was correct and thinking I might have got a chance to play into grand final, because when I get one of these right, that's what he's doing, buying me in. I put a pretty good guess. I put 1,580.
And someone got it spot on, and that was Tom Gregson, 1580. You are the winner of our closer ticket. Just drop your alias in
How
the
did
chat.
you get it? How did you get it? And I know Joel's put it in afterwards, which means it's closed, because he told me he wrote it was going to be 0, I think. But well done, 1580.
Yeah.
Thinks like me.
And the problem is, Tower, I
Yes.
know we got to give something away for second place, but we had 3 guesses at 1,600, all guessed 1,600. So we got Gully Math,
Yeah.
we got Harvey, who is Wages Day, and we got Night Owls, who are going to receive a €30 token.
I'm glad you were texting
It's
Tom
all
and
right.
not me.
I'll sort it out, Tower. I'll just give him all one. It's fine. It's not my money. Going to jump back to the action here, guys, because we got an all-in and a.
I'm glad you're texting Tom with all these tickets you're giving away. I'd get the sack.
Yeah, this is a call from Stu. 12 bigs.
Oh man.
Pocket 8s. I can't see Stu folding this one. 2 bigs infested.
Quick,
12 big blind shove. Although it's Stuart, it is actually Stuart in question here. Stuart's been snug as anything, and I'm guessing Stuart's aware of that. Stuart beats Stu Rutter in 3. But I guess it's a tough spot, although it's 12 big blinds. Even though it's 12 bigs, it's probably the tightest player at the table, the player that's not been playing many hands, so that's what's going through Stu's head here. If this was like Trig here that shoved for 12 bigs, Stu would probably snap it off, but now he's just taking the player profile into account as well. But using a time bank for this one.
Makes the call and turns over the snowman. Ace Queen for Stuart, 8s for Stu Rutter. Is Tom still in the building? Mr. Tom, Dr. Tom? His brother?
I don't know.
Dr. Tom Rutter. So, all in. Stuart in seat 4.
Stuart Costa.
Stuart Costa. It cost her nothing to play, but it did.
There's no help there. So Stu gonna need an ace or a queen to keep his tournament alive. 2 cards to come.
Keith Littlewood folded ace king as well.
Jack of
Let's
spades.
come back to this hand. Any help for Stuart Costa? No, Keith Littlewood was right to fold ace king.
So we do lose Stuart Costa from the tournament. So we did just lose Stu in 41st, but just before that, on an outer table, Andy Bradshaw got all the chips in the middle pre-flop, and when I say all the chips, Tower, it was over 250k, so this is a $500,000 pot here. Bradshaw with the jacks up against the kings of Jamie.
Jamie Classic. Running hearts on a jack. 8 or a 9 for a sweat. That's no good. Ace is always there when there's kings on the board. And it's not. So Andy Bradshaw.
Yeah, out in 42nd. Stu Costa was the 41st place finisher. So we're down to 40 players, and that means 5 tables of 8. So those
I'll tell you what,
seats.
Classic's got chips.
Oh yeah, he has. Those seats are going to get filled very shortly. So down to 40 players. Right guys, sorry, all that commotion, all ins and everything, I haven't even checked for any anuses in the chat, so let's have a look. Or you can whisper me on Twitch, either or, whisper the GUKPT account on Twitch, or you can just drop your alias in the chat. Some people don't like people knowing who they are online, so
yeah,
if you do want to do it privately, that is fine.
I was still pretty sure I got the old Terry Nutkins, I tell you. 1800. How do you have 1800 bones?
So Tom Gregson, still waiting on you. Wages Day as well has said thank you, but still no alias. Same as Gully and same as Night Owls. Just drop them in the chat, please. So I can get them on the spreadsheet. That's it for the giveaways for this event, guys. But we do have a live stream free roll tomorrow on the Grosvenor clients. There's still a chance to win yourself a closer ticket and some other tokens for that one.
Gully math is gully math.
Lovely, thank you.
That's pretty easy. Eduardo with ace jack raising it up. Oh no, the Mad Turk's a Turk now on the flag stakes. Wages day is wages day. Cheers, Harvey. Well done, everybody. Well done, everybody. I nearly got one.
Yeah, it was close.
Nearly got one.
Very good guess.
Damn Brexit. Hey dear. I thought I knew one. Guy says, can he get his China flag back? Oh, nice one, guy. Well done on another cash. Plenty away, plenty more poker to be played.
Yeah, so still waiting for Tom Gregson and Night Owls just for your ticket. Just need your alias.
Well, Tom Gregson's got the big one.
Yeah, Tom Gregson's got the big one. He's not even said a thing. Yes, we will do mix-up. We're on break in 10 minutes time, 7 minutes time, left of your screen there. When we come back from break, we will have some chip counts from around the room for you for the final session of the day. So yeah, when we're back at around 20-minute break, PK, was it? Yeah, so we'll be back around 22, so 22:11. When we come back after that break, we will have the full chip counts for the remaining players left in the field. We have 40 left at the moment.
Two clubs on the turn.
Yeah.
Night Owls, Mayor 6661.
Yeah, and got new featured table. Just seeing what we got coming back after the break.
Thanks, Night Owls.
Bixie Yao going to be joining us. We've also got Josh Musson, who we know had a lot of chips. Ewan McNicholas on there as well, and a big fan favourite in the YouTube chat. All in Vin is coming to the table.
Is he? The all-in Vin. Everybody's been asking about him. All-in Vin is going to be on the feature table.
So it's going to be a good last session for us to close up day 2. We have 40 remaining at the moment. We always let you know about any bust outs on outers. When PK's out on the floor, he tries to capture them for us, so you guys do get to see what's going on the outers.
Go on the muscle. Yeah, he had $500,000 last time we saw.
Tom's going to have a heart attack when I send him this tower.
It wasn't me that I'd have done a draw for the 3 that were the 3 30-pounders. I would have done a draw, but no, you were like, yeah, I'll give them all tickets. Don't worry about it. It's not my money. Well done, everybody. Great effort over the week. Giving away twice as much as what you should have done, but jail sort it. Hey dear.
It's a guy free betting the King Jack suited there, and Keith just out of the way with a Jack 10 of hearts, and we are going to head over to an outer, guys, because we do have an all-in and a call.
Tapping the table as well, we're banging the table, we stand up for the extra 2%.
George Demetrio, short stack in the middle, needs Queen or Jack, and that's no good.
That's not a clean window.
So looks like we could be losing George. He needs lots of help here.
Find
a heart on the turn. Ace of diamonds on the river. Lose George Demetrio.
Well done, George.
40th place. So we are down to 39 players, and we're going to be going on break in less than 5 minutes.
Well done, George. Good effort. How many's left? Where did George finish?
39.
George finished 40th?
Yep.
Awesome.
There he is. He's got the Turkish flag now.
Yeah.
The Mad Turk.
Is Jamie still in? The Nick's on?
Yep, Nixon's still in. Andy Hill's still in. Rick Trigg's still in. We got 3 pros still in the field tower.
Wowzers. Well done, everybody.
As Stu opens the 13 with the King Queen, and Donald ripping here for a fair amount of big blinds, just sub 25 on the button. And Stu cannot call this off with King Queen. George took me out with 9-3, says Dan. He had the aces. It's not a good one to lose.
3 Sheffield Wednesday fans on this table has never been heard before. 1, 3 and 9. Oh my days.
But Stu a Sheffield Wednesday fan. Doesn't sound like he's from Sheffield.
Massive Sheffield Wednesday fan. Lives in Birmingham.
No, John. Jack Harcastle busted about an hour ago. We lost Jack.
Chase, Twitch. 1580 I put. I was pretty sure it was correct.
Yeah, and Tom Gregson doesn't want his ticket tower.
No, Tom, where are
If
you?
anyone knows Tom Gregson,
Tell him he's got until the break to give us his alias. Oh, we'll put it up for grabs where Jay thinks.
no, we will not.
We will.
What platform did he answer on? Let's have a look.
Only 10 minutes to wait for the answers.
Tom Gregson on Facebook it was.
Tom, if you don't face it, has Facey gone off? No, Jonathan Scott's watching on Facebook, so that's not. It's not gone off.
Yeah, we got an all in here from Wadey. And Keith
He's got to have an ace.
has ISO
He has to
with
have
the
an
King
ace.
Queen.
He's got ace 8, ace 9. Small blind probably won't be that big.
He doesn't like it. I reckon it's like a small, I reckon jacks or tens maybe. It's the face of a man that's fake flipping tower. Could be completely wrong, but we will see.
We will see. Ace Jack. So we have the ace. See that down, Wadey. You never lose these.
Still fading 6 outs on turn and river.
And now a deuce. Oh no, that's weird. He's on ace
Just
jack.
a king or
just
queen.
a king or a queen. Sit down, Wayne. We know you know this. There you go. He always does that. Taps the table, fist bumps everybody.
There we go.
Wade is back up to 100,000.
Aaron Wilson, do you think we lack intellect that much in the booth? Really? Props for trying, sir. Props for trying. If it was Tower just sat here, he might be on it right now, writing it down. So I think we've got one more hand, guys, and then that will be us for the session. 20-minute break. Back between 25-2 and 22. We'll see the clock in the room anyway, and we'll make sure we're back on time for the final session of the day. 39 remain. How many will bag for day 3 tomorrow?
That's how you're hoping. I'm also a good guy as well, so it'll be hard to tell me out. That's why I've made it a bit hard, isn't it? Yes, mate. Yes. It is hard to tell a good guy. Good guys pass on them.
Pocket fires for Trig, last hand of the session.
I didn't see that hand.
As you can see there, 8 seconds left. Last hand of the sesh. 20-minute break, which means we'll be back at 10:40 for the resumption and the final 2 levels. We're on 40, 39. 39.
And that turtle 10s. Trig has opened under the gun. The Trig undeterred. Looks like a very small free bet this. Gun versus small tower.
How many you got left, this is?
Like, yeah, like, I'd Trig surely think he's going to call here, tower. Like, yes, we've got 5s and usually we'd always fold this spot, but because Mad Turk's gone so small here, he's got like 2.8x and Trig's got position as well, but looks like he's going to let it go. He's going to show him the 5s. Now he's wishing he went set mine and he sees the 10s. Tiny size from Turk, Trig lets it go quickly, I may add, and we are on a 20-minute break, guys. See you at 22. We'll be back for the final session of the day. Ewan McNicholas, Bixie Yao, all in Vin, Josh Musson, just some of the names that are going to be joining us when we return. See you soon.
See you soon.
Ian can decide to make a decent sized raise here against a pretty tight player in the big blind, or he can decide to call. Either's fine. Just decides to call. Anthony, check his option. It's fine. Whoa, this might be bad news for Ian because he's got the nut low, and he's going to decide to barrel this at least one street, and let's see if Anthony just decides to call. Good trap from Anthony here. I half expected him to raise it, tower, but he's playing it well. Now this is a spot where if I am Ian, I'm betting pretty big now. About pot. 50,000. He goes for 27,000. Again, Anthony, if I'm Anthony, I'm just calling.
Yeah, me too.
Got such a disguised hand, tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just calls again.
Yeah,
great play from
any
Anthony.
low sets really disguised, aren't they?
Yeah.
And now a queen. Queen of spades on the river. Are we going to rep the king? Or are we going to rep something like ace, king, king, jack, king, queen?
I'm betting massive here, tower. At least pot, maybe pot and a half. We've got the nut low. Anthony can't have many kings in his hand. What can he really have? He can't have ace king because he just defended pre without squeezing it up. Wow, I like this play. I really like this play. I really like this play. And if Anthony finds the call, good luck to him. But I really like this play. There's not. Let's think about it. Ace king. He can't have ace king. He can have king jack. Anthony can and make a pretty tight check back on the flop before the flop. But what other kings can he have, Tower? He's got to have something to call the flop with. So he's got to have a king to call the flop with. So king 10 he could have. That's reasonable. Turns a pair, calls the bet. Queen king, possibly. But then that's about it, Tower. He can't have ace king. He can't have 2 kings. And whereas Ian, we could have any king. We could be bluffing in the pot there. We could have. He's decided to call, and that's pretty sick. And I think it's really unlucky for Ian. I think he played the hand really, really, really well, and just got unlucky that Anthony had a set. I mean, how can he have a set? That set of 4s is kind of like the only really strong non-king hand he can have, Tower. And obviously he can have a hand like ace 6. He's got to call twice and fold. There's just so many hands that he's got to fold. And although Ian did come in, didn't he, Tower? And Ian did come in and try and ask if he could explain his decision, but I thought he played the hand well.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't need to go quite all in. Maybe pot and a half, something would suffice. But I said as soon as I saw the river bet that I'd go over pot.
Yeah.
And I think it's a fine play. He just ran into someone who had a set and wasn't in the mood for folding it, Tower.
Yeah.
But if you think about the actual King X combos, it's not that many, Tower. It's not that many at all. Ian's got way more King X combos. If Anthony just had an ace, for example, he has to call the flop, he has to call the turn, and he has to just immediately fold the river.
Yeah.
Same with his 2-pair combos, but he had a set and he could have folded the set. He had a long tank about it. I think he played that hand well.
So Carl, Queen 10, 9, 7, pocket 8s with 1 suit. Gary with double suited kings, although the cards working with it aren't the most attractive, but still going to come along on the button with position on Carl. Mitch is in the big blind, and Mo here with ace king jack 5 3-3 closing the action. Oh no, he's not. He's got nil on the 50 behind him. My mistake. Oh, is Mo just going to put it in here with all this dead money out there? He's just going to flat, and Neil is going to pot it because Neil has got triple suited aces here. Queen 9 6 deuce makes it 1.2, and Carl's going to give him a spin here.
Absolutely, that's a great board. 7 8 8 9 10 queen,
and Gary good enough to fold kings now. Tower. This just becomes an easy fold with pocket kings here for Gary, I think.
Double suited?
Yeah, they're double suited, but the thing is, like against ace 6 of spades, ace 6 of diamonds out there, obviously bad reverse implied odds. The deuces, the times that we flop a set of deuces, we're not really going to be in love with our hand, whatever the board. So basically, call in to hope for a king here as Gary, and I think he'll come to the correct decision to let this one go. As well as that, obviously 4 spades in our hand, less likely to make a flush. But maybe the nil factor is what's doing it here for Gary. Maybe thinking nil
is meant to call.
Not necessarily going to have aces in this spot. However, usually in a
Mitch
scenario,
has put a lot in for 3.4. More snap called.
Wow, what's Mitch
Neil's
got?
never folding. Not ever.
What is going on here? Mitch can't have anything. Kings he can't have. Aces he can't have. Queen Jack 10 9 8 7 rundown's unlikely because Carl's blocking that. What on earth has Mitch got, Tower?
Spread your cards, Mitch. Because Neil's never folding, and now Carl is thinking, what's happening here? I've got a call. He calls. Gary, is he a family all in?
Oh, he's asking for a count. This is one
3-3.
Yeah, this is one of the other problems with obviously flattening the kings. We're not closing the action behind, and now we've probably got a call getting this price on the call.
Absolutely. 5 all-ins.
6-1.
We're talking a 15k pot going on.
It's going to be a biggie, Tower. I'll tell you that. And Carl and Gary still going to have betting on the side. Good luck, Sean, sorting this one out. Pray for the dealer, Tower. That's what I'm going to say when this all goes in.
I mean, I'd still like to know what Mitch has got.
Yeah, it just don't make sense to me, because obviously he can't have aces, he can't have kings.
He's just took a picture of them for his fans.
I reckon he's going to have Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10-10. We'll go with that.
Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10-10.
I'm going on the dead cards now, but the fact that he's taking a picture as well, I'm guessing it's a hand he's not going to have too often. So Carl and Gary both just getting the lot in.
Well, he can't have kings. He could have queens.
Yeah, Queen.
You could have jacks.
Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10-10, something like that for Mitch.
Spreader, Mitch.
Maybe with the ace of spades in there.
There we go.
He's got the King, Queen,
10,
Jack, 10,
Queen,
6-7.
There we go. 6-7, 10 Jack, Queen, King.
Having a little gamble. Neither his suits lives. Heart's not working for him. Diamond's not working for him. So Mitch going to need a miracle here.
Good luck, Sean.
Oh, he's got 3 suits here, Mitch, to be fair to him. He's got the Shablammer.
The Shlabama, I do like that word. So we have a 5-way all-in, 15k pot, and it's 4-5-9. There is a side betting, because we've got 2 people still with money. It's checked. 10 on the turn.
Yeah, that's a massive turn card for Mitch now, Tower. He has got the super wrap here. Any 6 through king that doesn't pair the board and isn't the club is going to give him the nuts. 9 on the river. Who's got the 9?
Who's got the 10s?
Does someone have 10s? Carl's got 10-9 for Carl Shaw.
Carl Shaw, baby, the gentleman.
He's going to scoop the lot. 21.5k pot.
Whoa.
Going the way of Carl. Phelps the entire table, but Mark and Carl is just up to 21.9k, just like that. And the 10-9 does it.
Wow.
On the end there.
Well, if nobody pulls up, we've done.
There we go. There we go. That could be it, guys.
He's felting everybody.
Oh.
Wow, Carl Shaw. 10-9. It comes 10-9, turning river. Wow. What a game. Well done to the dealer. Big round of applause, please.
It's just
for Sean.
Kelly and Mark weren't in that one. Well, it shouldn't be too hard, Tao, because I think Carl's got everyone covered. So it's not. It's just everyone give Carl their chips, I think. I think that's how this is going to go. I think everyone's just going to be giving Carl Shaw money. And we got day 1G tomorrow, which is now an ordinary flight, and then the turbo kicks off at 6 p.m.
And then Saturday for day 2, get down to about 60 players, and then the final on the Sunday.
You're spot on, Donna. You are spot on. Too many. That's how many days. I'll make you right.
Ace 5 for Danny in the big, after an initial raise from Keith in C number 1.
A nice 3-bet spot, I think, Tower here. We got Keith covered. Keith's third in chips. He's not really going to want to get involved too much. Definitely one we could be mixing in a 3-bet here as Dan Gormley. And on FTs, we don't have to go as big as usual, the normal 4x size, because of ICM. We can choose like 3x, 3.5x here as Dan, so make it somewhere around 700-800k. That's what I'd like to see, and he is going to take the spot, Tower. Very nice from Dan. Just recognising the situation and recognising where Keith is in chips and how he has to play tighter here because we have him covered. So this should do the trick a lot of the time. Back over to Keith here, and personally could go either way. I think Keith is probably more tight to let this one go. Oh, he's just going to quickly call Tower here. So Keith happy to go float post flop here with the King Jack.
Off to the flop. Another pot brewing. Queen 2-3.
Yeah, so this is a big pot, Tower already. 1.6 milli in the middle here. And Danny does flop a wheel draw here with the ace-5, so probably one we're probably going to continue small, 400k, 500k, something like that, somewhere between the quarter pot and third remit is the size I'd like to see here from Dan. As always in these 3-bet situations, can go a lot smaller. So it does choose the 350 sizing, goes even smaller than the 400. So south of quarter, between fifth and quarter pot from Dan Gormley, and Keith here with the king jacks, jack of diamonds working, getting this price. Is he thinking about pulling out the float with this candidate? It's probably, if we are going to float the king jack, it's probably one of the better combinations we can have. King of spades, jack of diamonds. Let's see what Keith does. Like folding would be fine here as well. Just because tangling with Danny, who's got us covered, could put us in a world of hurt. It would be a disaster for us to come 8 from this FT when we go in with the chip lead. But big pot brewing here on the FT, guys. Oh, and there's the call from Keith. He does pull out the float, and pot has got 2.3 million here, working with 1.25 SPR behind. Effective stack of Keith.
Whoa, king of diamonds. Brings in the flush draw top pair.
Yeah, so Keith loves to see this tower. And now Dan, what's the play on the turn here? Obviously, this king's supposed to be a lot better for the R range here. Does Danny ever expect Keith to be floating? That's the question. Does he expect Keith to have some floats with some king jack here, some jack 10 suited with backdoor spades, hands like that? That's the question Danny's got to ask himself. Because from a range perspective here, this king of diamonds rolling off, he shouldn't really have any kings here, Keith, other than king queen specifically. Ace king's going to 3-bet pre, king queen's going to call flop and then turn 2 pair. So it should only really be from our perspective as Danny, king queen, the hand that Keith has here, and Danny goes for the second barrel here. So maybe going after some 4s through jacks, these type of holdings, although jacks or 10s might choose to 4-bet pre, but also perhaps going after some queen jack, ace queen that didn't 4-bet, as well as some queen 10 suited that could be in there, queen jack, queen 10 suited. So really nice bet that targets that proportion of Keith's range. The pocket pairs, the queen X, these type of hands are going to be in a really tough spot now faced with this double barrel. However, Keith has the one hand that he has pulled the float out with and does contain a king, so Keith's going to have to call once more with the second nut flush draw as backup. So it should just be an easy call here from Keith, and we're going to take a river tower.
Off to the river. Fourth diamond.
So over to Danny here. We'll know that he's never going to be good here with the ace-5, but has he got the shove in the locker here? We're probably going to have more bare ace of diamonds than Keith in this spot. Like, Keith shouldn't really have too many flushes once the king and 10 of diamonds run out. I guess it's good. He can have like some 7-8 of diamonds, 8-9 of diamonds, ace jack of diamonds, jack 9 of diamonds. But with these particular diamonds on the board, the king 10 and the queen, those being high diamonds, hands that Keith will probably peel a 3-bet with, let's say for example king queen suited, king 10 suited, these aren't a thing, and Danny does go for it. He does find the jam here, and Keith sitting here with the second nuts, backdoors into the flush, and Dan Gormley making a big move early on and just applying pressure to Keith. Keith coming in with the chip lead, and he'll be thinking he could be going home in 8th here if Dan has backdoored into the nut flush himself. Dan could still plausibly have turned a flush here. He could be 3-betting some ace-4, ace-5 of diamonds, these type of holdings. Even ace-6, ace-7, ace-8 of diamonds could probably all be in there as well. So this is a huge move from Dan Gormley early on in this final table. And back over to Keith here. And I think with the jack of diamonds tower, it's... It's pretty gross, but
it's a gross spot.
It's horrible because Dan's only ever making this move for value with the ace of diamonds. He's not going to shove like 9s here or ace 9, say if he elected to 3-bet that and double barrel. He's not going to shove ace 9 with a 9 of diamonds. So Keith's jack of diamonds here, although it is the second nuts, it's pure bluff catcher here. We're either behind to the bare ace or a turn flush of Danny, turn nut flush, or he's just got a bluff in this scenario, and Danny with the bottom of his range just going for it here, and notice rubbing the left arm there, caressing. Usually that signals is something people do to calm themselves down, but this is what we wanted to see, Tower. It's what we've been waiting all day. Yeah, exactly. He's just trying to, if not try and put the heart rate down, perhaps try not to give anything away. And Keith here in a really tough spot because yes, we backdoored it.
Please, final four players in the main event. You have to settle one down the break. Please retake your.
Yes.
Set, ready, back for more. 2 hours left to go tonight, guys. We have 39 players remaining. Right on time. Here he comes. He's up there. You can't see him. You can't see him. If I could do that with the camera.
I'm here.
He's here.
I had to speak to Richie Pearson.
Right on time. 2 hours to go. 39 remain. Featured a table for the final session of the day. In 1 is Jamie Klossick. In 2, All in Vin, Alan Vinicum.
Is it?
In 3, James Mahone. In 4 is Bixie Yao. 5, Ewan McNicholas. 6 is Johnny Kelly. 7, Nicholas Ramsey. And in 8 is Josh Musson.
I had to speak to Richie Pearson.
You had to?
Or, not being funny, me shouted at.
Oh, okay.
By Richie Pearson because he's had 3 buckets of Peroni. He's playing a £500 GUKPT Cup. He's had 3 buckets.
Buckets? What, they pour in the
They
Peroni?
get 8 for whatever.
Yeah,
8 for or whatever it is. It comes in a bucket of ice. And he's had 3 buckets. And he's still going. And he's still in. Whoa, I tell you what. 260 in the cup.
So they get over 200, didn't I? You had the 130. I said, no, it'd be more.
130?
You said 130.
I said 130 in the prize pool. And that's what it is.
Can someone go back to yesterday's stream, please, and find the point where Tower guessed the number of entries?
I meant 130,000 in the prize pool. That's what the 130 came in as.
So all in the call here, first hand. Looks like Alan had a bad session. Did have chips going into the penultimate session of the day, but coming into the final session with only 3 big blinds. And we got Ewan here, who's just going to ISO off of his 24 BBs. And Alan does have 2 live cards. Going to need to find a jack or a 7 to survive. How are we doing, Paul Bennett? Evening, Tara and Jay. Just back from working away. Just realised I'm old enough to play the seniors. See you tomorrow.
The mad cabbie's on his way. He's not a mad cabbie. He's not been the mad cabbie for like 10 years. But he'll always be the mad cabbie. Come on, Johnny. Says Warren Bennett. Jack 7 needs to hit.
Yeah, that's a terrible flop, robbing us of our jack. So only a 7 here for All in Vin to find.
Well, we lose one straight away.
And a 5 on the turn, so story remains the same. Jack not possible. Would give Broadway to Ewan, so needs a 7. Is it always coming 7?
Yeah. No.
4 a diamond.
Unlucky All in Vin.
Alan Vinicum out first hand on the feature table, and I was waiting for Towel to come back, so here they are. These are the chip counts.
Cool J is still up top.
So yeah, Cool J up top. Keith Littlewood still at the top. Tom Lagzal's had a good session. Josh still sitting where he's been for a while now, $500,000.
I know he's only come to the table with 25,000, but I did notice Alan Vinicum early doors had about 200,000 chips, so I don't know what must have been some big hands going on, or obviously a few losses, but some big stacks there. We saw Jamie Klossick taking out Andy Bradshaw, 750,000 in chips. Some big stacks are building, my friend. Big stacks are building. Jack Oliverson. Jack Oliver still in. Johnny Kelly missed the night out with Johnny this Tuesday. He went up to Q's in Blackpool, their famous pool hall, to meet up with players he'd not seen for years, because Johnny used to play on a decent level, still does. Had a couple of things that I couldn't actually get out on the Tuesday night, unfortunately. But fingers crossed, we'll do it next time he comes up. Classic and Josh, you're not wrong. Spuddy's still in as well. Mick Fletcher's still in. There's a lot of locals still in. Yep, Riggy's still in. Mick Fletcher's still in. Spuddy's still in.
Ewan's not Spanish and Nicholas is not Turkish. When's he going to learn, Tower?
When is he going to learn?
How many times?
How many times?
You've got to change the flag before the players sit at the table.
How many times? He gets the warning, half an hour he's got to change it. Does he change it? No. I tell you what, if there are 4 or 5 locals on the final table, it will be a loud rail.
I remember Ron's, is it Enid last year, going like,
really?
on the rail with him last year. It was a good rail last year, I remember.
It was.
Correctly at Blackpool.
Indeed.
It's just a leg though that I think it's just always going to be a row on the final table. I know some places it can be quite quiet, but this leg, especially with the cup on tomorrow as well, day 2.
Yeah, imagine Vinny chopping it one year and then the son chopping it the next
Yeah,
year.
I know.
They're in a decent position as well. Now I see Ewan making a decent fist of it as well.
Yeah, winner of the National League last year, so that's been free rolling 2022 on the circuit for the GUKPTs.
How are we doing, Nath?
How are you, Nathan?
Hope you're well. Oops. We just had a pitch of Johnny's cards into seat 8 and not 7. And Johnny's folded. I think Dave's changing the flag.
Okay. Well, Nicholas isn't Chinese anymore, so Ewan could be Spanish.
You won the mechanic there. To be fair, it looks less Spanish now than it did.
Josh opening to 18 with the Queen 10 of Hearts from the hijack, and Ewan defending with a 10-9 in the big blind. Flop time. So Ewan flops best, however Josh should be c-betting. This board can go really small here on the ace-9 free rainbow versus big blind. Just going to be a small bet from Josh, and that's exactly what he does. Goes for 15 into 48, just south of third, and Ewan here with a 9. Going to be calling once here, getting 4-1 in this money. But yes, Ewan will be aware, Josh obviously does have a lot of ace-x in his range as the opener, but he still will also have hands like he has here, some Broadway type holdings, stuff like this. Ace of spades on the turn. And probably where Josh probably happy to start checking here once this ace rolls off here, tower. Unlikely that Ewan's going to be folding some 9x now, and obviously never folding out some ace-x, so do like the decision here from Josh to slow down on this ace turn. Just aware that Ewan's now not going to be folding the 9x in his range as well as the ace-x, so we only start targeting the 3x and then maybe some wheel draws which we're ahead of anyway. 7 of diamonds on the river. And Ewan checks, and Josh checks behind. Queen 10 of hearts, no good. So Ewan takes the first one with a 10-9. And we will keep you updated around the room, guys.
We will.
How are we doing? Sasquatch on Twitch.
I'll tell you what, dark blue on blue's pretty hard for us to read, isn't it? That's the chip count's in seat order.
Saskatchewan Sasquatch, who won?
Okay.
I don't know if I said
Hiya
that
Super
right.
Streamers and hiya Mods and chat. Good evening, Sasquatch. Saskatch. Can you not just be called Dave?
It would make life easier, wouldn't it? It would. Nick just been in the twos there, under the gun. And Jack 5 suited here for Ewan. Quick check of Johnny Kelly's stack. Not sure how much John's playing. Suited Jack. If he is sub 10, could see Ewan just shove here, tower. There is the shove from Ewan. And Johnny Kelly not going to be able to call this one. 6-4 off.
Yeah, an effective 57. Call me Bigfoot. You can call me Bigfoot if you like. If you change the actual dark blue writing into something like yellow, I'll be able to read it. Sasquatch, who won? Sasquatch, you won. Sasquatch, who won? You have to Google it, try and find out what it means. Good to have you on board, sir. Good to have you on board. Close to 11 o'clock UK time in the PM. And we're in the money. We're on 39. And 2 hours left to play. And Bixie's made the money again.
Yeah, James can just open here with the ace-10. Too many big blinds, 18 bigs. Just a bit too many to be open shoving. Obviously, if we had probably 14, 15 or less, happy to open rip this one, but just going to open here to 18. And Bixie with 9 big blinds, Queen Jack suited versus Hijack here. Thinking about taking this one. Wouldn't mind it. But there's still plenty of hands that Josh may still let go. I think we still just might have a smidge of fold equity here versus Josh James's stack size with our stack size as Bixie. But we're never flatting this one off 9 bigs. It's all in or fold. And Queen Jack suited, obviously a lovely looking hand. And these suited Broadways do fare well in all in situations. Still going to have decent equity. Does let it go. Would have been called off by the ace-10, so it's a correct fold from Bixie. And well timed from Bixie as well, because Johnny Kelly with the aces moves all in, and it's back onto James, and he has to call this one off. It's 7 big blinds, we've got 2 invested, it's 5 bigs more, getting a really attractive price here, close to 3 to 1, and there is the call. And Johnny Kelly going to be doubling up here unless
Yeah, comes a bit ill.
unless James does what Ali Malou done earlier with ace-10 versus aces.
I know.
You're only 50, Paul. You're going to bus pass. See you tomorrow, mate. Safe travels in. It'll be good to see you and catch up. Johnny Kelly, all in.
Yeah, that will be that.
That'll do. It ain't coming quick.
And it's not coming running 10s either, so give that man his double up. And that will seal it. Johnny Kelly.
Doubles.
And Bixie tower. What did Bixie have?
A jack.
Queen Jack of clubs.
A jack. And she's smiling. She just told him I had the jack.
Coaches in the car park, please, Ewan. I think they're having a conversation because I think Bixie whispered to Ewan what she folded and Ewan just telling her whether he thinks it's the correct fold or not. So that will make Johnny Kelly feel a lot better. Bit more wiggle room now, and button's just gone through us, so we've got a few hands as well before we're back in the blinds. Ace queen here for Johnny Kelly, 16 in the cut-off. I think either or's fine here, Tower. I think opening's going to be fine, 16 bigs. With this hand from cut-off, maybe a bit too strong to be ripping. And Johnny does just choose the open option, which is going to be fine here. I think either or. I think it's one of those situations if we're at a table that's really, really tough and we've got quite a really good player in the big blind, we might just open rip this one, take some post-flop play out of it, but I think it's going to go in anyway here because this is a jam for Jamie. This is an easy jam for him and Johnny Kelly's going to call it off. And an ace queen for Johnny Kelly and could be going double-double.
Yeah,
going
indeed.
from one of the short stacks in the room to above average. Still needs to fade some though. Won't want to see a jack.
All in call, feature.
We finished just before 1 AM tonight.
Well, that's a little switcheroo. Now I don't want to see a queen. Oh, it's a 5 of spades.
No way.
So now the full 12 outs to fade. No queen, no spade. And Johnny Kelly will go double-double. Oh, it is the queen!
No, Johnny.
Oh, that is ill Broadway for Jamie Klossick. And wow, that is a pretty ill one when it comes to queen instead of the spade as well.
Wow.
Got an okay flop, just fading 3 out still, and then bigger sweat on the turn, and Jamie up to 900k. And I think that's going to put Jamie chip lead up in the room.
Wowzers.
Unfortunate for Johnny Kelly, he finished in, wow, he finished in 34th.
Hey?
We lost Anthony Smith
Yeah.
in 38th, John Mooney in 37th, Tim Chung in 36th, and Andy Hills in 35th.
Oh.
So with Johnny Kelly in 34th,
What was 39th then?
all in Vin.
All in Vin was 39. Ah, I see, okay.
So with Johnny Kelly busting in 34th, we're down to 33 players.
Wow.
Lose one more. 4 tables of 8.
Is this the last round for the NPL? No. The whole of London is going to be part of the NPL. The whole of London is part of the NPL, so the grand final full festival is.
How are we doing, Paula? Good evening to you.
Evening, Paula. We've had Christian earlier. How are you, Paula? Hope things are good.
Yeah, and we're going to have a pot here, Tower, because 10-9 suited. Josh going to have to pill this one with position. And there is the call. This is pretty standard. Jamie, love the sizing choice here. Nice and big, 4x from the small blind versus button. And Josh has just got too good a hand here. Button versus small speed folding. Great playability. We've got position as well. However, this is not the flop we wanted to see. Really small bet on the Queen 7 deuce. Driest board texture you can get. So want to have the smallest sizes on this one. But Jamie going for 60. It's right, a bit of a chunk. 60 into 160.
Stacking up chips, nearly on a mil.
Yeah, but Josh just has to fold, nothing he can do, complete whiff for him. And Jamie just flying.
He is. He's got twice as many chips as anybody else at the table, minimum.
There's the prize pool, guys. See what everyone's got locked up. £3,150 locked for everyone now. 33 remaining, but everyone with their eyes set on the £142,000 up top. Even seconds, just shy of 6 figures. Queen 10 for Nick in the hijack. Could open this one off of 28. Cheers, Ash. Have a good night, mate. Enjoy the UFC. We will see you in chat tomorrow.
Off to watch the UFC, whoever's on. See you tomorrow. Final day in Blackpool tomorrow from 12:30.
Yes, she is. Paula Bixie is the last lady standing. Renee and Nicola both managed to cash.
Well done, Nicola. Well done, Renee.
James with the easiest shove of his life here.
This is all in.
For just sub 9.
Yeah.
Bit annoying for Bixie because she might have elected to go with the freeze if there wasn't a jam in front of her. Now Nick can't call and Josh can't call, and that will be that. Josh just asking for a cow. But to be honest, I prefer a call with like a 9-7 suited than an ace-9 or an ace-7 in this spot. Like just against the jamming range, it's not going to contain no 9s or 7s unless it's pocket 9s or pocket 7s specifically. So when we are up against the ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack, king-queen, these type of hands, so on, we are going to actually have just over 40% equity. So that's why Josh is thinking about this one, but decides to let it go. It's just the price he's getting there and how that specific hand fares versus that shoving range. Obviously we are crushed by the 9s plus, but then the rest of the range there we are going to have a decent amount of equity. Guessing that's what the tank was for. Cheers, Ian. Night, chaps. Won't be here tomorrow. Playing Luton, dealer dealt tourney late afternoon.
Good luck tomorrow, Ian. Ask him to stick it on in the room when you get to the Grosvenor Casino. Ask them to stick it on one of the monitors in the room. Not hard. Or take your laptop and watch it. The Michelin man just went by there. No, it's Brian Harvey, he's 17. Stay now. Hurry if you got to go away. There he goes, disappears.
So that coat's going right in the bin when I get home.
No, it's not.
It's going straight in the bin.
Where's your John Watson coat?
I left it at a nightclub years and years ago.
Really?
Yeah, literally. Years ago, long time ago.
Anybody following you round when you've got hats, coats, gloves and scarves on and phones, they could open a market stall week after.
Yeah. Someone was the beneficiary of a nice hat in Mark Kelly's the other night.
Well,
if anyone's been to Blackpool and seen the people that get into this Mark Ellie's place, I walk in and I can't wear a hat. I'm just not even allowed a hat.
He's got his posh trainers on, he's got his nice trousers on, he's got a baseball cap on, they won't let him in. The first thing we see in the toilets.
I run in the toilets, gave the bloke a tenner, he's got the hairspray out, spraying on me up. Hey, you look nice, look nice. He was happy. But then I left my hat on the table and it was gone.
They won't realise it's a £300 hat and they'll have sold it for a tenner. I'll tell you. They'll be thinking, a tenner? Go on, I'll have that. The sporting weekend in Blackpool with the BAPTO. What's that? BAPTO. I know it's the Northern Soul Championships in Blackpool as well this weekend.
He's playing with James. Raises to 18. Jack 10 off here for Ewan in the small. Out of the way. And Nick in the big blind does the same. Just raise and take for James. Good few hands for him.
We play to the end of 10 levels, so level 20. End of level 20. We're on level 19 now. We finished the live stream around about 12:45, 12:50 kind of mark. Price ticket scrolling across the bottom. Pete Mason's still in as well for the locals. Oh, you could have gone to the Norbreck Castle. There's the pool championships on.
Shh! What, at the Norbreck?
Yeah. The pool championships held at the Norbreck Castle. There you go. No details regarding the league for the British Open, the UK Open at the minute. We will have a lot more details when we start the next leg in London. Carl Lakeland is on his way. Carl Lakeland is on his way tomorrow to play the Turbo. Good to see you in the chat, but we'll see you in person tomorrow. Fletch and Danny Melton are both still in. I think we still have the chip counts from the break. There we go. These were from the break, so obviously lined about half an hour ago. Mick Fletcher. Where's Mick Fletcher? Right, the 200k at the top. Mick had 200. Danny Melton is Snowy. So Danny Melton had. Can you see Danny's name? Yeah, 140. So there we go.
Have you got 10?
John, as part of the ongoing improvements to the Norbreck Castle, a new doormat has been fitted so you can wipe your feet on the way out. Oh dear. So they've got the pool championships at the Norbury Castle. There's the Northern Soul World Championships at the Blackpool Tower and all around town. There's all sorts. Next week it's Strictly Come Dancing at the Tower. Cool. How are we doing, John? Hope you're well. Hope things are good.
There you are, Tim Wright with the knowledge. Despite always being a complete type, the Norwich Castle used to have the UK qualifiers for the Snooker World Championship in the basement.
He did. I think he moved to the Hilton in previous times as well. It's always been Blackpool for pool and snooker. It's really weird. Bix is in. No action from Ewan. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Bix is in trouble.
And it's an 8.5 big blind shove here. Nicholas working with 28 could potentially ISO. Maybe calling is the best option. Chance for someone to go wild behind us, perhaps.
Oh, Josh folds a queen and a 5. Fives to Vixie, queens for Nick.
Diamonds and clubs anyway.
2 flush draws. Good luck. But also, at least put a mana for it.
So put the glasses in the bag, Pixie. It's always coming 5 if we do that. Bag on the shoulder.
Running clubs.
Cut a club on the turn for a little bit of a sweat. And it's 3 of diamonds, so Bixie down to the case 5 on the river.
Down to the case 5. Oh, it's not, it's a 9.
So we lose Bixie in 33rd.
Unlucky Bixie, great effort. Cashed again. Cashed again. The Northern Soul Championships is dance. It's dance music, Northern Soul. If you're young and under 30, Northern Soul was around in the 60s. And it stayed with a lot of dancers. Northern Soul, a little bit of two-tone, a little bit of ska. And then it went into soul music. But Northern Soul is a dance craze that just stayed forever. And the music is brilliant, by the way. Love it. I'm going to stick something on in the background. I recommend getting on Spotify, stick on the best of Northern Soul and just listen for half an hour. It's great. Yeah, Soul Sweet, Little Black Pug, all being rammed this weekend. And the
32nd is guaranteed 3,150.
Very nice.
Bixie just got herself a little £200 ladder. 34 got 2,920, 33rd got 3,150. There's Ewan under the gun. Out of the way, Nicholas the same. Round to Jamie on the button with all the chippies. Oh, sorry, Ewan's not even gun. Ewan is in the big blind. And Jamie Queen 9 suited raises it up, and James just with an easy fold here with the 7-6.
No, it's been dancing all week. Chase. Dancing all week. There's also DJs on as well, so they might have had a DJ champs as well. Cracking weekend, I must admit. Cracking weekend.
Interesting one for you, suited. But it is 2.5x that we're facing, but still makes the call with the 3 deuce of clubs. That is the worst flop probably to see with the 3 deuce suited. But Jamie running hot, flopping top 2 pair here, and just going to be continuing on this board. It is mono, so definitely still choose a small size hit on the all heart board. See what he opts for.
Jim Nixon comes to the table.
And Callegro as well.
Oi, oi. So that must mean we're on 32.
Yep.
4 tables of 8. Who said there'd be 4 tables left at the end of the night?
End of the night, Tower. We've still got an hour and 40 minutes.
Yes, yes, yes. Ryan, 16 years ago, still living the dream. Unfortunately, it wouldn't have been the GUKPT. Not 16 years ago. I know we've been around a long time, but this is that would have been the Northern Lights. The 16 years ago, this week, the Northern Lights were on, and Chas Chatter and Sonny Chatter took all the money home in the same car. That was the last Northern Lights in 2006. I wonder if you're going to call it the Northern Lights in March. Bring it back. Don't stop, bring it all back. You're going to see what you can do. Hey, Talia, how are you?
Good evening, Talia.
I was Luton. You been dancing on that dance floor tonight? Be busy in Luton tonight.
Oh my word, James just folded 2 on the button and decides to muck the 10-9 suited. Alex Montgomery's still in. I didn't even realise he was in the field. Hadn't even seen his name anywhere, Tower.
I'll tell you what, we've seen a lot of. We've not seen a lot of players.
I've not seen Alex all week.
Yeah,
I
saw Hefs on the break. I had to shake his hand and apologise not seeing him all week.
I'm still shocked that we just saw 10-9 of hearts fold once folded 2 on the button. That is crazy. Maybe just not wanting to open because we get. I don't know. Even off of 23, we can definitely open the 10-9 of hearts on the button.
Alex says I'm all in. That'll do nicely. When did Brian win? Yeah, Brian won. Brian won in 2008. We Rick, 2008. So we're on 32. 3 and 2, 32. 3 and 2, 32. Show you what's coming up as well. Yeah, just having a quick minute, having a quick wander around the room. Brilliant week in Blackpool. If you've not been involved, but you've been watching the live stream, we've mentioned it so many times how busy it actually is. And there's over 260 in the GUKPT Cup, the first ever GUKPT Cup. 275. Absolutely outstanding effort. 275. We are on 32. Jamie Nixon in seat 4, 300,000 he comes to the table with. Jamie's in. Oh wow, this is a decision for Alex. This is a tough spot. Jamie initial raise in the cutoff. Alex 3 bets to 60. And Jamie jams. There's a 250. There's a 315. Exactly 329,000. I think it'll eventually be a fold from Alex. Can't see him calling with ace queen off for his tournament life. He'll find other spots, and he's in a decent position with a big blind at 8k and 34 big blinds. Yeah, the Blackpool Bonanza, absolutely. Blackpool Bonanza, the Northern Lights were played from about 2000 to 2006, and in 2007 they didn't get a call.
What happened?
They didn't get a call. Raised Jamie in the cut-off. Alex made it 60, Jamie jammed for 339.
Ace 5 suited.
Yeah.
Love it, Mr. Nixon. Pop to the loo, missed the 4-bet rip with ace 5 suited. He's probably done that for me, Tower, and I've not even got to see it.
So yeah, it's the olden days, the Blackpool Bonanza, the Northern Lights. Then in 2007, the GUKPT was born, and that's when the TV came along. Paul Bennett's favourite commentary from the Tower when Brian Clark won it. When we were doing the videos with pre-live stream.
So ace 10 of spades for you and fine to open in the cut-off. That makes it 16. Over to Josh in the big blind, 9-3 of hearts. Suited here, so happy to defend, getting 4.5 to 1 on a call.
Cheers, Ash. So we're on 32, 4 tables of 8.
Not much going here on for either player, but Ewing going to win it with his C-bet. Josh just going to have to check fold the 9-3.
Jamie Classic still sitting pretty on just under a mil. 2 big blinds under $1 million. Yeah, we did live stream from the satellite in the Foxes in 2009 for the satellites on Nuts TV. We did indeed. Yeah, done plenty in the past. $275 in the cup.
And tomorrow's buy-ins as
And
well.
tomorrow's buy-ins, even though it's only 10 bigs,
What's that?
there will be 15 buy-ins maybe.
If he gets 300, 150k in the prize pool, 40k up top.
We used to have GUKPTs that were 100k guaranteed.
Yeah, we did. The King Jack for Alex and the cut-off raises to 16. And Jamie here, Queen 10 of clubs, always going to be defending this one.
Flop of 10-8, 10-5-3, 2 hearts.
Like when you're running hot, you're just running hot tower. Jamie is literally flopping top pair plus every single ball,
Yep.
and it's just such a good feeling when you're deep in a tournament and you just keep smashing flops. And Al going to continue here with the King Jack, and Jamie not going to be going anywhere with his top pair. Alex goes for 14 into 44, so just over third.
Plus makes it 40.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all here from Jamie. Obviously, yes, we can call, but once ours open late position, we can also start raising some of our stronger top pairs for value as well, just because Alex's cut-off opening range is going to be fairly wide. Deny some equity to overs, bit of protection purposes, those kind of things.
Yeah, got it. Time catches up, doesn't it? One of the legends in the Blackpool scene from years gone by. And even the likes of Mad Marty Wilson, who absolutely loved Blackpool. Mad Marty was a mainstay in Blackpool all the time, wasn't he? And I absolutely loved listening to stories, laughing a bit more, and laughing a bit harder with Mad Marty Wilson. Robocop's doing alright. You don't very often see mirrored glasses at your poker table anymore, but they look cool. Nicholas in C8.
Jamie with all the chips. Is he just going to make this like 70k here tower? I don't think he's folding. He could definitely flat hit from the small with the suited wheel ace, but he's got all the chips here, can definitely apply some pressure to these stack sizes here, and this is a beautiful candidate to be doing it with as well, the suited wheel ace here. Obviously going to be calling at the very least, but just thinking here, can we make this 70k? Just apply pressure to Nixon. And I think Jamie will also make the assumption that Nicholas has never got a strong hand here. Yeah, 70 at the very least, but still it's probably going to work here. I'm not sure if Nicholas is going to pill, but I really do love this from Jamie, just knowing that he's got the chip lead here, can really go after it, and choosing a very beautiful hand to do it with as well. Only comment I will make is sizing. 16k, opening the call, probably want to go, can go as big as 5x, but at this stage maybe go a bit smaller. That's why I suggested 70k, but 60k does the trick as well. Just sub 4x, nicely done, sir. Big fan of that one.
Still on 32. $275 in the cup. Ow. On my finger. I don't know what it is. Growth. Still on 32. Let's have a look. This is the one of those quiet periods.
You would have diamonds. You would have showed mine. I'll show it in half an hour.
Ace Jack for Josh. We'll be opening here off of 14, 41 to be precise. That makes it 18. James with an easy defend.
As the waving grandad from Luton entered here, Rob Boone. He's been here this week, hasn't he?
He is, he's in the 500 right now.
He's in the 500.
So there is the defend from James, and does catch a pair here, so this one's probably going to go check back call. Josh here, King, Queen 6, double Broadway Rainbow. Wants to be going around third here, 16k, something around that. That goes for 15, same sort of thing, same sort of idea, around third pot. And if this is a brick here, let's see if Josh is going to line up the 3-barrel here, Tower. On this particular board versus big blind range, these are going to be some really nice boards to start running it on, or just ping the nuts. That also works for Josh.
Yeah.
Turning the stones here with the ace-jack. Such a good feeling when you have one of these type of boards and you understand that you might need to run it on certain run-outs, and then you just ping it anyway. And sizing up now on the turn, 60 into 80, 3/4 pot bet from Josh. And James going to have difficult time continuing here, although it is versus cut-off opening range. This is a board Josh might try and represent more often than not. Just going after all the 6x, Queen X type holdings in our opponent's range, and James using a time bank, and rightly so. This is a difficult spot here with the Queen 9. Could see him going either way. The thing is, Josh here, value-wise, ace-jack, all the sets, all the 2 pairs from the Broadway variety, king-queen, queen-10, king-10, these type of things. Can also probably go bet-bet with ace-king, potentially. And wow, what are we doing? Oh my word, just rips it in with the Queen 9 of clubs.
And that's it.
I guess.
Did
I have no idea.
Did you just say happy birthday?
And it's a 10 on the river. What a life for Josh Musson. How does James put it in there, Tower? We're ripping into a range that's just going to have all the strong holdings in there on that board, and Josh with the strongest of them all.
The lot. Bixie got the 3150. She got the pair jump. Rob, that's Killy Rob. He was just out before that to 3150, and James Mahone was out in 31st for 3,150 as well. We're down to 30.
Yeah, like James will have his reasons, like he's made it this far, he's obviously been doing stuff right throughout the couple of days he's been playing, and he's earned a decent little cash. But like, if we are going to bluff shove there, like I'm guessing there's better hands to do it with. Maybe a hand like Jack 10 suited that picked up, no, Jack 10 suited wouldn't have picked up space because it was 10 of spades. Maybe like Queen Jack suited that's still got heaps of equity even against the nuts, chance to get there, blocking the straight as well. I maybe understand he's thinking I block some 2 pairs, I block a set of queens, I block Jack 9 of clubs, but we're doing it against the range that can have all the nutted holdings there. Sets of 10s through queens and kings, ace jack in there, Jack 9 suited that he'd open from that position. Like, it's all good, and I always talk you need to be bluffing in this game, and you need to find bluff spots. If you're not getting caught bluffing, you're not bluffing enough, but you need to understand when. And the best times is when the board is kind of favouring our range and not our opponents, and in that situation Josh's range as the opener is just all over the king queen 10. Jamie just free betting from the big, nice big sizing, gets it through. Did have value on that occasion though with the 10s.
How many times you got showed up?
So just under 10 minutes we are going to be going into the final level of the day. Out of the players left in the field, which player you're both going to say will win it?
Oofed. Oofed. Pass. I'll tell you in the morning. There'll be there's a book out tomorrow morning on the sports book. We'll have to have a look in the morning and see what we fancy.
You'll have trig. PK's having trig. You know what? I'm gonna throw one out here, a bit of a wild card tower.
I know exactly what you're gonna say.
Who am I gonna say?
You're gonna say Andy back.
I'm not gonna say Andy back.
Oh, I am then.
I'm gonna go for Paul Rigg.
Riggy.
I'm gonna go for old Riggy.
Go on then.
I'm gonna throw that into the mix.
Boom. At the moment, you could have nine locals on the final. There's that many still left in.
Yeah, like I'd love Cal to win it as well. Really good powers of Cal off the table. But then again, you say that about most people left in the field. Get on really well with Cal, Jamie, Ewan on this table.
Yeah.
On the outer tables, obviously Span, Riggy, Trig. Guy's a nice lad.
Is the Mad Turk still in? Mad Turk's still in, isn't he? Oh, Yusel. Guy Taylor's still in. Middy's still in. Stu Rutter's still in.
Yeah, Middy went ages ago.
Did he?
Remember the three names in a row? Middy, Stato and Hardcastle.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Middy, Stato, Hardcastle. Stato's had a good week as well. First ever drink with Stato at the bar last night. Never really chat to him off the table. It was funny. It was actually, this is actually Stato to a T. Actually, little story time while we got 10 seconds. So I was chatting and we were talking about you and the commentary and stuff like that. And I was like, yeah, but when there's no action, Tower just does his own little soliloquy. And Stato piped up and smiled. He went, oh, I never thought I'd hear the word soliloquy today. It was pretty funny. The man of words is when you say an obscure word that you wouldn't hear on a usual day-to-day basis. Got really happy. Really nice guy as well. You find that with everyone. It's rare that I'd have a pint or whatever with a player off the table, but it's just a poker community. Full of great people from all different walks of life as well. That's the thing about it. King Jack of clubs for Cal makes it 17. Raise and take. Now look at this, Cal, the short stack at the table and still with 30 bigs just under. It's heaps and heaps of big blinds. I know blinds are about to increase in just under 5 minutes, and that will take us into the final hour of the day. It's been a great one. I've thoroughly enjoyed today. It's been Sunday too. I know it helps when we get star-studded feature table after feature table, when we know the faces and who's there. And
It was like a star-studded day too.
yeah, it's been a
Got a
great
big tennis
day.
table. There's so many. Yeah, where he's still in as well, Mick the Mod. Yeah, there's some names being thrown about. I don't know what happened to Jess this week. I know she's run really well. She had a fantastic London at the EPT. Won the ladies
might
event.
have booked the holiday.
Absolutely, she might not be in the country. She won the ladies event and then she went on to run really deep in the...
There we go. She was at the WSOP Europe this week.
Oh,
says
wow.
Ash.
Oh, GUKPT not big enough nowadays. We're now straight to the WSOP
She's
for
big,
10k.
big time now, Jess. Doesn't need the
We
old
might
GUK.
never see her again. Oh my dear! Cashed 2 events in London. Ran really deep in the high roller, or the main event, the 5k. Just fabulous. Absolutely amazing. Well done, Jess, and she's now in Rosvedov. She's now in Rosvedov. So well done to Jess.
Yeah, Powell's coming across for you, Dino.
Indeedy, indeedy. 140,000 plus to the winner. We're down to 30.
Yeah, Nick completing in the small. Josh with 9-3 off in the big. Bottom of range. Talk about these spots. We don't want to raise it all the time, but can sometimes raise these trash holdings. 9-3 off. Would fall into that remit. That's what the gut shot here, so could definitely lead for one big blind here. Tal will not lead, but bet after the check from Nick. And Nick will be check calling, or at least he should be with bottom pair here, blind on blind. Range is so wide, hard to make a pair, and does call Josh's one big blind bet on the flop. So
5.5 on the turn.
Yeah, so not often you turn a double gutter with 9-3.
9-3.
How often do you turn a double gut shot with 9-3? And Josh going to take a freebie and pings the 8 on the end. 10-eye straight for Josh Musson, but not going to be getting paid on this board, I don't think. Nick going to have a very difficult time calling the 4th pair on a 4-liner here.
No pot size, Josh. You can see that everywhere will be too much. There you go, 50k.
125%.
And when it didn't get paid. So we're on 30 from 180. 180 started today. We're now down to 30. We've got one more level to play tonight. Hey Gary, Paul Bennett's playing the seniors tomorrow. Paul Bennett will be, he was in the chat earlier. He was in the chat. Paul Bennett, the mad cabbie. He's not a cabbie anymore, but Paul Bennett will be in the building tomorrow. He's coming in for about 12 o'clock to play the seniors at 1. just old enough to play the seniors. He could be the youngest seniors winner. Be good to have a catch up with Paul Bennett tomorrow. Yeah, he's coming in the building.
I'm too far to tell.
I hope Rob does really well there. Rob, the best dressed man in poker is Mr. Rob Franks. Always looks the business, does Robert Franks. Always. I hope he has a deep run as well, Mr. Rob Franks. And I need to get to Arbroath to play a little bit of golf with him next season, which I will do at some point.
How you doing? Good. You're very quiet today. What? Very quiet for the last 5 minutes.
I'm very tired. I haven't slept in 3 hours since I've been tired.
Been on the piss? Been good? Any results from the prelims?
Just
There's points. I came up with a mini day 2 and then got 60% of my money back.
So the next hand, we're on 30. Alright Dave, we'll leave it at that. There's a street in south of Edinburgh called the Robert Franks Avenue. Oh my days. He is a top lad, is Rob. If you've never met him, the first time you see him you'll know who he is. He's a top man. Always dressed very smartly.
The pocket fours in the cutoff for Josh, opens to 22 as he should be, and Jamie here in the big blind, deliberating here. So I think Jamie could actually have a decent hand here, Tower. I think he might be thinking whether to free bet or to defend. I think he'll know like what hands we're never free betting and always defending, so maybe could have a hand that could have been a potential free bet here. Oh, and what a flop for Josh. Yes, you got a set, mate. Double check.
Jamie Nixon in the big. We don't know what Jamie has, unfortunately. They're just out of the box.
Yeah, and probably 20k-ish here, Tower, into 60. What I'd like to see. Goes even smaller, 15. So goes for the... Oh, no, he did go 20. Did opt for the 20k there, Josh. Nice size and choice. Unfortunately, Jamie just had to let it go.
So we're on 30. Any more eliminations, we'll let you know. Just don't have the iPad in a minute. I know PK's using it in a minute.
I'll see if I can grab it.
Yeah.
So annoying, whole card's not showing for Jamie, but it has opened from the cut-off to 22, and Ewan defending the King 6 in the big blind. Check, check. Jack of diamonds on the turn. Nothing going on here for Ewan. Checks once more. Delayed C-bet. That will get the job done versus Ewan's particular holding. And Jamie chipping up nicely. So we've got about an hour to go today, guys. Thanks to everyone that's stuck with us throughout. It's been an unbelievable day. Really, really good day too. One of my favourites that I think I've ever had the pleasure of covering with the tower. It's just good feature table after good feature table we've had all day, and when that's the case, the day just flies for us here. I love watching these guys trying to dissect what's going on in their heads. It's been a really good day here in the comms, and hopefully tomorrow, day 3, final day, is going to be just as good. So 8's for Josh from +1 makes it 22k, and Jamie with the ace jack going to 3-bet 260. Like it. Definitely the offsuit ace jack one we can definitely start mixing in some 3-bets with, even versus EP. And now back on Josh with the 8s, and this deep here, expect Josh to be calling pocket 8s versus Jamie. Yes, Jamie has us covered, but could definitely be doing this light on our direct left. So Josh does call. 9-4 deuce rainbow, one that Josh will be continuing on. Definitely a board that Jamie should be c-betting here. Fairly dry. Don't need to go large as well in these 3-bet situations. Rainbow board could go as small as 35k here for a quarter pot c-bet. Goes for 32, so just shy of quarter, and Josh has got an easy check call here with the 8s. Obviously Jamie going to be working with that linear range of high cards. He'll have king, queen, ace, jack, ace, queen, ace, king in there, all these type of holdings. Obviously still got the overpairs as well, 10s through aces, part of his value range, but need to call once here as Josh with the 8s. 6 of spades on the turn, not changing anything, and if Jamie does elect to double barrel here in Josh's head, basically Jamie's just going to have those 30 combinations of overpairs, 10s through aces, 30 combinations total for value. Maybe 9s some of the time, but I think 9s might be more inclined to check this flop, blocking obviously top pairs. It does go for the second street here, 120, 60% sizing from Jamie, so is firing barrels here. Continue to tell the story that he has woke up with a monster and has the overpair here, and Josh in a difficult scenario here now. We're out of position, and Josh needs to start thinking about river decisions as well, like if we call here, what's our play versus a river jam, and Josh probably just makes the decision that 8s isn't good enough to withstand the heat of 2 barrels, so just lets it go there on the turn, and can't fault him for it. Yes, he folded the best hand, but really difficult spot when Jamie still is uncapped and can have all those 10s for aces there, and meaning we're only drawing to 2 outs. But fair play to Jamie, very nice from him, going for the free bet as a bluff. Nicely done, sir.
Trigger 2 opportunities. Watch by 7, 8 blocks. And then the duck going against it.
We folded to Ewan on the bottom. Who is going to open? Unfortunately, card's not picking up for us. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Ash. I know it is frustrating when the whole cards don't show, but our action tracker does get notified when the cards aren't showing, and it usually does tell the dealer through the headset to check if the player's cards are in the box. And eventually they did register, and we can see Ewan had the King 9. And guys, we are going to head to an outer table because we have an all-in and call. Ryan Liach is the player at risk. Ryan with the King 10 of diamonds up against the pocket 9s, no help there. Or there, takes away some outs, and a Queen of diamonds on the river. 9 or King was needed. Brick for Ryan Liach, and Ryan is out in 28th place for £3,150.
Good effort, Ryan.
And that is because before that we lost Peter Mason in 29th for the same cash, and Tom Lagsout was our 30th place finisher for £3,150. So down to 27 players. Who said there'll be 23 left at the start of the day?
Me, I think. I think it was me, wasn't it? I'm sure it was me. The 500 has got 293 in it, and they're on the last 2 levels of the day.
And Josh plays well. Tower plays very well. I don't see much of him, only on this Blackpool leg, but
very underrated.
Yeah, he just takes really good spots, just understanding situations, and gets Cal off the best hand there. Just I like using that flush draw with the overcard as well, and some backdoor straight possibilities to check raise. We're not going to check raise all our flush draws, but I like the King 9 specifically. Bollocking some nice Queen X, and
it's not that he's too much underrated. He just doesn't travel too much.
Yeah,
he just doesn't travel around the circuit all the time. He'll play in Manchester. He played in London a couple of years ago when we had the satellite for the 70 seats. We got his 5k package. This is part of that, actually, the 5k package that he won. So yeah, he'll always play Manchester. He'll always play Blackpool. Others may not. Probably don't go to London and Luton or Edinburgh. We'll always play the 25-25s and the G400s. Be surprised if he doesn't go to the million guarantee. Or trying satellite, he'll be playing every satellite online, that is for sure. And I walked past the TV.
Yeah.
Ricky Hatton's fighting.
Yeah, have you not seen him? He is trimmed.
I don't care. He must be 45.
Doesn't matter if you can get into
He's
that
boxing
shape. It doesn't
live.
matter.
It's not even a replay.
It doesn't matter if you can get in that shape at that age. Then fair enough, go and fight. But look at what was the man at the Vic that used to run 17 marathons a year? That was always
Steve Cleary.
Steve Cleary. There's another one.
53-year-old.
53-year-old.
Yeah.
If you're in the right shape and your body's okay with it, then why not?
Ricky Hatton's trimmed half his body weight. He's definitely lost 100% of his body weight.
100%.
I reckon he was 16 stone, he's now 8.
That's 50%.
That's what I meant. 16 to 8's a lot, isn't it? You know, 2 8s to 16.
The 2 8s are 16.
There you go. Yes, he's. I couldn't believe it. I thought it was a replay. I said, "Oh, it's what I said to somebody. What's this? Replay of what?" He went, "No, it's live." I went, "Is it?" Live boxing from Ricky Hatton tonight, fighting Barrera.
Yeah, so Nick got a board that in terms of range we're going to have high frequency bets on, but in terms of particular hand, happy to check back his second pair. It's a nice one to mix into the check range as well. Like when you've got second pair as a king on an ace-king board, doesn't need no protection, so usually it's a situation where we're going to have really good equity or really bad equity against an ace, so like the decision to check some of the time here as Nick, and does it once more on the turn. And now check 2 on the river, obviously has to go for value here. And the other thing as well, like good reasons to check, even twice we can bluff catch river bets. But now this is just a clear bet spot for Nick. Could have even bet the turn as well once the 3 of spades rolled off. And now does go for his value for third pot. And Jamie cannot call here. So we might even lose to, well, maybe Jamie thinking Queen Jack, Queen 10 is 100% c-bet here, so maybe thinking that we're not losing to some bluffs, but Queen High, this is just way too optimistic, I think, here. Like, these situations, like, let's say, for example, Nicholas opened a 10-9 suited, or even a 10-9 off, 8-9 off, Jack 10 off, something like that, Queen 6 suited, something like that, all that can be in the button opening range. These hands are going to be c-bet in this board. So this is the thing, once Nick checks twice, he's always going to have a little bit of showdown, so we cannot call here as Jamie with Queen 8 high, just because all those trash holdings that we may beat are just going to be c-bet in this flop, the Ace King 7 rainbow. No, it's their board and does eventually let it go. Good to see him not getting sticky there with just Queen high.
Chip counts in seat order. 1.2 mil Jamie Classic, Cal 174, Jamie Nixon 386, Ewan McNicholas 277, Alex Montgomery 194. Nicholas in seat number 8. What's Nick's surname?
Nick Ramsey.
Nick Ramsey. Nick Robocop Ramsey. And then Josh Musson on 520. This new 500 has got ridiculous amount of runners. Ridiculous amount. 293.
Yeah, we'll get 300 with the day 2 buy-ins.
Absolutely. Might get 300 tonight.
Jan Nix, just open from under the gun, raise and take for Jamie.
1.2 mil, Jamie Classic C1. Jamie Nixon, we got 411. Nicola Race, who cashed in the main event and jumped straight into the 500 as well. Well done to her.
Yes, Wendy is in the 500 mick.
Is she?
Yeah.
I didn't see.
Yeah.
I tried looking around at a lot of people, but I didn't see Wendy. 27 left in the main event. We're down to the last 45 minutes or so.
Thank you. I've skipped through it. So, you know what, how many times have we skipped through it? Don't believe that for a second. How many times have you watched that hand where you go there? Like 7 times. 6.
So I reckon we got about 45 minutes left to go today, guys. Thanks to everyone that's tuned in throughout. Wouldn't be the same without everyone in the chat boxes throughout the day.
Absolutely.
Keeping us too entertained.
Absolutely.
There's been plenty of tickets given out this weekend, and
yeah, by you. I'm gonna grass on you. I'm gonna tell Tom.
do you know what? I was in my WhatsApp, and I was like that. I was like this, ready to send it, shaking my finger. Like, I don't know if I should press send it. I don't think he'll be happy. But
You'll do anything wrong this weekend. I'll be like, Tom.
He's left me undelivered. That's all I'm going to say. If you won a ticket, Tom has left me undelivered. But plenty going on online for the online guys as well. I've mentioned it loads already, but we've got our new 50k bigger weekly. It's a huge comp, €30 for a 50k guarantee. You can have as many bullets as you want in the tower. Okay. Day one's run every day, so Monday through to Saturday, and then Sunday in the morning. And then the day two is on the Sunday evening at 8:30, and everyone that's made the day two comes back and plays for a 50k prize pool. So bigger weekly on Grosvenor Poker, guys. Make sure you check that out for €30. Get involved in a €50,000 guaranteed prize pool.
I might try that. Only a ring in.
So ace jack for Alex under the gun, raises to 22. And 7-8 off here for Ewan. Expect him to be defending this one in the big. Getting 4-1 on the call. And Ewan flops best on 10-7-5 rainbow. Plenty of straight draws out there on 10-7-5. Connect with Ewan's big blind range. Obviously going to have a really wide range defending in the big, so Alex opting to check this one back. 7 on the turn. And Ewan going to be leading here. And I expect that to be small tower. It looks very hefty, but there's probably some smaller chips in there. There we go, 23k into 59. So south of 40% from Ewan here. And Alex with ace jack high now. We're in a really tough spot here, especially versus a good competent player who will have some bluffs here as well. And Ewan, is he going to be nice and show him the 7, or is he going to be horrible and show him the 8? He's not going to show him either.
So half an hour until the clock is paused for the final number of hands. 6.
The
500 has just been incredible. The cash at the top is incredible. But the bar's busy. There's been a singer on that's just finished. They're all watching Ricky Hatton fine, which is bizarre.
Seven 6 of clubs here for Cal in the cut-off. Cal working with sub 15. So just letting this go. Like these ones, you can mix in some limps, like the Sui connectors, middling Sui connectors from late position off of these stack sizes. But the thing is, if you are mixing in limps with these hands, you need to be playing a strategy that's also going to incorporate some limps with stronger hands as well. And if you're not going to be doing that, then it's better to just fold or open. And 9-3 off out the way for Ewan. Like, I'm always a big advocate for never limping in tournaments or even in cash. Like, open limping, over limping is a completely different scenario, but there are scenarios when you are working with anywhere between 15 even to up to 25 bigs where you can start incorporating in some limps with part of your range. But you always need to balance it out. You need to have some stronger hands in there as well. So unless you really delve into that area of the game tree and you start putting work in regarding the limp range off that stack size and what hands should we be limping, weaker and stronger, then I'd just stay away from it and just stick to open or fold. But if you want to put the work in around that part, by all means start incorporating it in. There's Cal in the hijack out of the way.
Down to Jamie Nixon. We need to get involved with the 8-6.
Ace deuce of hearts for Ewan. Going to be an easy open for him on the button with a suited ace. Off of 30.
$27 and a 543. Amazing. I think Andy Hills is out, isn't he? Let's have a butchers. Andy Hills finished 35th. For £2,920, just before Johnny Kelly bust on our feature table. And then 15 minutes or so later, Bixie was eliminated in 33rd. So Andy Hills was out in 35th. Well done to him. I missed you mentioning Tom Lagsam. Didn't he have chunks?
Yeah, he had 700k, and I think he just spread it around the table when we got back after the break tower. He come back 4th in chips after the break, and then saw him on the bust out list. I did mention him when he busted.
Yeah, must have been off on the tea room.
So who are we up to? We lost Ryan on the pan, we saw that.
We saw Ryan. We've lost Kevin Frame. We've lost Kevin Frame in the Charlie 27th. And also news, if we look down at Alex, who looks down at the boots, news that we've lost Guy Taylor in 26th for £3,440, which means we're on 25.
Yeah, Queen 6 off here. Josh choosing to defend. I'm not too sure about this one, Tower. Like, obviously any suited we're happy to defend, but Queen 6 off could be pretty close, could hit the mark, but maybe Josh just confident in his post flop abilities that he's going to defend a few pips wide up. But just check folding there versus Alex.
This is a neutral feed that you made a minus 8.
So 25 left.
I mean, I did because you're in the big blind.
Still 4 tables.
You said you're a field player.
Just saying.
Yeah, it's still 4 tables. You're all right, Tal.
4 tables.
Well, what's happening here? Frankie's come over with some chip trays, so we must have lost another
That
one.
has to be. That's going to be 24. Oh, we lost. Didn't see anybody stand up on the outer tables, but there's a redraw at 24. Oh no! I've just been given the bad news. Spuddy's gone. Chris Flint, Blackpool legend, played the game for years and years and years, and always plays with a smile on his face. He knows exactly what he's doing in any one spot. And he says, "Right, we've got this or that. You might as well just pass." Spuddy, Chris Flint, out in 25th for £3,440. Well done, Spuddy. Good effort. That's another Blackpool local gone. So that means we're on 24. We're having a redraw, so we'll run through what's happening in the next 6 months. What's happening in the next 6 months?
Shall we have a look?
Let's have a look. Start with that's the next 12 months. There we go. Leeds, Portsmouth, Leicester and Edinburgh next weekend.
6 months.
Yeah, we'll do 6 months. We'll do 6 months. So all the side events: G400, Portsmouth, Leicester, Edinburgh and Leeds, and then
that's going to be a biggie.
A couple of weeks later, after that, we're down in town on Wednesday the 30th of November for the Cash, which we hope will be a PLO. And then we start the 1250. We're doing straight through a 1250 day 1A, B2 and final day of that. We then walk back up the M1, straight up back home. This lad will be stopping in the Vic and playing all them side events.
Not all of them. Not all of them, unfortunately. Only the ones I can. I'll probably be in the Mini. I'll probably flick in the Mini 1B on Monday. I'll probably play the PLO 4 card, and then probably Reg High Roller Day 2, and then play the Mystery Bounty and the 100.
So he's playing everything.
No, I'm not. I'm not playing the main. I don't get to play the main events, Tower. We know I don't get to play the main events.
So he's playing when we leave on the Monday. Jay's going to be stopping down there and playing, and then we return. And we'll return on Wednesday the 14th for the Cash. The Cash will be no limit, hopefully, for that. And then Thursday we're going to be streaming the High Roller PLO 456.
I'm really going to look forward to that. Like an MTT. Well, it's Cash that I'm used to playing, but I'm sure I'll be able to adjust for the MTT side of things, and I'm really looking forward to delving into that one.
Friday is going to be Grand Final Day 1B, and I'm already going to say I'm going to buy a Christmas jumper, and it might be a Christmas jumper a day on GUKPT. Friday the 16th of December. I think it might just be Christmas jumper day. I think it should be. And then Saturday will be the day 2, the final day 2 of the year. And then Sunday the 18th is the final day of GUKPT 2022.
How quick's it gone?
And then we'll look at the schedule for next year. And we start at the Vic. And then we go to Berry New Road a little bit earlier than normal. Berry New Road. And then we go to Blackpool. But
it's March.
Before Blackpool.
Should we go there quick?
Before Blackpool, there's this.
The UK Poker Open, 25th to the 5th of March, guys. It's a million guaranteed prize pool. £1,500 buy-in for a milli guarantee. That's going to be some tournament. Schedule for that's going to be released at the grand final. Looking forward to that one. Me and Tower will be there for coverage throughout. It's going to be like another Goliath for us, Tower.
It is. It is. We don't know the schedule because don't ask. We don't know the schedule until the first week of GUKPT final leg in the grand final. So that's what that is. Then it's Blackpool. Then it's up to Edinburgh in the beginning of May. I'll be taking the clubs. And then it's Luton in June. And then there's a big break because this guy is going to be playing the World Series and the main event. Plus, you won't have a schedule just yet, will you? Because obviously the schedule for that won't come out until like mid-February, April time.
It will be the same as this year. I'll literally be playing poker every day. It's as simple as that for a month, and trying to bring back some silverware for you guys in the chat and us here in the booth. That would be nice, so we could win a bracelet.
Certainly would. Obviously, before the Vic in London, we will be at Goliath. No scheduled details just yet, but we think it might be a little bit earlier than what I was saying in March or April. I think it might be out a little bit earlier than that, but obviously keep your eyes on that. And then we're back to Luton, Leeds, back to Blackpool again. So we've got 2 legs in Blackpool, and next year, the 30th of November to the 17th of December, is the grand final yet again, and that is another season of the GUKPT finished.
And free table redraw is done, so we can get underway here, guys. Just to run you through who's come to the feature now. Jack Oliver, I can see there in seat 2. We've got Jamie still in 3. Josh is still on the same table. Mick Fletcher is in the mix. Mark Dyson chopped Manchester about 4 or 5 years ago. Alex Montgomery still on the table. Jam Nix as well. Who's that? Is that Spad?
No, that's Spand in one.
Is that Spad?
I think it's Spand in one. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Oh, there is no hair on the chin. There is no hair on the chin. We'll have to try and find out who that is.
Who's in one tower? Who we got? Donald.
Don Hill.
Don Hill is in one. We've got about half hour left to go, guys. Do you know Don Hill? I know Don Hill.
Wasn't Don Hill the lead guitarist in Slade?
Why are you looking at me like I'd know the answer to that question? He's looked at me and like I might know the answer to that.
Wasn't it? Was it Don? I don't think it was Don actually. Who was the lead guitarist in Slade?
Dave Hill.
Dave Hill. Oh, nice one, Gully Math. Dave Hill with the hair. He had his hair completely cut like curtains. Oh, Dave Hill.
Where is the poker open? It is in Coventry, CBS Arena, same place that the Goliath is held, and that is going to be a biggie. I think it's great that the guys have changed up the schedule and thrown a little wild card in the mix and a million guarantee as well. That's just crazy. I think that's going to be a huge turnout and going to be a very busy week for us in Coventry. 874 here, 2 diamonds, and Jamie checking this over to Josh. Josh going to take a freebie. Does actually turn the jack. 3 outer found by Josh here, and I think Jamie's probably happy to be done with this hand here. Yeah, and Josh, after Jamie checks twice, like Jamie's never going to be checking queens, kings, aces twice here, I don't think.
No.
But he will check them on the flop fairly often. So once he checks twice, Josh has got the green light to just fire.
Don Powell was the drummer, Gary. Don Powell had the wavy, curly black hair. Dave Hill had a weird haircut. I want to try and YouTube it and Google Dave Hill just for Jay's purposes, nobody else. Dave Hill. That's Dave Hill from Slade. Absolute legend. They were one of the best.
That's some Barnet, ain't it?
No, apparently that was in back in the day. Oh, brilliant.
These time cards were left. 1, I think. 6, 7, 8.
So players counting their time banks. The thing is about this, they get replenished at the end of the day, and you come back with day 3 with 6 time banks anyway. So it's actually quite interesting, Tower. Like when we get down to the clock at like 14, 13 minutes, if you're sat there and you're in like small blind or button, you could just use all your time banks knowing they're coming back to you tomorrow, just so you're not in the big blind for the last X amount of hands for the day.
Well, Don is all in, and this is going to be a call because Josh is going to ISO with the ace queen of diamonds. Fletcher ain't playing the 7-3, that is for sure. Frankie! Shift! Every day!
He's just showing off his air tower.
And I know he washes it every day. And I know it looks good every day. We just don't want to see it every day.
So Donald all in with the king 4 suited, and Josh isolating with the ace queen. So Josh with $500,000 chance of busting Donald here. Donald needing to find a king or a 4. Oh, that's a nice win.
Oh, what a flop.
Here we go. Nut flush draw versus top pair. He's got the 9 clean outs twice. Can Donald find a club? Is he going clubbing in Blackpool tonight? 7 on the turn.
Get into flamingos, baby.
7 robbing him of one of his outs. Only 8 outs now. Needing to find a club that isn't a 7. And it's a 5 of diamonds. So we do lose Donald Hill in 24th place, which means we have 23 players remaining.
Well done, Don. Great effort. Jim Lee, Noddy Older, Don Powell, Dave Hill, one of the best bands ever. Ever. Come at me if you think it's any different.
There's a prize sticker for your Jazzy.
Is Wadey still in? Yes, he is. Slade played the No Brick Castle in 1980. In 198. Oh, wowzers. Norris said he preferred Sweet to Slade. I think the glam rock era was unbelievable. I thought it was absolutely amazing. Every bit of it. Every single bit of it. I thought it was amazing. I thought they actually did it for what it was. A lot of fun. They dressed how they wanted to dress for a lot of fun. And they had a lot of fun. I thought it was amazing. Who said 22's coming back, Johnny? Go on. Who said it? Did he really? Oh, don't tell him. He might have forgot. He might have forgot if he said 22. We are down to 3 tables. It has been an incredible day, and please tune in tomorrow because it will be another incredible day again. Sweet and mud for the prof. Must admit the ballroom blitz was a classic. It's going to have to be an hour of glam rock when the tower gets back to the room tonight. Stick the Spotify on, stick the headphones on. Hour of glam rock, that's what it's going to be. Golfing at 8:40, rugby at 2:15. Should be tuning in at around about 5. When we wake up, when we start the live stream tomorrow, England might be 2020 world champions to boot. Did they give the exhibition match to Ricky Hatton or not? Did he win it? I really want to know. And not only will we have the final tomorrow of day 3 of the GUKPT main event, we will have day 2 of the 500, the GUKPT Cup. That'll be going in one of the outer tables. We'll also have the seniors starting at 1. And then the turbo starting at 4. Don't think this card run will be quiet until Monday. Ah, there wasn't a winner. They just did it for an exhibition. I'm not surprised it wasn't the best. They're both in the late 40s.
So Mick King Jack here.
Come on, the Fletch.
16. Closer to 17 here, so too much to jam personally, and Mick just chooses to let it go. Day 3's in sight and going to leave room for Mr. Dyson to open. Mark's another one I haven't seen anything of this week, and then just appears on the featured table with 23 left.
I know Jack Oliver's only sat there with 5 bigs, but get him a double-double.
Yeah, this is a really weird one for Jack. Well, he is going to call with the 8-3 of clubs here, the 13k more off of 5 bigs and leave himself just sub 4.
Is he thinking basically
catch a piece, go with it?
Yeah, because it doesn't really matter what I've got behind the line. I'm getting called by any 2 anyway.
Yeah, it's just going to be stop and go.
Yeah,
I think tower a lot of the time. I think this will be all in from Jack now.
Yeah,
I think that's what it is. Catch a piece and go with it.
Yeah,
I think we're going to see the stop and go here. No.
Checks. It's going to be a check call.
Well, Mark's probably just going to set him in.
Yeah.
He, like, shouldn't really have no other. I know usually on an ace high ball we're going to go fairly small here, but with Jack's effective stack, Mark's actually going to bet 1 BB, 10k into 60, and Jack with an 8 here. So maybe not going for the stop and go, going to earn him an extra big blind. Like with the backdoor equity here of our 8, like Mark opening cutoff can't just give him instant credit for an ace.
You have a new blind level, small blind 2,000, big blind 4,000, for the 4,000, big blind and C 244. This is your last level of...
So there it is from Jack. Makes it 34, leaving himself 1 5k chip behind. And Mark just sets him in. No, Mark calls. Guess Mark does beat some flush draws. Not anymore.
Not anymore, but has more outs as well. Only 10. Queen or a king. Jack's just got 1 chip behind. He's looking round. He's got 4 time bags to use if he wants to use them, just in case anybody gets eliminated on the outer. But if he makes the call, he has a big chance to get up to 140k. River. Oh, ouch. Ouch. Ouch.
He's going to leave himself with one 5k chip. He knows Mark's never folding if he puts the 5k in, giving Mark 26 to 1 on the call.
He has checked. Surely he should put just for the 5. Mark has to put the 5k in, surely, doesn't he? Oh, man.
What's he saying?
Oh, Jack.
He's not going to leave himself.
Am I going to leave myself with one chip? I mean, he's got 4 time banks. You're going to sit there, curse everybody. Why don't you just check, he says. Oh, man.
I want him to fold tower. Because then there would be 23 players left.
Yeah, and?
Someone predicted that at the start of the day.
Did they? Was that Johnny Scott?
It definitely wasn't Johnny Scott. It definitely was not Johnny Scott. So Jack's just probably going to roll through the time banks here. Like Mark knows he's got the best hand. Like Jack, just
Jack knows Mark's got the best hand.
Yeah. Jack just puts any ace X plus in on the turn. So Mark knows he's got the best hand, and I'm like,
is it a pair jump?
Shall we have a look? Yeah, there is a pay jump.
Is there?
Yeah, there is. That's why he's throwing the time banks in. Jack knows his stuff. Knows that if someone else busts, he does get himself a ladder.
Oh. Well, you never know. If you fold, you might go double, 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 and nearly have a big blind.
The worst thing for Jack as well, he's always going to be in the blinds tower coming through, no matter how many hands are drawn for the rest of the day. That's the big problem as well. But
well, he's sure, yes, false. He said, go on, show a bluff. He shows in the king queen.
What's he saying? So Jack Oliver down to less than a big blind. He has a small blind. One small blind.
And if that that rule that was in the EPT last week, when you leave one chip behind in your own, they have to use one time bank.
Yeah, but
came in.
It's worked a treat for him though, Tower, because we have lost one.
No way, you're having a laugh.
Calegaro and Morial is out in 23rd. We've lost Cal from the field on and out of the table. So we are down to 22 players, guys. 22 remain.
No way. Working like that, got him a pay jump. Wow. So Jack's all in, and then forced all in on the small for 5k. So with the ante, can he only win the blind? So he can only go 5, 10, however many.
He can win the ante.
Of how many?
He can win the ante in there, a 10k, plus he'll win 5k of the small blind.
So he can always win the ante no matter how many chips he's got. Right.
So here, for example, it's a quintuple up for Jack.
So he can make it 25k if he wins?
Yeah, quintuple.
So he can always win the ante, no matter how many chips he's got? And then the big blanket, obviously, how many have you got with the big
all it
blanket?
is, if you go back to the days of the running ante, it would be the same, wouldn't it? Like the running ante at this stage would probably have been like 1k or something like that. So
Yeah,
you
yeah.
would have been able to win each of those.
Oh,
big
right,
blind
yeah,
ante is effectively pan the orbit of antes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So could be the end of Jack Oliver, but did get himself a ladder.
We've not even seen the flop and we know there's a king on it.
Oh, it's King 6! He flops Nixon dead to run in 10s!
Amazing.
And he's up to 25k. Me and Tower thought he pinged a king, he's pinged a boat.
He's pinged a boat, man. That's the best. Oh, that is brilliant.
Imagine if he comes back and wins now, Tower. Imagine if Jack Oliver somehow spins this up and comes back and wins this. This would be the best story of all time.
He's not showering me with beer, let me tell you. Wow. He got the ladder and then he got a quintuple.
So back to 25k. And do you know the best thing about it, Tower? He shouldn't, unless it's six more hands.
He could do it again.
Yeah, but he can tank now until the clock is paused, and unless it's 6 more hands, he's not going to be a big blind again, which is great for him. So he actually gets 5 free hands to look at her hand to try and get it in, and then if not, he can bag his 25k and come back tomorrow and hope he doesn't get drawn in the big and get himself a few extra hands.
And he's got a free round now because I think Frankie's just shouted pause the deal.
Yep, there
with
you
his
go.
new haircut.
That's what I'm
There
saying.
he is, there's Frankie with his new haircut. I'm not sure if the last number of hands was shouted. I didn't hear it if he did. The problem with Frankie, there's a camera there, Frankie. We've only told you since Wednesday.
So Jack with 25k. 90k in the middle though. Imagine spinning 5 to 90.
Unbelievable. This could be unbelievable.
Oh,
my days,
here comes Jack Oliver.
He's only gone and done it.
And he's got he's got the 7-8 dead. We don't know what Alex has got, but the 7-8's dead here.
Unbelievable. He's now trebled up again.
Oh, what a spin this could be from Jack.
What
What
a
a
spin.
story it could be as well. If he somehow manages to somehow come back into this. Look at him
Wow.
go. He gives it the fist pump up to 90k.
Unbelievable.
9 big blinds now for Jack Oliver. What a spin.
Oh my days.
That's why we leave ourselves 1 chip behind.
You leave yourself 1 chip and now he's got plenty. 9 bigs.
And Frankie's
Amazing.
got the bags out, so I don't know if that means that we have only got a few more hands and me and the Tower have not realised that it's been called in all the ruckus. But what?
I didn't hear how many hands it was, I must admit.
4 more hands.
4?
Wow.
Yeah, but when did it start?
I don't know.
Has it started?
I have no idea, Tower. We'll just have to
Shall we
wing
just
it.
carry on?
We'll just wing it until the bags start coming on the table, then we know we're done. Stay tuned though guys, because we will have full chip counts for the remaining players.
And there will be a sports book tomorrow. Who's not backing Jack Oliver tomorrow? Who's not having a fiver on Jack Oliver tomorrow?
Josh, I get it. We've got some chips now. We're being aggressive, but I think with Mick's particular stack Tower, you can just fold the 10-4 on the button. I understand it's the back end of the day. Maybe we're just trying to apply some pressure, but we've got a player that's got us covered in the small line, and if Mick jams for his 15, we just burn 2 bigs. But it does choose to open, and it is a well-timed open on this occasion because it does flop top pair, and that will be the end of Mick Fletcher in his hand. He's going to get out of the way.
Have they finished on the outer table?
Yes, they have. So We've probably got one, maybe two more hands, guys.
Last hand. Don's just said this is the last hand. Last hand of the day. How good has this been?
It's been great. It's been.
I put it in good and he picked it on the river. Right. And then generally, and then I followed it. You don't use it though. You never get the post read.
Last hand. We missed the shouting the last time. We're all shouting for Jack. We're all rooting for Jack with his one chip.
So Jam Nicks opening to 20k. Nice stack.
Yeah.
Off of 30.
Yeah.
5 big blinds. And Jamie on the button.
So close with Jamie Nixon with King Queen. We can't see Jamie Clossick's hand, unfortunately.
Yeah, but let's choose the free bet this one. To 50k and King Queen suited here off of 35 of Jamie against a 2.5x.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be folding Tower. Don't expect him to.
What does Mr. Clossick have?
Like, we've got a great hand with great playability, blocking some strong hands as well, but the thing is Jamie's got the chip lead here. Jamie Clossick, that is, not Jam Nick, so he's probably going to apply so much pressure last hand of the day, whatever he has.
Yeah.
And Jamie making the call.
10-3 Queen. 10-3-8, sorry. Rainbow.
Yeah, so just going to be check fold for Jamie if Jamie Clossick elects to continue here on the 10-8-3.
Here's 10, here's 12, here's 9.
We can have a lot of hands here, Tower.
Yeah. Let's continue.
I'm guessing that's the end of the
That
day.
should be it, shouldn't it?
It is a quarter pot, but I don't think we can continue here as Jamie. Jam Nicks, Clossick's got us covered, so just be folding the King Queen here, we assume. Maybe with one spade on board, we're probably more inclined to continue, but it's going to call one off here, and I'm guessing
completely.
Maybe Jamie's thinking, oh, well, we do catch it again.
With the dealer. What's the next card?
Yeah.
Wow.
So Jamie turning the king, and he's going to love to see that. Not just because we turn top pair, but Jamie will know this is a card that Clossick's going to be double barreling fairly often, so we can just put our check call shoes on here with the King Queen. All in.
Whoa!
Has to call Tower. It's not.
Well,
even,
he has to. He's 2-7-4 effective.
I know it's a big jam. It's like 100. What is it? 60%, something like that. It's a well over a pot size bet, but Jamie Clossick should be applying a lot of pressure last hand of the day here. I don't know what he's got. I could be wrong. Jamie could call in. He could roll over aces, but once we get this turn, I can't see how we can fold here ever as Nixon Tower. Like, we floated King Queen here. Personally, I'd just pass flop with no spade on board.
Yeah.
But Jamie floated getting 5-1. Obviously,
and then hits.
Obviously, knowing he only needs like 17%-ish equity to make it okay. Getting 5-1 on the call. But now we catch this king. Like, I can't see how we can fold this as Jamie. If he folds it, fair enough. Maybe wants to make day free. He could have the boots Tower, but he could also have a whole host of everything else because it's the last hand of the day. He's got the chip lead and he's going to apply the max pressure. Like Ace Queen, Ace Jack, these are great double barrels here. Maybe not for this size, but these type of hands. Ace X of Hearts going to be in there as well as a bluffer, Jamie. Maybe even hands like Jacks Queens as well, Tower. Like, probably don't choose this size, but from Jamie Clossick's perspective, Jam Nick shouldn't really have a king here unless he's turned 2 pair with King 10 suited. So I just can't see how we can fold here as Nixon. And if Jamie does find the fold, fair enough. But I'd probably snap this off, Tower, if I'm sat there. I'd probably take 5-10 seconds.
I'll tell you, all them time backs have been used because this is tough.
Just for that situation, it's the last hand of the day. You expect the chip leader to be overly aggressive, and this is a board that he's probably going to be over bluffing on. When the king rolls off, he's probably going to be firing so often. Like, yes, he can have ace king, which we lose to. Yes, he can have aces, but he can also have a whole host of bluffs here. Ace X of hearts, even some maybe random heart draws.
He's made the call.
I think he's good.
He has made the call.
I think
Is
he's
it
got
the
to be
king?
good. Like, people in the chat saying he must have aces. I don't think Jamie Klosik's got aces
No.
here. He's the chip leader. I think Nixon's well ahead, and we're going to find out.
Jacks maybe?
No, not Jacks.
Queen Jack.
There we go.
Wow.
There we go. And Jamie makes the correct call. Gotta fade. Gotta fade the well.
It just says to Dom, don't do it. There's plenty to fade.
Ace 9 heart needed for Klosik
Ace
to
9
bust
or
Nixon.
heart.
And it's the last hand of the day here in Blackpool.
He makes the call.
Oh, wow, what a final hand. Klosik up to 1.5 million. Nixon makes the correct decision, gets unlucky. 2/3 of the time, Jamie's going to be bagging up a 3/4 milli stack, but unfortunately this time, Jamie Klosik, who has run so pure this last session, up to 1.5 million, going to be bagging the chip lead, and that is going to be it for us tonight, guys. There's the chip counts, 21 remain, and Keith Littlewood's been getting to work on an outer table as well, I can see.
What? Look at Trig. Hello, Cool J still in with 831. Josh Musson 716. The Spanned. Final table of the HR, and now on this. Wow.
Jack Oliver, bottom of the pack. What a story that would be. Half a big blind. Spin it up. He's going to be some good value tomorrow, guys. Don't forget, we got the sportsbook running on Grosvenor
He should be
Poker.
50s tomorrow, Jack Oliver, if it wasn't Jack Oliver. And he might be 25s. But if
won't-
you're up early.
It won't be 25, so it has to be more. Has to be a lot more.
He has to
than
be
25.
hundreds. If he's hundreds, get on him.
If like there's 21 remaining, Jack's not gonna like. Jack won't mind me saying this. We're coming back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Coming back with what's he got here, like 7, 8 big blinds.
Yeah.
He's not going to win this tournament 1 in 25
yeah,
times.
6-12 tomorrow.
Jack needs to be about 80 to 1, I think, tomorrow.
6,000,
Even
12,000.
the caliber of player he is. Tomorrow, though, guys, it's going to be a big day. Value in the field.
Well done,
for
Fletch.
the sportsbook. I'll tell you a little gem, maybe for tomorrow. Tom Aravara, I've heard a little bit about him over the last few months, and I know he's in the mix with you and Jack, all that sort of people, and maybe he'll be priced down.
An
because of
unknown
that.
name might be a bigger price than you think.
Yeah, so maybe Tom Aravara might be the value tomorrow in the field.
Ewan Nicholas, Stu Rutter, the Mad Turk. He's on fire. He won Coventry a couple of weeks ago, but he runs bad.
The Mad Scott, you mean?
The Mad Scott.
The Mad Scott.
The
What a
Scottish Turk. Oh, brilliant. That is going to be one hell of a final day. Please come and join us for the final day in Blackpool. Another record turnout in Blackpool. We've also got the ending of the GUKPT Cup, not on the stream, but in the room. There's the seniors, there's the turbo. Come and join us. It's going to be an absolute corker from 12:30. We're
Can't
looking
wait.
forward to it. Hope you are too. Thanks for all the entertainment. Sorry about Towers Treble, but the poker has certainly entertained us, and it's kept us going all day. Could Jack Oliver do it?
Imagine.
Could he?
That would be one
Really?
of the best stories ever.
Could
Just
it
the way
be?
it all happened when he left the chip, he was giving it the flail of the arms, and then it would be a great story if Jack
Could
could
it?
spin.
Could it be? But you just never know. But all you can do to find out is to tune in from 12:30 tomorrow. We'll see you then. We're off, and we'll catch you for the final day and another record-breaking GUKPT here at Blackpool.
Good night, guys.
Ta-ta.
I know it looks like it's written in Chinese, but apparently that means one.
I've got the actual number.